Sign Chapter 321 to Chapter 360. Su Qin had been rather curious about the Immortal Gate ever since he learned that it was a small world created by several Paragon champions working together to break through the void during the last tide of vitality. Still, the Immortal Gate was considered a great secret even among the many great sections. Even the Divination sect, known as the Master of All Lives, did not know much about it. However, the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Daoist was different. As a part of the 10,000 Swords Daoist Yuan spirit, the sword spirit had inherited part of the 10,000 Swords Daoist's memories. Back when the 10,000 Swords Daoist roamed the universe and scoured the land, his understanding of the Immortal Gate would definitely far surpass that of the Divination sect. After all, the Immortal Gate was opened by Paragon champions and was suppressed by their aura, not tainted by karma. No matter how the Divination sect calculated, they would not know much, and how could they compare to the 10,000 Swords Daoist who was personally searching for the Immortal Gate? Master has definitely found the Immortal Gate. The illusory middle-aged man was silent for a long time before speaking. Oh? Su Qin's eyes lit up. Still, I don't know if Master actually entered the Immortal Gate. The illusory middle-aged man shook his head. But Master told me in the end that entering the Immortal Gate meant certain death. The reason why he did so was because he was unwilling. The illusory middle-aged man imitated the 10,000 Swords Daoist's tone over 4,000 years ago, with a faint reluctance and helplessness. Was there any being who could overcome all obstacles and become a terrestrial immortal in an era of dormant vitality who was not blessed by the heavens? How prideful would they be? In the end, they could only watch helplessly as they were restrained by their environment and slowly walked towards old age and death. In the end, they would still search for the Immortal Gate despite knowing that they would die. From a certain perspective, any martial artist who became a terrestrial immortal in an era of dormant vitality would at least reach the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals in an era of dormant vitality. They would not lose out to true Lord of the Eastern Sea, and might even reach the threshold of Paragon. Death is certain. There was a thoughtful look on Su Qin's face. It was similar to what he had guessed. The Immortal Gate was opened by Paragon champions who pierced through the void and was definitely not in the mortal realm, and one would have to pass through the void passageway to enter the Immortal Gate. The void passageway was filled with the power of space. Any existence below the level of utmost powerful beings could not cross it at all. They would only be crushed into dust under the boundless power of space. Does the 10,000 Swords Daoist know anything else about the immortal sects? Su Qin asked, stroking his chin. According to Su Qin's plan, he would definitely make a trip to the immortal sect in the future and sign in at all the places where he could sign in. Therefore, he naturally wanted to know more about the immortal sect in advance. Other news about the immortal sect? The illusory middle-aged man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Master once said unintentionally that if it weren't for the immortal sects, the vitality tide's heyday would have lasted for 2,000 years. A few supreme experts broke through the void and opened up a small world of the Celestial Gate. However, in the beginning, what the supreme experts opened up was not a small world. At most, it could only be considered a vast space. Although it could contain living creatures, it was difficult for martial artists to appear because of the incomplete rules. The illusory middle-aged man said slowly. Really? Su Qin's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of the War God Temple. As a spatial treasure, the War God Temple also did not exist in the mortal realm. However, unlike the mortal realm, although the War God Temple had abundant vitality, it was almost impossible to break through due to the lack of rules. In history, the other martial artists who entered the War God Temple also advanced by leaps and bounds after coming out of the War God Temple. In other words, it was impossible to break through in the War God Temple. However, according to what Tianjizi and Su Qin said, the small world of the immortal sect could clearly allow Earth immortals and even supreme experts to cultivate and break through. The vitality of the world is like a tide. When there is recovery, there will be decline. However, whether recovery or decline, it will proceed slowly and step by step. However, at the end of the last vitality tide, after a few supreme experts opened up the immortal sect, they forcefully poured a small portion of the mortal realm's rules and vitality into the small world of the immortal sect. Because of that, the vitality tide of the mortal realm fell completely silent in just a few years. When the illusory middle-aged man said that, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even the supreme experts had their own selfish motives. Otherwise, why would the immortal sect appear? I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. At this very moment, Su Qin had a general idea of what the immortal sect was. Strictly speaking, there was no essential difference between the immortal sect and the war god temple. The only difference was that the immortal sect was far vaster than the war god temple. After all, the immortal sect was established by several supreme experts working together, while the war god temple was refined by a single supreme expert. There was naturally a difference between the two. Moreover, the immortal sect had poured a small portion of immortal realm's vitality and rules into it, making it far easier to cultivate compared to the war god temple. That was why the immortal sect was called a small world. Celestial, I have told you everything I know. As for Wan Er's body, it is entirely because Wan Er is suitable for Master's legacy. The illusory middle-aged man bowed deeply at Su Qin. I hope that you will grant my wish, Celestial. The 10,000 Swords Daoist's legacy, huh? Su Qin's gaze was calm as he swept a glance at Li Wan beside him. At the moment, Li Wan was still dumbfounded. She never imagined that the Grandpa 10,000 Swords that often appeared in her mind was actually the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Daoist, a swordsmanship land immortal from over 4,000 years ago. As for the Emperor of Tang, Su Yueyun, and the others, they did not react for a long time as well, their gazes sizing up the illusory middle-aged man. On the other hand, the old man Fei Yu and the other legends were staring at Li Wan enviously. The sword spirit was refined from a part of the 10,000 Swords Daoist soul, and having the sword spirit's guidance was equivalent to having a land immortal personally instruct. Such an encounter was something that no legends overseas would even dream of. I hope you don't have any other ideas, Su Qin muttered to himself for a moment, before raising his right hand and pointing a finger between the illusory middle-aged man's brows. In the next instant, the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Daoist turned back into an illusory divine sword and returned to Li Wan's body. Although the sword spirit was refined from a part of the 10,000 Swords Daoist soul, it was fundamentally different from the 10,000 Swords Daoist. Strictly speaking, the sword spirit was no longer the 10,000 Swords Daoist, or even human. That was why Su Qin did not have to worry that the 10,000 Swords Daoist would possess Li Wan's body and be reborn. After over 4,000 years, even sovereigns would have died of old age, let alone a mere land immortal. Moreover, Su Qin's final finger had left a little trick in the sword spirit's body, which further cut off any other ideas the sword spirit might have. Alright. I'm going to seclude myself. Su Qin left a few more instructions to Li Wan, and after chatting with the Emperor of Tang and the others for a while, he returned to the black, majestic underground palace. Finally, I can take a closer look at the changes in my ascension to Earth Immortal. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his physical body. When Lei Xuanzi attacked, Su Qin had to come out of seclusion and kill him as soon as he ascended to Earth Immortal. As a result, Su Qin did not have the time to thoroughly feel the changes in his own ability. As an Earth Immortal, the Yuan spirit could fuse with the Sea of Vitality in the depths of the void at any time, mobilizing its power and maintaining the state of being one with the world. It's truly unbelievable. Su Qin abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with awe. He finally understood why Earth Immortals were undefeatable, they controlled the power of the Sea of Vitality. How vast was the Sea of Vitality? It was the place where the power of vitality converged, symbolizing all vitality and vigor in the world, and it was precisely the fluctuations of the Sea of Vitality that caused the revival and decline of the Tide of Vitality. Even if a pinnacle Earth Immortal could only control a negligible portion of the Sea of Vitality, it was still far beyond the imagination of any myth-tier martial artist. Earth Immortals are divided into 3 parts: Spirit Separation, Origin Restoration, and Divine Ruins. And right now, I should be at the Spirit Separation realm, and at the peak of it. Su Qin clenched his fists, feeling the boundless power in his body and the abundant power of his Yuan spirit that was almost tangible. His heart was in turmoil. The so-called Spirit Separation realm was the ability to split one's Yuan spirit. It was a technique that all Earth Immortals possessed, and they could split a Yuan spirit clone if they wanted to. However, most Earth Immortals who had just ascended to the Spirit Separation realm would not split a Yuan spirit clone, because the price was too great. Earth immortals who had just ascended to the spirit separation realm did not even have enough yuan spirit power, so how could they be willing to part with part of their yuan spirit? There were definitely not many who used part of their yuan spirit to refine a sword spirit like the 10,000 Swords Taoist. The peak of the spirit separation realm. Su Qin's gaze was deep, and a smile appeared on his face. Other martial artists who had just ascended to the earth immortal realm had just ascended to the spirit separation realm, but Su Qin was different. Using the connection between the Golden Crow divine body and the Sea of Vitality, Su Qin's yuan spirit easily reached into the depths of the Sea of Vitality until it stopped at the bottom, and broke through with the help of the Sea of Vitality there, allowing Su Qin to stand at the peak as soon as he ascended to the spirit separation realm. If other earth immortals knew about this, their eyes would surely turn red. It should be known that the cultivation of earth immortals was untold times more difficult than the myth realm. For example, the earth immortals who had walked out of the sea for thousands of years might not necessarily reach the peak of the spirit separation realm until they reached the end of Shou Yuan's life. And yet, Su Qin was already at the peak of the spirit separation realm when he had just ascended to the earth immortal realm. It was simply shocking. Even at the peak of the last height of vitality, when vitality was abundant and spiritium was everywhere, spirit separation realm earth immortals would need 100 or even 200 years of bitter cultivation to reach the peak of the spirit separation realm. It seems that my choice of using the Golden Crow divine body to communicate with the Sea of Vitality and using my yuan spirit to go deeper was the right choice. Su Qin looked extremely satisfied. In fact, when Su Qin entered the unformed earth elemental source in the western desert, he could already choose to break through to the earth immortal realm. There were only two prerequisites for breaking through to the earth immortal realm. One was to condense a miniature domain, and the other was to transform a yuan spirit. Su Qin was already satisfied at that time. In addition to the earth elemental source, there was no problem for him to break through to the earth immortal realm. Even if the earth elemental source was not formed, Su Qin had accumulated enough. However, in that case, Su Qin would definitely not be able to go deep into the Sea of Vitality with his yuan spirit. Even if he successfully stepped into the earth immortal realm, he would only be at the early stage of the spirit separation realm. How could he compare to his current peak? With the strength of the peak of the spirit separation realm and other trump cards, even if I encounter a true realm earth immortal, I should be able to fight. Su Qin thought leisurely. Whether it was a spirit separation realm earth immortal, a true realm earth immortal, or a peak divine ruin realm earth immortal, they were all different levels in the earth immortal realm. Although there was a difference, it could not be considered a qualitative change. At the very least, the difference between the spirit separation realm and the true realm was not like a natural chasm. As for the divine ruin realm, the divine ruin realm among the earth immortals was very special. The divine ruin realm already stood at the peak of the earth immortal realm. The powerful divine ruin realm earth immortals had already begun to come into contact with the power of space. Although they could not break it as casually as the supreme experts, they were still far superior to other divine ruin realm earth immortals. Of course, most divine ruin realm earth immortals would never be able to come into contact with the power of space in their lifetime. Even if they did come into contact with the power of space by chance, whether they could step into that step and become a supreme expert was another matter. Compared to the breakthrough of the realm, the improvement of the physical body is even greater. Su Qin suddenly thought of something and looked down at his hands. Any peak legend who stepped into the earth immortal realm would experience a huge increase in the physical body and yuan spirit. The yuan spirit would fuse with the vitality sea and be nourished by the vitality sea. Then, it would draw the power of the vitality sea to replenish the physical body. The Golden Crow divine body is a divine body condensed after the Great Sun diagram has reached minor completion. When the yuan spirit draws the fire-type vitality sea from the vitality sea to strengthen the physical body, it is also constantly cultivating the Great Sun diagram. Su Qin closed his eyes and sank his mind into the Great Sun stone diagram in the depths of his mind. The cultivation of the Great Sun diagram is divided into initiation, minor completion, and great completion. The Great Sun diagram at great completion can allow me to transform into the strongest fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Su Qin looked at the Great Sun stone diagram in the depths of his mind. The stone diagram was covered with tens of thousands of light spots. At this moment, there were already more than 500 light spots flickering faintly at the edge of the stone diagram. 500 light spots have already lit up. Su Qin's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. One had to know that before Su Qin went into seclusion, the Great Sun diagram had only reached minor completion and lit up 100 light spots at the edge of the stone diagram. This was based on Su Qin's decades of non-stop sign-in and the final impact of the fire elemental source. But now, just by stepping into the Earth God Immortal realm, he instantly lit up 400 light spots. This change simply made Su Qin overjoyed. Even though Su Qin had already faintly felt the changes in the Golden Crow divine body and speculated that the Great Sun diagram had improved by leaps and bounds, when he saw the cultivation progress of the Great Sun diagram with his own eyes, he was still full of joy. The fire-type vitality sea in the depths of the vitality sea is simply too vast. Su Qin sighed sincerely. Just by using the Yuan spirit to draw the fire-type vitality sea from the vitality sea to nourish the physical body, his Great Sun diagram cultivation was pushed to such a level. If my physical body enters the vitality sea and breathes in the huge fire-type vitality sea, I'm afraid I can cultivate the Great Sun diagram to great completion in a short time. Su Qin's heart palpitated. P.S. Don't panic, there are still monthly boats. The primordial Qi ocean was where the primordial Qi of a world gathered. If Su Qin's mortal body could enter the Yuan Qi ocean, the benefits it would bring would far surpass the fire elemental divine pellets and demonic pellets. It would be enough to push the Great Sun art to grand completion in a short time. After all, the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts diagrams was different from the cultivation of other godly techniques. There was a saying that all world divine scriptures had bottlenecks and shackles. Even the Buddha's palm was no exception. Su Qin needed to comprehend it continuously. However, the diagram of the 12 divine beasts was different. It only needed resources as vast as mountains and seas. As long as the corresponding martial arts resources were sufficient, Su Qin could completely ascend to the heavens and advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, this didn't mean that the Buddha's palm was inferior to the 12 divine beasts diagrams, but that the two had different methods of cultivation. Moreover, the resources needed to cultivate the 12 divine beasts portraits were simply endless. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were earth immortals, might not be able to cultivate the first portrait of the Great Sun to the small success level, let alone the great success level. Su Qin also relied on the sign-in system to be able to continuously obtain various fire elemental divine pills and demonic pills. Only then was he able to barely complete the initial success of the Great Sun diagram before becoming an earth immortal. However, when Su Qin tried to guide his body with his primordial spirit to merge with the primordial Qi Si, he realized that it was impossible. The primordial spirit was the primordial spirit, while the physical body was the physical body. There was a huge difference in nature between the two. The Sea of Vitality was located in the depths of the void and was separated from the mortal world by layers of void. On the other hand, the Yuan spirit was an illusory spiritual object. If one could sense the location of the Yuan Qi ocean, they would be able to cross the layers of void and fuse with it. But his physical body. If he wanted to enter the Sea of Vitality with his physical body, the first thing he had to do was to break through the void. Breaking the void could only be done by supreme experts of the void-shattering realm. As for Earth Immortals, even if they were peak Earth Immortals at the Divine Ruin stage, they could only slightly touch the power of space. As for breaking space, they were still far from being able to do so. Shatter the void. Su Qin got up slightly and temporarily gave up the idea of entering the Yuan Qi Si with his body. Right now, he was only at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. He was still quite a distance away from the land immortal of the Divine Ruin stage, let alone the land immortal. Moreover, if an land immortal wanted to become a supreme elite, it would be completely different from a myth realm martial artist wanting to become a land immortal. If a myth realm expert wanted to become an earth immortal, he only needed to condense his domain and transform his primordial spirit. As for the condensed domain, it was formed by the endless compression of the world's energy that the legends had grasped. As for the transformation of the primordial spirit, it similarly allowed the divine sense to transform continuously. Although the two methods were extremely difficult and had blocked countless martial artists, at the very least, there were traces to follow and they knew what to do. However, if an Earth immortal wanted to enter the void-shattering realm and become a supreme expert, he would need to comprehend the power of space and finally break through space. What was space? Space was everywhere. Even mortals were constantly in contact with space, just like sunlight and rain. But the more it was like this, the more difficult it was to comprehend space because one didn't know where to start. Space was right in front of him, but he couldn't touch it. What could he use to comprehend it? Even comprehending space was so difficult, let alone breaking it. This was also the reason why there were only a few supreme experts during the peak of the previous vitality tide. Even during the peak of the vital chi tide, when the world was conducive to cultivation, the vital chi was abundant, and the spiritual vigor was everywhere. It could continuously give birth to Earth immortals, but there were still very few supreme experts. Forget it. There's no hurry now. Xianxia calmed down and thought silently in his heart. Breaking through the void to become a supreme expert was too far away for the current Xianxia. Besides, even those supreme experts who already had the ability to break through the layers of the void might not really dare to enter the vital chi sea with their physical bodies. After all, in addition to being filled with endless vital chi spiritual vigor, the vital chi sea also had vital chi life. The so-called vital chi life was a life that was born from the vital chi after being nurtured for countless years. When Xianxia's primordial spirit merged into the vital chi sea, he had once seen the vital chi life from afar. However, the vital chi life should not be too interested in spiritual power like the primordial spirit. Therefore, Xianxia's primordial spirit successfully reached the depths of the vital chi sea. However, just because the vital chi life was not interested in spiritual power did not mean that it was not interested in other things. If any supreme expert were to enter the yuan chi sea with their physical body, they would be immediately sensed by the yuan chi life forms just by relying on the chi and blood energy emitted by their physical body. In this case, even if it was a supreme expert, they would be in danger of being torn apart in an instant. It must be known that the vital chi life was born from the endless vital chi spiritual vigor. Even if it was far inferior to a supreme divine beast like the three-legged golden crow, the feeling it gave Xianxia was similar to the dozens of drops of demon god's blood that he obtained from signing in the cave world. Xianxia speculated that even if the vital chi life was not as good as the demon gods of the cave world, it was probably very close. With the strength of the vital chi life, it was entirely possible to suppress the supreme experts. After all, in the last era of vitality, when the cave world was about to be defeated, a certain demon god only opened his eyes and severely injured countless powerhouses, including several supreme experts. I'm almost familiar with the power after the breakthrough, and I've also stabilized my realm. Next, it's time to solve the matter of Raytheon. Xianxia's eyes were deep, and he took a step forward, disappearing from the black majestic hall and standing in the sky above Chang'an City. Raytheon. Xianxia opened the Eye of Truth, and in an instant, the world became illusory, and countless auras, strong or weak, far or near, appeared. After stepping into the Earth immortal realm, the Eye of Truth had also undergone a great transformation. Even if he was hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could still lock onto Raytheon's aura. After all, Xianxia had seen many Raytheon's disciples before. After these Raytheon's disciples returned to Raytheon, they naturally became the coordinates for Xianxia to lock onto Raytheon. At the same time, outside Thunder God Island, countless powerhouses from overseas were gathered. After Xianxia killed Lei Xuanzi, he once said in public that he would personally go to Raytheon. Once this news spread out, it would certainly make Raytheon's people panic, but for the forces outside Raytheon, it was a golden age of martial arts that had not been seen in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. God knows how many martial artists gathered outside Thunder God Island, wanting to see Xianxia in action with their own eyes. After all, Xianxia's prestige was too great. Not only was he an Earth immortal that had not been seen in thousands of years, but he also killed Lei Xuanzi, who was also an Earth immortal. He could be said to be invincible in the world. Raytheon was not weak either. It had been passed down since the last vitality tide, and it had been prosperous for thousands of years. Invincible in the world versus prosperous for thousands of years, everyone wanted to know the result of this battle. Even the other major sects, such as the Witchcraft, Taoist sect, and other major sects that were on par with Raytheon, had also come near Thunder God Island. Why are there so many people here? A young martial artist stood on an island that was a few miles in size, looking at the legends flying in the air and landing nearby. He could not help but mutter a few words. He had only hurried over because he heard from his sect master that a great event that had not been seen in thousands of years would happen on Thunder God Island. The Tangwatian people are going to attack Raytheon. Even if they are far away, there will be people who will rush over to observe the celestials' means. A middle-aged man with a cold expression next to him whispered. The Tangwatian people. The young martial artist's pupils shrank slightly. He naturally knew about Suchin. Now in the overseas martial arts world, Suchin was definitely one of the most untouchable existences. I wonder if Raytheon can block the invincible power of the Tangwatian people. A martial artist full of wrinkles sighed softly and looked at Thunder God Island from afar. At this moment, although Thunder God Island looked calm on the surface, if one looked carefully, they would find that there were faint fluctuations of heaven and earth great formations operating on Thunder God Island. Obviously, in order to block Suchin, Raytheon had definitely used all the great formations and all his trump cards. He should be able to block it, right? If Raytheon doesn't come out, no matter how powerful the Tangwatian people are, I'm afraid they can't do anything to Raytheon. After all, Raytheon has a supreme treasure suppressing it. Once the supreme treasure starts to awaken, who in the world can stop it? A white-clothed man with eyes that shone with wisdom said slowly. For Raytheon, witchcraft, and Tao One sect, which had been passed down since the previous era of vitality, what was the most important trump card? A half-step Earth Immortal? Or an Earth Immortal? None of them. A half-step Earth Immortal could only protect Raytheon. As for an Earth Immortal, although he could lead Raytheon overseas, he could only maintain it for 1,000 years at most. After all, even if he was an Earth Immortal, Shoyuan was only 1,000 years old. Raytheon, on the other hand, had been passed down for more than 10,000 years. For such a long time, Raytheon relied on the deterrence of the supreme treasure. Only a supreme treasure left behind by a supreme expert that had existed since ancient times could protect the Thunder God sect and allow it to prosper until now. There was a day when the Earth Immortal Shoyuan would die of old age, but there was no supreme treasure. Perhaps there would be a day when the supreme treasure would decay, but it would definitely take tens of thousands of years. Supreme treasure. When the other martial artists heard this, their expressions froze. For tens of thousands of years, more than 10 Earth Immortals had come out of the overseas inheritance. Among them, a few thousand years ago, there was an Earth Immortal who personally attacked Raytheon. However, in the end, the ancestors of Raytheon woke up together and jointly performed Raytheon's secret art, Thousand Lightning Attraction, to summon a sea of lightning. In the end, they poured the sea of lightning into the supreme treasure and activated the supreme treasure's power, which finally scared off the Earth Immortal. At that time, the supreme treasure's aura was so vast that it almost covered heaven and earth. The Earth Immortal who attacked Raytheon turned around and left without hesitation. If Raytheon really awakens the supreme treasure, it's indeed very likely that he'll be able to stop the Tangwatian. Most of the martial artists nodded slightly, obviously agreeing. Even if Suchin killed an Earth Immortal like Lei Xuanzi, the supreme treasure was left behind by a supreme expert. Even if it was passively awakened, the power it unleashed would still surpass that of an ordinary Earth Immortal. However, even if Raytheon activates the supreme treasure, he'll only be able to protect himself at most. The Tangwatian should have no problem escaping unscathed. The man whose eyes flashed with wisdom continued. That's right. Although the supreme treasure is powerful, Raytheon doesn't even have a single Earth Immortal now. Even if he forcefully awakens the supreme treasure, how much power can he unleash? However, if that's the case, not only will we be able to see the Tangwatian in action, but we'll also be able to see the power of the supreme treasure. This trip will definitely not be in vain. Many martial artists discussed in low voices, full of excitement. This was also the reason why they had traveled thousands of miles and came from all over the sea. Earth Immortals were hard to come by in 1,000 years, let alone a supreme treasure. If we can comprehend something from the supreme treasure's power, I'm afraid it'll benefit us for life. A martial artist with a young face said with longing. Comprehend? Raytheon has held the supreme treasure for more than 10,000 years, but he hasn't comprehended anything. You can comprehend it just by looking? A trace of disdain appeared on the face of a mythical martial artist, but then, this trace of disdain turned into fanaticism. We're here for the Tangwa Tian. If we're valued by the Tangwa Tian, even if we're taken in as a servant, we'll benefit for life. The martial artist who spoke was a fifth heavenly layer mythical martial artist. In the past, he was strong enough to dominate the overseas martial arts world, but now, he said that he was willing to be a servant. However, the other martial artists next to him were not surprised at all. Instead, their eyes lit up. Although the Supreme Treasure's power was great, it was too incredible. How could martial artists like them, who were not even Earth immortals, be able to comprehend it? But Suqin was different. If they could really become a servant of an Earth immortal, it would definitely be a great opportunity. The things that an Earth immortal spilled from his fingers were enough for them to accumulate for a lifetime. Moreover, this was just a servant. If the Tang Empire celestial being suddenly had the interest to accept a disciple, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the many martial artists present. Even becoming a servant of an Earth immortal would bring great benefits, let alone becoming a disciple. Thinking of this, all the martial artists present had a burning gaze. They could not wait for Suqin to appear now so that they could show off in front of Suqin. Time passed slowly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as countless overseas martial artists were looking forward to it, the sky suddenly began to darken, followed by a drizzle. It's raining? Some martial artists looked up at the sky. The overseas martial arts world was spread all over the ocean, so it was normal for it to rain. Suddenly, many martial artists present began to circulate their internal energy. Often, before the raindrops fell on their bodies, they were evaporated by their powerful internal energy. No. It's not raining. It's the Tangwa Tian. A level 6 divine realm martial artist seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked in a certain direction solemnly. The rest of the experts did the same, and they all looked in the same direction. They saw dark clouds gradually pressing over, darkening half of the sky. Under the dark clouds, there was a violent storm. In the storm, a fine white line slowly appeared. Looking carefully, this white line was a huge wave hundreds of miles long. This huge wave seemed to have the power of the sky as it came crashing down. That is? Everyone seemed to have discovered something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were stunned. They saw a tall and slender man standing on the huge wave hundreds of miles long. He was like a dragon god controlling the stormy ocean, crossing the sea and the sky. He had his hands behind his back, and his aura was unfathomable like a bottomless abyss. There seemed to be a sun burning in the depths of his eyes, as if a real sun was shining in the sky. On the Raytheon Island, many Raytheon disciples were terrified. Even countless rogue cultivators overseas knew that Suqin was coming in person, let alone Raytheon disciples. It's not enough for the Tangwa Tian to kill our Earth immortals. Do they really want to kill us all? A black-robed patriarch of Raytheon, who had just woken up, growled in a low voice. In his opinion, Raytheon had lost an Earth immortal, which was a heavy enough loss. However, Suqin was still relentless. However, this patriarch of Raytheon did not want to. It was Raytheon who provoked Suqin again and again. In the end, Lei Xuanzi even attacked Chang'an City. If Suqin did not have invincible strength, the empire of Tang would be destroyed. Alright. There's no need to say these words. One of the oldest age Raytheon patriarchs shook his head slightly and looked at Raytheon's sect leader. Is the 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array ready? Patriarch, the 9-layered killing array is ready, Raytheon's sect leader immediately replied. That's good. The oldest age Raytheon patriarch's face relaxed slightly. Raytheon's 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array was a peerless killing array that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was personally created by the 2 Earth immortals of Raytheon's past generations. In the end, it was nurtured by countless Raytheon's disciples for thousands of years. It was barely formed today. Once the 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array was fully activated, it would connect the thunderclouds of heaven and earth. It was enough to burst out the power of an Earth immortal for a short period of time. Of course, even for Raytheon, if he wanted to activate the 9-layered killing array, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. After today, even if Raytheon blocked Suqin, he would have to fall into a trough for thousands of years to recover. If Su Qin had not given Raytheon too much pressure, none of the patriarchs would have been willing to activate the 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array. Once the 9-fold Thunder Dao killing array was activated, it was equivalent to Raytheon going backwards by several thousand years. Who could bear such a consequence? With the protection of the 9-fold Thunder Dao killing formation and the suppression of the supreme treasure, I, Raytheon, should be able to fight against the Tangwa Tian. The old age Raytheon muttered to himself. As a great sect with the longest history overseas, Raytheon was far from being comparable to the Wanjian school, a sect that had taken over a magpie's nest. Before any Earth immortal died of old age, he or she would leave behind his or her strongest means. Over time, Raytheon's foundation had been accumulating and stacking. Now that it had burst out in an instant, one could imagine how earth-shattering it would be. Maybe the Tangwa Tian people were just casually saying that. They didn't really intend to deal with me, Raytheon. Raytheon's sect master still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Just casually saying that? The old age Raytheon shook his head slightly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up into the distance. The Tangwa Tian people are here. Before he could finish his words, a roar suddenly sounded from the entire Thunder God Island. The entire island was constantly trembling and shattering as if it was bearing an unimaginable force. The Tangwa Tian people? Are those the Tangwa Tian people? Many Raytheon disciples quickly discovered that Su Qin was riding a tsunami of hundreds of miles in the distance. He was like a dragon god, crossing the sea and the sky. That's terrifying. It's too terrifying. Is the Tangwa Tian people still human? The Raytheon disciples trembled in their hearts. If it were not for the power of the great formation shrouding Thunder God Island, they would have fled by now. Who would not be shocked in the face of such a peerless divine power that was comparable to the heavens and the earth? Who would not be afraid? In fact, it was not only the Raytheon disciples who were frightened. The many martial artists who came from all corners of the sea to witness the scene of an Earth Immortal's attack were also so frightened that their minds went blank. From their point of view, Su Qin was riding the sea and the sky. Behind him, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning were dancing, huge waves were like walls, and the storm was like a dragon, spreading hundreds of miles. Such power had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. Only the immortals, Buddhas, and gods and demons in the myths and legends could do that. Legend has it that the domain of a great success Earth Immortal can cover 100 miles with a thought. Within this 100 miles, the Earth Immortal will be like a real god, omnipotent, able to summon the wind and rain, and controlling thunder and lightning with ease. Although the Tangwa Tian people created this scene with the help of the Great Success Domain, the Great Success Domain can only cover 100 miles at most. The tsunami in front of us is obviously more than 100 miles in size. Such means is unimaginable. A half-step Earth Immortal patriarch of the Dao One sect sighed softly and said slowly. That's right. The means of the Tangwa Tian people have surpassed the means of ordinary Earth Immortals. It's no wonder that Lei Xuanzi fell in his hands. The patriarch of witchcraft next to him also sighed. Even the two witch kings of witchcraft could barely do this after hundreds of years of hard work and near the end of the Shouyuan's lifespan. The celestial beings of the Tang Empire are truly amazing and formidable. The patriarch of witchcraft's tone was full of mixed feelings. Although he did not know how much Shouyuan Su Qin had left, he could see that there was still a long time before Su Qin's qi and blood declined, just based on the current monster's qi and blood that Su Qin had displayed. In other words, Su Qin still had enough Shouyuan. Just this point alone made him much more powerful than the two mage kings from the Gate of Witchcraft. The power that the two witch kings of witchcraft could barely master until the end of the Shouyuan's lifespan, Su Qin could already use it as he wished. The width of this storm has reached hundreds of miles. Could it be that the Tangwa Tian people have already entered the true realm of the Earth Immortals? The half-step Earth Immortal patriarch of Dao One sect suddenly thought of something and a trace of shock appeared on his face. A true realm Earth Immortal had never appeared since the end of the last vitality tide. Over the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, more than a dozen Earth Immortals had come out. However, they were all hovering around the spirit-severing stage. At most, they could only reach the peak of the spirit-severing stage in their later years. As for the true realm, which was above the spirit-severing stage, it was impossible. This was because in the silent era of the vitality tide, the spirit-severing stage Earth Immortal was already the limit. As for the true realm and even the divine ruin stage, what could they use to cultivate? Rumble. While countless martial artists were still in shock, the terrifying giant wave that had spread for hundreds of miles finally arrived. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had come crashing down. The giant wave covered the sky and covered the world. Even if the giant wave covered the Thunder God Island, the surrounding martial artists still had the illusion that everything was shattering and the world was collapsing. Under the domain of the Earth Immortal that covered hundreds of miles and was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, even a peak myth or a half-step Earth Immortal would feel as small as a speck of dust. Something's not right. Thunder God Island. A peak myth martial artist suddenly looked at the Thunder God Island. Under the impact of such a terrifying giant wave, even if the Thunder God Island was hundreds of miles in size and would not be sunk by the first tsunami, the edge of the island would definitely collapse immediately. In the end, it would directly implicate the entire Thunder God Island. However, under everyone's incredulous gaze, under the impact of the giant wave that covered the sky, a layer of misty light suddenly rose from the Thunder God Island. This layer of misty light instantly shrouded every corner of the Thunder God Island. No matter how the giant wave hit, it could only shatter this layer of misty light at most. But then, a second and third layer of misty light condensed, as if there was no end to it. Oh? Xianxia stood high in the sky, quietly overlooking the Thunder God Island that blocked the giant wave, with a thoughtful look on his face. The giant tsunami wave that covered hundreds of miles was created by his realm of great accomplishment combined with the state of mind of an Earth Immortal. Its power was equivalent to the full blow of an expert like Xianxia who had just entered the Earth Immortal stage. Originally, in Xianxia's view, even if this blow could not destroy Raytheon, it could still cause trouble for him. After all, the blow of an Earth Immortal was more than just earth-shattering. But now, it seemed that Raytheon was indeed worthy of being passed down for thousands of years. His foundation was indeed unfathomable, and he could even block this blow. Interesting. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked down at the Thunder God Island. In Xianxia's field of vision, there were countless auras all over the Thunder God Island. Most of these auras were below the 7th heaven legend level. In addition to the auras, Xianxia also faintly felt the aura of a killing array. It was similar to the fire elemental killing array set up by Eastern Sea True Monarch on Immortal Abode Island. However, the killing array on the Thunder God Island was obviously not related to fire elemental, but more like a Thunder Dao killing array. Is this a killing array set up by an Earth Immortal? Xianxia had a thoughtful look on his face. How could an ordinary killing array block the blow of an Earth Immortal? It was most likely a means left behind by an Earth Immortal. And it was not an ordinary Earth Immortal. After all, regardless of the Heaven and Earth Great Array, even if it was a killing array, its power would continue to decline with the passage of time. Tangwa Tian. Just as Xianxia was about to attack again and completely shatter the killing array on the Thunder God Island, the figure of an old man emerged. He bowed to Xianxia from afar and said, "Lei Dufa of Raytheon pays his respects to the heavenly being." Half-step Earth Immortal? Xianxia glanced at the old man named Lei Dufa, and his expression did not change. When Xianxia observed the Thunder God Island with the eye of truth, he discovered that there was a half-step Earth Immortal overseeing the Raytheon Island. In Xianxia's eyes, the traces of time on this half-step Earth Immortal were much older than the lightning ancestor. I, Raytheon, was blind to have offended the heavenly being. I hope the heavenly being can forgive me, Raytheon. Lei Dufa said in a low voice. Forgive you? Xianxia laughed and a trace of sarcasm flashed across his face. If I wasn't an Earth Immortal and didn't have the strength I have now, would you, Raytheon, let me go? Speaking of this, a trace of coldness appeared on Xianxia's face. He said word by word, "Today, I'd like to see what a great sect that has been passed down for thousands of years has. He can endure." After Xianxia finished speaking, he took a step forward. All of a sudden, the essence chi of heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle from afar only felt that the world suddenly became illusory. All that was left was the godlike figure raising his right hand and pressing down on the Thunder God Island. Rumble. Thunder God Island trembled violently and countless heaven and earth arrays collapsed under Suqin's pressure. Unexpectedly, Suqin intended to completely sink the entire Thunder God Island with just one palm. Not good. Lei Dufa's scalp tingled when he saw the scene. He never thought that Suqin would be so decisive to attack Thunder God Island without hesitation. Killing Array, rise. Lei Dufa hurriedly retreated to Thunder God Island and integrated his primordial spirit into the 9-layered killing array. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, 9 layers of misty light curtain soared into the sky, sheltering the entire Thunder God Island. Suqin's palm only caused the outermost layer of the killing array to shake for a while, but it soon returned to normal. In an instant, the aura of the 9-layered thunder killing array began to spread. Even the many martial artists who were watching the battle from afar felt that the entire Thunder God Island had turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, filled with endless thunder and lightning power. Is this the real foundation of a great sect? Countless martial artists swallowed their saliva. At this moment, the aura from Thunder God Island was almost overwhelming, as if a thunder immortal was going all out. 9-layered killing array. Raytheon has been accumulating for thousands of years. Apart from that supreme treasure, I'm afraid that this 9-layered killing array is the most powerful one. The patriarch of witchcraft muttered to himself. Even though he knew about Raytheon's 9-layered killing array, he was still inexplicably shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Raytheon's 9-layered killing array was a thunder killing array that communicated with the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Tangwa Tian, if you stop now, I, Raytheon, am willing to seal the mountain for 100 years. On Thunder God Island, Lei Dufa was slightly relieved when he saw Suqin's palm was blocked. He immediately shouted loudly. Although the 9-layered killing array could stop Suqin for a while, it couldn't stop Suqin for a lifetime. As the 9-layered killing array was operating, its consumption was like a mountain and a sea. Therefore, Lei Dufa was willing to seal the mountain for 100 years, hoping that Suqin would stop. Although for any of the major sects, 100 years was just a period of seclusion, it should be known that now was the era of vitality recovery. The Thunder God cult chose to seal themselves off for 100 years. At this time, which meant that they intended to give up most of the opportunities in the vitality recovery. Seal the mountain for 100 years? It's better for me to completely destroy your sect. How could Suqin let Raytheon's eyes? He opened the eyes of truth and constantly observed the 9-layered killing array that was slowly operating the 9-layered killing array. With Suqin's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Thunder God sect wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. Even if he didn't do anything, after a few months at most, the 9-fold killing array would fall into silence because the Thunder God sect couldn't provide enough resources. It's just that, how precious was Suqin's time? How could he waste a few months here? Kill. Suqin took a step forward, raised his right hand, and reached into the depths of the void. A strange long blade shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon was pulled out by him. It was the demon god's blade. This demon god's blade, which he signed in from the cave world, was suspected to have come from the hands of a certain demon god in the depths of the world. It was extremely sharp. Even though Suqin has already stepped into the earth immortal realm, when he held this demon god's blade, he still felt that he had yet to exert the full power of this blade. Rip. The world suddenly turned dark, and a space gap flashed by, slashing fiercely on the 9-layered killing array that shrouded Thunder God Island. Kacha. The 9-layered killing array, which was constantly vibrating and almost integrated with the thunder of heaven and earth, was directly broken open with a gap of tens of meters long. Now. Suqin's eyes were calm, as if he had already expected it, and once again slashed down with the demon god's blade. How did the Tangwa Tian people know the weakness of the 9-layered killing array? Lei Dufa, who was on Thunder God Island, widened his eyes in disbelief. The 9-layered killing array was painstakingly arranged by the 2 Earth Immortals who came out of Thunder God Island. In addition, it was continuously tempered by Raytheon's disciples for thousands of years, and some time ago, Lei Xianxia returned and used his own magical power as an Earth Immortal to support it. Even Lei Dufa himself barely knew where the weakness of the 9-layered killing array was, but he couldn't lock it. After all, once the 9-layered killing array was operated, its weakness was not fixed, but it constantly changed with the activation of the killing array. Lei Dufa didn't expect that Su Qin's casual slash would be able to accurately hit the constantly changing weakness of the 9-layered killing array. How was this possible? Coincidence. It must be just a coincidence. Lei Dufa kept comforting himself in his heart, but at the same time, he was constantly activating the 9-layered killing array. However, the next moment, another streak of blade light that seemed like a spatial fissure slashed across, viciously slashing at the weak point of the 9-fold killing formation. Immediately, the fissure that was several dozen meters long suddenly expanded, becoming several hundred meters long. Not good. The 9-layered killing array is beginning to become unstable. The faces of Raytheon's ancestors changed. With Su Qin's second slash, the power of the first slash suddenly began to burst out, almost shaking the foundation of the entire 9-layered killing array. Change the array. Lei Dufa's eyes were red, and he shouted crazily. Many Raytheon's disciples were pale. They originally thought that under the protection of the 9-layered killing array, they could not necessarily block Su Qin, but at least it should not be a problem to protect them for a short period of time. But the result was only 2 slashes. Su Qin only slashed twice, and it had already shaken the 9-layered killing array that the 2 Earth Immortals of Raytheon had painstakingly arranged for thousands of years. It was incredible. Just when countless Raytheon's disciples were in a panic. The third slash. Outside Thunder God Island, Su Qin's calm and cold voice was heard. Accompanied by a loud crack, another terrifying slash came from above the sky and fell fiercely on the weakness of the 9-layered killing array. Suddenly, the power of the previous 2 slashes and the third slash merged in an instant, and the crack continued to expand, almost completely collapsing. Does the Tangwa Tian really know the weakness of the killing array? Lei Dufa's hands and feet were cold, as if he had fallen into an abyss. If the first time was a coincidence, how could it be a coincidence that Su Qin could still slash at the weakness of the killing array for the second and third time? I can't sit still and wait for death. Thoughts flashed through Lei Dufa's mind one after another, and a determined look appeared on his face. He must not let Su Qin slash the fourth slash. Otherwise, the entire 9-layered killing array would completely collapse under the combined power of the 4 slashes. Without the protection of the 9-layered killing array, the entire Thunder God Island was just a speck of dust that could be wiped away by Su Qin, an expert who surpassed ordinary Earth Immortals. All of you, attack together. Use the secret technique, Thousand Thunder Attraction, to summon a 1,000-meter sea of thunder, and then block the Tangwa Tian with the 9-layered killing array. Lei Dufa looked at the other Raytheon's patriarchs and said in a deep voice. Su Qin was too strong. The 9-layered killing array that Raytheon was so proud of could not withstand a few slashes and was about to collapse. Under such circumstances, there was only one way to continue to stall Su Qin, and that was to exchange their lives for it. The patriarchs of Raytheon were just peak myths, and the gap between them and Earth Immortals was like a chasm. However, if these patriarchs desperately used the secret technique, Thousand Thunder Attraction, to summon a 1,000-meter sea of thunder, and then integrated it into the 9-layered killing array, it would certainly make the 9-layered killing array burst out with even more power. Of course. In this way, the 9-layered killing array would probably be completely destroyed after this battle. Moreover, once the patriarchs attacked, not to mention whether or not they could survive the 1,000-meter sea of thunder, they would definitely face Su Qin's counterattack. But no matter what the price was, as long as they could block Su Qin, even if it was just for a moment, it would all be worth it. Otherwise, if they continued to let Su Qin attack, not to mention after today, the entire Raytheon would not live past today. Yes. The patriarchs of Raytheon looked at each other, and their faces showed the determination to die. They were all patriarchs who had been sleeping for the past thousands of years using self-sealing secret techniques. They should have fallen in the past long ago. Wasn't the reason why they had lingered on until now just for this moment? Fearful heavenly might, lead by God. The patriarchs of Raytheon took a deep breath and took a step forward together. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and countless thunderbolts fell and poured into the broken 9-layered killing array. Buzz. Suddenly, the 9-layered killing array seemed to have been injected with a new vitality, and the terrifying power of the killing array began to gather again. It's meaningless. Suqin immediately noticed the changes in the 9-layered killing array and looked at the patriarchs of Raytheon who had begun to summon the 1,000-meter sea of thunderbolts. Die. Suqin raised his right hand and slowly pointed at the patriarchs of Raytheon. Whoosh. An invisible finger force penetrated the 9-layered killing array and penetrated the patriarchs of Raytheon. Even if the 9-layered killing array blocked the power of Suqin's 9-layered killing array, the patriarchs of Raytheon were only pinnacle myths. How could they block this finger? Boom. The bodies of the patriarchs of Raytheon exploded at the same time, and their primordial spirits also collapsed quickly. They did not even have time to wail before their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. It's too tragic. Outside Thunder God Island, countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were suddenly terrified when they saw this scene. Suqin's finger had directly turned 90% of Raytheon's patriarchs into nothingness. This was an unprecedented blow to Raytheon. After this battle, even if Raytheon survived, it would inevitably fall into an unstoppable decline. This was because the fall of a large number of patriarchs had caused a gap in Raytheon. At that time, even if Suqin did not intervene, Raytheon would be completely devoured by the other sections. Without the patriarchs, unless Raytheon could ensure that every generation had a pinnacle myth at the primordial spirit level, it would only become weaker and weaker. After Suqin killed the patriarchs of Raytheon with one finger, he once again attacked the 9-layered killing array that rose up again. A moment later, the 9-layered killing array began to collapse again. No matter how strong the killing array was, it still needed a powerhouse of the corresponding level to preside over it in order to unleash its greatest power. It was the same for the 9-layered killing array. If there was an Earth Immortal presiding over this 9-layer killing array, Suqin would naturally be a bit wary. Even if the Eye of Truth could see through all chi and discover the flaws of the killing array, but if there was an Earth Immortal presiding over the array, he could change everything in the killing array at will. Even if Suqin found the flaws, it would still be impossible to break it as easily as now. Raytheon is finished. Many overseas martial artists who were watching the battle saw the 9-layered killing array collapse and had the same thought in their minds. However, at this moment, Suqin, who was suppressing everything, seemed to have sensed something. He slowly stopped and looked toward the depths of Thunder God Island. Just when countless overseas martial artists were guessing why Suqin did not continue to attack. Dong. A low and deep sound of a bell echoed from the deepest part of the Lightning God Island. This low bell sound was extremely ancient, as if it had sounded from thousands of years ago and echoed in everyone's ears. Is this Raytheon's treasure? The Dawi sect's patriarch's face changed and he stared intently at the depths of Thunder God Island. In his eyes, he saw a bronze bell phantom emerge. Around the bell phantom, the void faintly began to distort and tremble, as if it could not bear the bell phantom. Ha 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 ha. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Compared to the shock of the other overseas martial artists who were watching the battle, Suqin seemed to have expected this. The grand sun in the depths of his eyes suddenly began to burn fiercely, spurting out and burning everything. Ultimate treasure. In the deepest part of Raytheon, the shadow of an ancient bell vibrated and emitted an earth-shattering aura. All the overseas martial artists who saw the shadow of the bell were shocked. Thunder God Bell. This is the ultimate treasure, Thunder God Bell. Raytheon's Christian name is derived from the name of the ultimate treasure, Thunder God Bell. The Patriarch of Witchcraft looked up and murmured. Under the aura of the ultimate treasure, even Suqin, who was as powerful as the heavens, was temporarily suppressed. It was as if nothing in the world could compare to the brilliance of the ultimate treasure. It's said that the ultimate treasure made by an ultimate expert will have the power of the void-breaking realm if fully awakened. Even if the Thunder God Bell isn't the ultimate expert's ultimate treasure, it's still made by an ultimate expert. Even after thousands of years, it still contains a wisp of the ultimate expert's aura. Even if it's just a wisp of aura, it's enough to crush everything. The Patriarch of Dawi sect also stared at the shadow of the bell in the deepest part of Raytheon. Although the Dawi sect also had an ultimate treasure that was not much weaker than the Thunder God Bell, most of the time, the ultimate treasure was in a dormant state, unlike the Thunder God Bell that was slowly awakening. At the same time, Compared to the patriarchs of the other sects who could barely keep calm and keep observing the Thunder God Bell, the overseas martial artists who were watching the battle had already been scared out of their wits. Many of them even turned around and ran, fearing that they would be affected. Raytheon's ultimate treasure has appeared. The Tangwa Tian must have retreated temporarily. The Patriarch of Witchcraft thought quickly. The ultimate treasure was too terrifying. Even if the Thunder God Bell was casually made by an ultimate expert and didn't have the power of a void-breaking realm expert like his ultimate treasure, no Earth immortal would choose to fight against the Thunder God Bell. However, the next moment, under the shocked gaze of the Patriarch of Witchcraft, two beating suns appeared in Su Qin's eyes and spread infinitely in the void. In the end, they turned into two pillars of fire and collided with the ultimate treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Grand Sun Golden Eyes. Rumble. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the sun and moon reversed. Whether it was the patriarch of the Taoist sect or the other foreign martial artists, they all felt their vision suddenly turn dark. It was only after a while that they slowly recovered. What happened? The minds of countless Endless Sea Islands cultivators went blank. Only a few cultivators paled as they suddenly realized something and quickly looked up into the sky. Su Qin was already standing in the void, but his eyes, which were originally like the sun, had clearly dimmed. As for the deepest part of Raytheon, the phantom of the Big Bell was beginning to collapse. What happened? Could it be that Raytheon's most precious treasure was shattered by the Tangwa Tian? Aren't supreme treasures supposed to be immortal? How could it be broken so easily? Many foreign martial artists were in disbelief. But soon, someone noticed that under the phantom of the Big Bell in the deepest part of Raytheon, an ancient bell half the height of a man was slowly floating. And the other half-step earth immortal of Raytheon, Lei Dufa, was sitting cross-legged under the ancient bell, looking at Su Qin standing in the void in shock. The supreme treasure was not broken. The phantom of the ancient bell just now was just a manifestation of the natural aura of the Thunder God Bell. The real body of the Thunder God Bell is that ancient bell half the height of a man. A legend immediately realized what had happened and quickly said. But even if it's not the supreme treasure that was broken, the Tangwa Tian forced the Thunder God Bell to reveal its true body with one blow. It's not an exaggeration to say that his strength is heavenly. Another legend was full of amazement. As soon as these words came out, the other foreign martial artists were also shocked when they heard this. Although the phantom of the Big Bell was not the true body of the supreme treasure, it was a manifestation of part of the supreme treasure's power. It was simply incredible that Su Qin could break the phantom of the Big Bell. He actually blocked the golden sun pupil? Su Qin didn't care about the shock of the foreign martial artists. At this moment, he rubbed his eyebrows slightly and looked again at the ancient bell in the deepest part of Raytheon. Just now, when the Thunder God Bell burst out with a vast power, Su Qin opened the golden sun pupil and wanted to directly suppress the supreme treasure in the deepest part of Raytheon with the power of this fire element offensive divine ability. But unfortunately, the power of the golden sun pupil was terrifying, but after colliding with the power of the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell, it quickly melted. I'm still too weak. Even if the golden sun pupil isn't one of the supreme divine abilities of the three-legged golden crow, it's still one of the best among the fire element divine abilities. If my power was 1/10,000th or 100,000th of the three-legged golden crow, I would be able to burn the entire world into ashes, let alone a supreme treasure. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell, blocked his attack not because the golden sun pupil divine ability was weak, but because Su Qin's power wasn't enough to exert the true power of the golden sun pupil divine ability. If so, I'd like to see where the limit of my power lies. Su Qin's blood boiled and his battle intent surged. The golden sun pupil divine ability was only one of his many trump cards. Although it wasn't the weakest, it was still a far cry from the most powerful ones. Just as Su Qin was about to take a step forward, sitting cross-legged under the Thunder God Bell, Raytheon's half-step Earth Immortal Ancestral Patriarch, Lei Dufa, shouted again. Tangwa Tian, the attack just now must have consumed a lot of your energy. If you're willing to back off now, Raytheon's promise still stands. Lei Dufa stared at Su Qin and said word by word. Su Qin used the Great Sun Golden Pupil to attack the Thunder God Bell. Its power was as magnificent as the sky, and it almost shook the treasure. Lei Dufa, who was using the power of his origin spirit to activate the Thunder God Bell, was shocked. However, in Lei Dufa's opinion, Su Qin must have used all his strength to launch the attack just now. He even used a secret technique to increase his power, so he wouldn't be able to launch a second attack in a short time. No need, Su Qin said calmly. He lifted his right foot and put it down gently. His body then disappeared into the void. Then, Su Qin appeared on the Thunder God Island. Boom! It was like a stone falling into the water. Even though Su Qin had destroyed the Supreme Treasure's phantom with the Golden Sun pupil divine ability, the entire Thunder God Island was still within the range of the Supreme Treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Su Qin's appearance on the Thunder God Island was equivalent to competing with the Supreme Treasure for control of the island. Dong! Another terrifying sound of the bell was heard. It was as if the ancient Thunder God had hammered the ancient bell. The sound waves that were visible to the naked eye swept across the deepest part of the Thunder God Island and forced Su Qin to take a few steps back. Not only that, the terrifying sound of the bell continued to spread in all directions. Everywhere it went, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Many martial artists exploded under the terrifying sound of the bell. The Supreme Treasure is too terrifying. The faces of the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace and the other patriarchs turned pale. They hurriedly circulated their genuine vitality to resist the sound of the bell. They were dozens of miles away and Su Qin had suffered 99% of the power. However, the remaining sound of the bell still caused such a great destruction. While countless martial artists from overseas were immersed in the terror of the bell, Su Qin did not retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward and crossed the distance of several miles. Rumble! Su Qin's action seemed to have completely angered the Supreme Treasure, the Thunder God Bell. The terrifying sound of the bell rang one after another. It was as if hundreds of millions of thunderbolts were exploding in one's ears at the same time. Heaven and earth returned to chaos. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Su Qin was not afraid at all. This time, he did not even retreat. He kept moving toward the Supreme Treasure, the Thunder God Bell. During this period, as the sound of the bell continued to intensify, Su Qin's physical body also began to crack as if it could not bear it. The Thunder God Bell was a supreme treasure after all. Even if it was not refined by a Supreme Master, it still had a trace of the Supreme Master's aura to suppress it. Just this trace of aura was enough to make ordinary Earth immortals fear. Su Qin could hold on for so long because his physical body was the Golden Crow divine body, which was far superior to the Dharma body. Moreover, the power of the Golden Crow's origin kept circulating and resisting most of the power of the bell. Even so, Su Qin's physical body began to crack. Divine power, flesh and blood rebirth. With a thought, Su Qin's cracked physical body began to recover in an instant. An extremely vast vitality emerged from the depths of Su Qin's body and constantly repaired his damaged physical body. At the same time, outside the Thunder God Island, countless martial artists from overseas who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Is the Tangwa Tian going to fight the Supreme Treasure head-on? A peak-level myth opened his eyes wide in disbelief. If Su Qin's attack with the golden pupil of the Great Sun was merely to test the power of the Thunder God Bell, then now, Su Qin was approaching the Thunder God Bell alone, which was equivalent to using his flesh and blood to fight against the Thunder God Bell. How was this possible? The recovery of the Tangwa Tian's physical body is unbelievably fast. The ancestral patriarch of the Medicine God Valley sect seemed to have discovered something. During the battle between Lei Xuanzi and Su Qin in Chang'an City, Lei Xuanzi almost cut Su Qin in half with the thunder blade in his hand. At that time, Su Qin also recovered quickly in a short time. However, everyone thought that it was just a special feature of the incarnation. After all, the incarnation had no substance and was formed by the primordial spirit. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it was normal for it to recover quickly. However, as the Thunder God Bell continued to ring, the Tangwa Tian's physical body began to crack rapidly. However, the cracks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was shocking. The physical body was completely different from the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was essentially a spiritual and illusory thing. As long as the primordial spirit had enough energy, it could easily transform into anything. However, the physical body was fixed. The stronger the physical body, the harder it was to recover. But what about Suqin? If the medicine god Valley sect patriarch hadn't seen the cracks on Suqin's body with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that Suqin was injured at all. Meanwhile, Suqin had already reached within 10 meters of the thunder god Bell. This area was filled with the power of the ultimate treasure. It trapped Suqin like a quagmire and tried to refine Suqin with the power of the ultimate treasure. If it weren't for the support of the Golden Crow divine body, which was superior to the supreme treasure and the divine power of flesh rebirth, even a peak-stage earth immortal like Lord Donghai would have been seriously injured, let alone Suqin, who was just a peak-stage spirit-severing stage earth immortal. After all, no matter how powerful a peak-stage earth immortal was, he was not an overlord, and the ultimate treasure was made by an overlord. However, even if Suqin could get within 10 meters of the thunder god Bell, it was still extremely difficult. As the bell continued to ring, Suqin's physical body could not keep up with the speed of recovery. Celestial of the Tang Empire, why are you doing this? If you retreat, I, Raytheon, won't be able to do anything to you even if I have a ultimate treasure. Lei Dufa was sitting cross-legged under the thunder god Bell. Even though he had the protection of a supreme treasure, at this moment, when he saw Suqin walking over step by step under the pressure of the supreme treasure, he was still shocked. Really? I'm already close. Suqin's body let out a faint light. He looked at Lei Dufa, who was sitting cross-legged under the thunder god Bell, and cracked a smile. Close? Lei Dufa was taken aback and was unable to react for a while. The thunder god Bell was the ultimate treasure. Even if Suqin was close enough, what could he do? Tangwa Tian. Lei Dufa calmed himself down and said coldly, if you had just left, you could have escaped unscathed. Although the Thunder God cult had a supreme treasure, even if the supreme treasure really awakened, it would only protect the Thunder God cult and would not actively pursue them. But now, since you dare to enter the range of the ultimate treasure, then stay here forever. Lei Dufa took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood on the Thunder God Bell. All of a sudden, the Thunder God Bell's aura skyrocketed and almost covered the entire world, covering Suqin. This attack was the ultimate treasure's power. Lei Dufa only guided it slightly. What Suqin really needed to face was the Thunder God Bell, the ultimate treasure. You don't understand what I mean. Suqin shook his head slightly and sighed. If I'm close to the ultimate treasure, it means that I've already seen the strongest side of the ultimate treasure. After Suqin finished speaking, he took another step and appeared directly in front of the Thunder God Bell. Then, he stretched out a slender and powerful hand and gently pressed it on the Thunder God Bell under Lei Dufa's incredulous gaze and the countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle. Dong. Another bell sound rang out, but compared to the previous Thunder God's bell sound, this time the bell sound was obviously a bit muffled, as if it came from the outside to the inside. What did you do? Lei Dufa, who was originally confident, seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically. He looked at Suqin as if he was looking at a ghost. And, I'll keep writing today. The Thunder God Bell was very powerful, far more powerful than most of the Dharma treasures Suqin had ever seen. Under the vibration of the bell, everything in the world began to revert to chaos. It was extremely terrifying. However, no matter how powerful the Thunder God Bell was, it was only a sound wave-type Dharma treasure. If it was 10 miles away, it would naturally look down on everything. But once Suqin got close to it, this Dharma treasure would be mostly useless. This was also the reason why Suqin kept getting closer to it even if his body was injured. Dharma treasures of the sound wave-type Dharma treasures were not like swords and sabers. They could be used in close combat or long-distance fights. The Thunder God Bell must be kept at a certain distance from the enemy. For example, at this moment, Suqin's right hand pressed on the Thunder God Bell's body. The continuous vibration of the bell suddenly stopped as Suqin forcibly contained it in the bell. What have you done? Lei Dufa's face changed drastically. Raytheon had refined the Thunder God Bell for thousands of years. Although he did not completely control the Thunder God Bell, he was not far from it. But now, Lei Dufa's primordial spirit had merged with the Dharma treasure and he felt that his connection with the Thunder God Bell was infinitely weakened. Su Qin's eyes were calm and he did not answer. The Thunder God Bell was a Dharma treasure that contained the mark left by the immortal experts. Other than Raytheon, if anyone wanted to control the Thunder God Bell, the first thing they had to do was to erase the mark left by the immortal experts. But it was too difficult. Perhaps for someone like Lord Donghai who stood at the peak of the Earth immortal level, he might be able to erase the mark after a few hundred years. After all, the Thunder God Bell was not the life treasure of the immortal experts. The mark left by the immortal experts was extremely limited. As for other Earth immortals, it was obviously unrealistic to erase the mark left by the immortal experts in a short time. However, what Su Qin was doing now was not erasing the mark, but interfering with Lei Dufa's control of the Thunder God Bell. If Lei Crossing Dharma was an Earth immortal, his primordial spirit could fuse with the ocean of primordial qi. With just a thought, he could mobilize the power of the ocean of primordial qi to operate the divine Thunder Bell. Naturally, Su Qin wouldn't be able to interfere with his control of the divine Thunder Bell. But now, Lei Dufa was just a half-step Earth immortal. He was suppressed by Su Qin in terms of realm and his control over the Thunder God Bell was not impeccable. How could he stop Su Qin? What did the Tangwa Tian people do? He actually placed his right hand on the supreme treasure? This is incredible. The constant ringing of Raytheon's bell has slowed down. Is it because of the Tangwa Tian? Countless foreign martial artists watching the battle were also dumbfounded. The ancestors rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. Is this the power of his physical body? The patriarch of witchcraft's heart was in turmoil. What was a supreme treasure? It was not an exaggeration to say that a Dharma treasure refined by an immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if the Thunder God Bell was not the natal supreme treasure of an immortal expert, it was still not something that an Earth immortal could shake with his physical body. It seems that the physical body of the Tangwa Tian people is more powerful than we thought. Otherwise, even a peak Earth immortal would be severely injured when his physical body gets close to a supreme treasure. How could he be like the Tangwa Tian people, advancing instead of retreating and suppressing the supreme treasure? The patriarch of witchcraft's expression kept changing. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed. The witchcraft people were good at physical bodies. Generations of witch kings had the body of a grand witch, which was much stronger than the Dharma body of an ordinary Earth immortal. However, even a witch king with the body of a grand witch would not dare to get close to a supreme treasure so easily. For a sound wave supreme treasure like the Thunder God Bell, closing the distance would reduce the suppression of the bell sound, but correspondingly, one would have to bear more pressure from the supreme treasure. An Earth immortal with a slightly weaker physical body would definitely not dare to do so. Only Su Qin, who had a strong physical body and the divine ability of flesh rebirth, dared to put himself in such a situation. Break! Su Qin pressed his right hand on the Thunder God Bell and clenched his left hand into a fist. The terrifying qi and blood of the Golden Crow divine body kept collapsing, and then he slammed his fist on the Thunder God Bell. Dong! Another terrifying bell sound spread. Lei Dufa, who was sitting cross-legged under the Thunder God Bell, felt as if his physical body was about to explode. If it were not for his primordial spirit that had merged with the Thunder God Bell and resonated with the aura of his physical body, the bell sound alone would have been enough to completely shatter his physical body into nothingness. Ah 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 ah! Lei Dufa suddenly roared in a low voice. Under the vibration of the bell sound, even the primordial spirit that had merged with the Thunder God Bell was shaken. Tangwa Tian people. You forced me to do this. Let's perish together. Lei Dufa felt that his connection with the Thunder God Bell was weakening and realized that if he continued to drag on, he would not even have the strength to resist. A ruthless look immediately appeared on his face. The next moment, Lei Dufa's body suddenly exploded and a large amount of blood essence poured into the Thunder God Bell. With the support of all the essence blood in his body, the vague connection between the Thunder Crossing spell and the Thunder God Bell suddenly became very clear. In a flash, countless visible Dao inscriptions appeared on the Thunder God Bell. These Dao inscriptions were extremely ancient and carried the energy of the mighty thunder of heaven and earth. Those Daoist patterns condensed into a solid form and transformed into pitch-black lightning. Each of the black thunderbolts crushed the void and seemed to have infinite weight, causing the dimension to explode. The 5 elements' destructive divine thunder. It was even more powerful than the legendary divine thunder of the 9 heavens. This was one of the strongest killer moves contained in the Thunder God Bell. It could condense the divine origin magnet thunder in the world and destroy everything. Even if an Earth immortal possessed a trace of it, he would have a headache. If he didn't get rid of it in time, he might even have to abandon his body. Crack. Countless black thunderbolts spread along the Thunder God Bell towards Su Qin's body. Tangwa Tian people, go to hell. Lei Dufa began to activate the Thunder God Bell recklessly with a crazy look on his face. The Thunder God Bell was a treasure that even an Earth immortal might not be able to activate. If Lei Dufa did not rely on Raytheon's thousands of years of refinement, how could he activate the treasure? However, this time, Lei Dufa's physical body had exploded, and his Yuan Shen had been burned by the destructive metamagnet divine lightning. Once the lightning god bell fell into silence, Lei Dufa wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash from the metamagnet divine lightning. It's meaningless. If you were an Earth immortal, I would be a bit scared. But you're just a half-step Earth immortal. Even if you activate 10 treasures, how could you hurt me, let alone one? Su Qin's eyes were calm. Vaguely, another sun appeared and slowly burned. In the next moment, Su Qin's aura changed and streaks of terrifying lightning energy flowed out. At this moment, Su Qin had already activated the 5 Thunder God Fist. Lightning flashed all over his body, as if he had transformed into real lightning, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, after Su Qin devoured the Thunder Wood and Lei Xuanzi's Thunder Blade, the 5 Thunder God Fist had reached the limit. Su Qin seemed to have turned into a real god of thunder. Every thunderbolt that appears on the Tangwutian's body is close to Lei Xuanzi's ultimate attack. But now, there are more than 1,000 thunderbolts on the Tangwutian's body. Does this mean that it's equivalent to 1,000 Lei Xuanzi's? The ancestral patriarch of the Snow God Palace was shocked. The other ancestral patriarchs of the exalted sects were also shocked. Although they knew that Su Qin was very strong and could shake a supreme treasure with his body, they now realized that they had underestimated Su Qin. What did it mean to have 1,000 Lei Xuanzi? It was equivalent to 1,000 Earth immortals. This force was enough to dominate overseas. Even in the last Essence Qi Tide era, it was enough to suppress a region. Of course, the few ancestral patriarchs who were barely conscious also knew that each thunderbolt on Su Qin's body was only close to Lei Xuanzi's. Even so, all the thunderbolts added up were equivalent to dozens of Lei Xuanzi's. This number of Earth immortals was still shocking. Rumble. As Su Qin fully operated the 5 Thunder God Fist, all the lightning in the world was under his control. When the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Divine Thunder, on the Thunder God Bell, spread to Su Qin's body, they were all swallowed up. In the end, Su Qin's aura soared again, and the sun in his eyes burned fiercely again. It was almost as strong as the sun in the sky, and the terrifying power of the flame burned everything. And just when Su Qin's aura reached its peak, under the endless flames, a 3-legged divine bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. The terrifying power of the flame increased by another level, completely enveloping the Thunder God Bell that was blooming with thunder. Buzz. It was as if the sun had fallen. An unprecedented scene appeared on the Thunder God Island. The 3-legged divine bird spread its wings and flew, opening its mouth and raising its head. Countless flames spewed out, and the Thunder God Bell, which had been suppressed by the endless flames, suddenly burst out. 99 faint purple thunderbolts exploded, constantly colliding with the endless power of the flame and melting it. This was the thunder crossing technique, which directly burned the primordial spirit to stimulate the power of the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Otherwise, when Su Qin fully activated the power of the Great Sun picture, the Thunder God Bell would have been suppressed. The chi of heaven and earth continued to evaporate, and even the void began to distort. Countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle only felt that everything in front of them had become blurry. The terrifying aura spread wildly in all directions, and a small number of martial artists who could not evacuate in time were directly turned into powder. As the aftermath spread, many peak mythical level martial artists who were watching the battle suddenly realized something. Whether it was divine consciousness, domain, or even primordial spirit, they could not get close to the Thunder God Island. What's going on? What's the situation now? Between the Tangwa Tian and the Supreme Treasure, the Thunder God Bell, who won in the end? Many overseas martial artists who were watching the battle were obviously nervous. What happened just now was obviously the outcome of the battle between Su Qin and the Thunder God Bell. The outcome of this battle would be related to the current situation in the world. If Su Qin won, the major sects would completely submit to Su Qin, and even the witchcraft would be no exception. After all, the Supreme Treasure was useless to Su Qin. How could the witchcraft resist Su Qin? However, if Su Qin lost, it meant that there was still a chance for things to turn around, and the major sects would still be able to look down on the world again one day. The power of the Supreme Treasure overshadows the world. The Tangwa Tian is just an earth immortal. How can he compete with the power of the Supreme Treasure? Some patriarchs even had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, and some of them even hoped that Su Qin and the Supreme Treasure would perish together. Time passed slowly. Just as countless warriors from overseas were staring at the Thunder God Island, a voice suddenly rang out. The chi of heaven and earth that had been constantly exploding finally calmed down, and the distorted illusion also returned to its original state, revealing everything on the Thunder God Island. Su Qin's left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was slightly raised. A palm-sized ancient bell floated above his palm in an extremely obedient manner. He was just standing there, and the vast world seemed to be under his feet. In the vast world, only I am invincible. P.S. Also, I'm writing. I'll post it before midnight. The Tangwa Tian has suppressed Raytheon's ultimate treasure. A pinnacle myth stared blankly at Su Qin, who was standing in the air, and the ancient bell suspended in his right palm. Although this ancient bell was only the size of a palm and was completely different from the previous Thunder God Bell, the ancient and boundless aura it exuded was no different from the ultimate treasure Thunder God Bell. How can the Tangwa Tian be so strong? A high sex grand ancestor muttered to himself. Even though they had made all kinds of guesses before, they only dared to predict that the Tangwa Tian would be able to retreat from the ultimate treasure's power unscathed. As for suppressing the ultimate treasure, they had never thought of it. What was an ultimate treasure? Although it was a treasure left behind by a void-shattering ultimate powerhouse that contained the ultimate powerhouse's aura and imprint, it was still not something an ordinary earth immortal could deal with, even if it was not as good as the ultimate treasure that the ultimate powerhouse had painstakingly refined. But now? Su Qin had suppressed Raytheon's ultimate treasure Thunder God Bell with his monstrous strength. It was simply shocking. Since the end of the last vitality tide, such a thing had never happened in the past 10,000 years. In the 10,000 years of overseas inheritance, there was no lack of earth immortals who fought their way to the mountain gates of the great sections. But without exception, they were all frightened away by the ultimate treasure's aura. Who could suppress the ultimate treasure like Su Qin? The Tangwa Tian is no longer the strongest in the world. The witchcraft's grand ancestor sighed softly. He looked at the godlike figure standing on Thunder God Island with an inexplicable shock on his face. Grand ancestor, why do you say that the Tangwa Tian is not the strongest in the world? A witchcraft disciple next to him was puzzled. The Tangwa Tian should be invincible now, right? The strongest in the world is the one who humiliated the Tangwa Tian. The patriarch of witchcraft glanced at his disciple, took a deep breath, and continued, since ancient times, no one can compare to the Tangwa Tian. The patriarch of witchcraft said. The expressions of the other patriarchs changed. Since ancient times, 10,000 years had passed. No one could compare to the Tangwa Tian. The patriarch of witchcraft thought too highly of Su Qin. One had to understand that it was easy to become unrivaled in the present age. One only needed to be like Su Qin and beat many great sects into submission. However, it was almost impossible to become the strongest for 10,000 years. There was no first place in literature. There was no second place in martial arts. Since they were both earth immortals, who could say with certainty that they would be able to defeat the other party without fighting in person? More than a dozen earth immortals had emerged from overseas for 10,000 years. All of these earth immortals were truly amazing. If they were not restricted by the environment where the heaven and earth's essence chi was still, they might have the hope of becoming the strongest. Who would dare to claim to be invincible in the face of such world-shaking powerhouses born in different eras? Even if Su Qin's strength really surpassed these dozen Earth immortals, as long as they did not fight and clearly defeated the other party, he could not be called invincible. However, at this moment, the patriarch of witchcraft truly believed from the bottom of his heart that Su Qin was really invincible in the past 10,000 years. Because in the past 10,000 years, no Earth immortal had ever been able to suppress a supreme treasure. Now that Su Qin had done it, it meant that Su Qin was the strongest. He was not invincible in the past 10,000 years. Who was invincible in the past 10,000 years? Many patriarchs also looked up at Su Qin with complicated emotions in their eyes. Some were fear, some were curiosity, some were panic, and so on. However, without exception, there was awe in the depths of everyone's eyes. Whoosh! Su Qin's figure slowly descended and stepped on the Thunder God Island. Is this the supreme treasure? Su Qin stared at the ancient bell suspended in his palm with a slightly solemn expression. In order to suppress this supreme treasure, Su Qin had almost activated the picture of the great sun to the extreme and almost transformed into the shadow of the supreme divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, and also consumed a lot of qi and blood power of the golden crow divine body. However, as the Thunder God Bell was suppressed, Su Qin's body started to recover quickly. The golden crow body seemed to have transformed into a real sun, crazily absorbing all the light and heat from all directions. Endless fire element yuan qi crazily surged over. For a moment, many overseas martial artists who were watching the battle from afar felt like the sun in the sky had dimmed. The golden crow divine body was a kind of physique that was naturally condensed with the help of the golden crow's origin after the picture of the great sun was completed. It was a kind of supreme physique that could rapidly transform into the real golden crow divine body as the picture of the great sun continued to advance. No matter how much energy was consumed, as long as it was under the great sun, it could quickly recover. Raytheon did not unleash the true power of the supreme treasure, otherwise, it would not have been so easily suppressed by me. Su Qin carefully looked at the floating ancient bell in his palm, and thought silently in his heart. Now, even if he just casually looked at the Thunder God Bell a few times, Su Qin could feel the monstrous power contained in the bell. If this power was controlled by an Earth immortal, it would be more than 10 times or 100 times stronger than Lei Dufa. As for the primordial spirit that belonged to Lei Dufa in the depths of the ancient bell, naturally, it had already collided with Su Qin and disappeared. What a pity. I can only suppress this supreme treasure. As for the real use of it, I need to remove the imprint inside. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. A supreme treasure refined by a supreme expert, even if it was just a casual refinement, would leave behind a trace of imprint. Without the permission of the imprint, it was almost impossible for an outsider to control this supreme treasure. Raytheon also relied on the last Vitality Recovery era to bear the legacy of his predecessors and was given the supreme treasure Thunder God Bell by a supreme expert, which was passed down to this day. The same was true for the Daoyi sect and the witchcraft. Other Earth immortals, even those at the peak of the Divine Ruins realm, would need hundreds of years to slowly remove the imprint inside the supreme treasure, but I am different. As long as I can awaken a few more fire-type supernatural powers, I can forcibly refine the imprint inside the supreme treasure. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. After all, the supreme expert who left behind this Thunder God Bell had probably died of old age long ago. How could the imprint he casually left behind withstand the refinement of fire-type supernatural powers one after another? Of course, looking at the world, even including the last Vitality Recovery era, only Su Qin had the confidence to do so. After all, using supernatural powers to refine the imprint was very extravagant even for the supreme experts. Only Su Qin, who had the sign-in system, could obtain one incredible supernatural power after another. Just as Su Qin put away the supreme treasure Thunder God Bell and was preparing to study it in the future, the ancestral patriarch of the Daoyi sect turned into a stream of light and quickly came in front of Su Qin. He bowed deeply and said, "The 36th sect master of the witchcraft, congratulations on obtaining a supreme treasure that is invincible since ancient times." The ancestral patriarch of the witchcraft used to be the 36th sect master of the Daoyi sect. His cultivation had also reached the level of a half-step Earth immortal, but at this time, he bowed respectfully in front of Su Qin like a respectful servant. If Suqin could suppress Raytheon's supreme treasure, he could also suppress witchcraft's supreme treasure. If the Summon sect disrespected Suqin in any way because of the supreme treasure in their sect, Raytheon's fate was a good example, with the ancestral patriarch of the witchcraft leading the way. Soon, the second, third, and fourth ancestral patriarchs flew over and bowed respectfully to Suqin. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme treasure that is invincible since ancient times. Countless other overseas martial artists did not dare to get too close to Suqin. They could only stay where they were and bow to Suqin from afar. Their roars shook the heavens and earth. For a moment, the overseas martial artists knelt on the ground in the sky and on the ground, as if they were worshipping an immortal god. These overseas martial artists knew very well in their hearts that regardless of whether they were willing or not, after today, the days of the great sects looking down on all living beings would probably never return. The Tangwa Tian people would surpass the people of the great sects and become the masters of the world. Suqin, who was worshipped by countless overseas martial artists, did not show any abnormalities. He waved his hand and said, "All of you, leave." No matter when, Suqin knew that only his own strength was fundamental. If he had not suppressed the supreme treasure and destroyed Raytheon, it would be good enough if these overseas martial artists did not hit him when he was down. How could they possibly worship him? All of you, leave as well. The land of the great battle is the territory of the Empire of Tang. You and the great sects can enter, but you must abide by the laws of the Empire of Tang. Suqin's gaze swept across and looked at the ancestral patriarchs of the great sections. As you command. When the ancestral patriarch of witchcraft heard this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly continued to bow. The meaning of Suqin's words was obviously that he would not prevent the disciples of the great sects from entering the land of the great battle. In this way, even if the vast majority of the great opportunities that appeared in the land of great battle fell into Suqin's hands, the great sects and great sects would still be able to drink some soup. It was better than nothing. Perhaps in the future, if they are valued by Suqin and receive his rewards, it is possible for them to soar to the sky. Since you all know, all of you can leave. Suqin said faintly. He did not mind these disciples of the great sects entering the Empire of Tang. After all, if the Empire of Tang wants to quickly adapt to the recovery of the vitality tide, the most effective way is these great sections. Only by thoroughly integrating many of the great sects into the Empire of Tang and becoming a part of the Empire of Tang can the Empire of Tang grow stronger at the fastest speed. Yes. The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and immediately left Thunder God Island. It was not until everyone left Thunder God Island that Suqin looked at the depths of Thunder God Island. Raytheon has been passed down for thousands of years. Whether it is the foundation or other things, it is far better than Wanjian school. In this way, I think the Dao accumulation it has accumulated should be enough. A look of anticipation appeared on Suqin's face. From the beginning to the end, Suqin did not forget that he came in person this time not only to settle the score with Raytheon, but also because of Raytheon's treasure land. Even Wanjian school, a sect with a heritage of more than 4,000 years, brought Suqin such a harvest, let alone Raytheon. Let's put all the sign-in opportunities for this period of time here. Suqin thought quickly in his heart while walking towards the depths of Raytheon. P.S. The third update of 10,000 words has been completed. Looking for monthly boats. Thunder God Island was huge. As the territory of Raytheon, a great sect that had been passed down for thousands of years, Thunder God Island was 500 miles in size. In addition, the island was covered with countless heaven and earth arrays, including killing arrays, maze arrays, illusion arrays, and so on. If an ordinary legend accidentally fell into these arrays, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Unfortunately, the countless heaven and earth arrays on Thunder God Island were destroyed by the aftermath of Suqin's suppression of the Thunder God Bell. Even if there were a small number of heaven and earth arrays on Thunder God Island, how could they deal with Suqin? Along the way, Suqin did not find any Raytheon disciples. As early as when Suqin broke the 9-layered killing array, most of Raytheon's disciples fled, while the remaining few Raytheon's disciples also fled when they saw Suqin suppress the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Even those disciples who were extremely loyal to Raytheon did not have the thought of revenge. Suqin was too strong. He broke Raytheon's 9-layered killing array with just a wave of his hand. Even if Raytheon's previous celestial beings were resurrected, they would not be Su Qin's opponent, let alone them. The only thing these Raytheon's disciples could do was to escape to other places and survive to protect Raytheon's inheritance. Su Qin was of course clear about this. As long as he wanted, he could spend some time to kill all Raytheon's disciples. Even if these disciples fled to the ends of the earth, it would be difficult for them to escape the lock of the eyes of truth. The world was vast and there were countless creatures, but there was only one aura. Su Qin had observed all the auras on Thunder God Island with the eyes of truth long before he attacked Raytheon. With the ability of the eyes of truth, as long as Su Qin had seen a certain aura, he could lock onto it from a distance. But Su Qin was too lazy to do so. First, it was because of disdain. Even if these Raytheon disciples managed to escape, so what? Raytheon had flourished for tens of thousands of years, but wasn't he still trampled by Su Qin? Now, relying on these disciples of Raytheon who were not even peak mythical creatures, how could they threaten Su Qin? Secondly, Raytheon had been destroyed. Even if Su Qin didn't do anything, there would be countless large sects from overseas that would take the initiative to hunt down these disciples who had escaped to curry favor with Su Qin. This is Raytheon's most important location? Su Qin suddenly stopped and looked ahead. At this moment, Su Qin was in a vast white jade square, and in the center of the square stood a statue of a god that was hundreds of meters tall. This statue, just standing there, exuded an ancient and boundless aura. The moment Su Qin saw the statue, it was as if he saw a vast sea of thunder, with pale golden thunderbolts surging in the depths of the thunder. This should be the ultimate powerhouse that Raytheon worships? Su Qin touched his chin, and his mind quickly recovered. In the last vitality recovery era, Raytheon should be related to a certain ultimate powerhouse, and the Thunder God Bell was given by that ultimate powerhouse. However, Su Qin speculated that Raytheon should not have a deep relationship with that ultimate powerhouse. Otherwise, the ultimate powerhouse would not have given him the Thunder God Bell, but his life treasure. Strictly speaking, when one's martial arts enters the Earth God Immortal realm, he can no longer be considered a martial artist. His primordial spirit is integrated into the Sea of Vitality, and his body is replenished by the power of the Sea of Vitality. His lifespan is more than 1,000 years, and he has stepped into a higher level of life. Su Qin looked at the statue in the distance, and his mind was in turmoil. As for the ultimate powerhouse, Su Qin shook his head slightly and fell into deep thought. In Su Qin's view, the ultimate powerhouse of the void-shattering realm was no different from the gods in myths and legends. Shattering the void and opening up the world, if this was not an immortal god, then what was? Just as Su Qin was looking at the statue of the ultimate powerhouse, the result of the battle on Thunder God Island spread in all directions like a hurricane. Countless martial artists who heard the news were shocked, and their hearts were cold from inside out. Raytheon has been passed down for thousands of years. No matter how strong the Tangwatian people are, how can they so easily trample on a sect of this level? The pinnacle myths who did not have time to rush to Thunder God Island to watch the battle trembled. Could it be fake? Another myth realm martial artist doubted. Because Su Qin's annihilation of the Thunder God sect was too incredible. Since the end of the last world Xianxia tide, the Thunder God sect had been standing at the top of the endless sea islands. It was unknown how many disasters they had encountered, but they had survived them all. How could they possibly fall in Su Qin's hands? Fake? How could it be fake? The Tangwatian people broke the 9-layered killing array on Thunder God Island with just a wave of their hand, and in the end, they even resisted Raytheon's treasure with their flesh. Countless people saw it with their own eyes. How could it be fake? Immediately, a myth stood up and sneered, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the other great sects and ask them if they dare to be disrespectful to the Tangwatian people." For a time, the entire overseas martial arts world was in an uproar. Su Qin had trampled on Raytheon, and especially suppressed Raytheon's treasure. The strength he showed could be said to be domineering, shaking heaven and earth. From now on, who in the world would dare to be enemies with Su Qin? I'm afraid that only the legendary immortal sect has an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tangwatian people. An old martial artist sighed and said slowly. Immortal sect. The other martial artist's pupils shrank. About the immortal sect, although it was a secret in the overseas martial arts world, it was not unknown. Before the end of the last vitality tide, the powerhouses had escaped into the immortal sect with their respective inheritances. Now, thousands of years had passed, and the vitality chi in the mortal world was still, and even the earth immortals had not appeared for thousands of years. But within the immortal sect, it was likely that the flourishing period of the last vitality tide was still maintained. Not to say that there were powerhouses, but the number of earth immortals was definitely far more than the mortal world. The Empire of Tang, Chang'an City. Third brother has trampled on Raytheon again? The Emperor of Tang sat on the dragon throne, his eyes wide in disbelief. When Su Qin left Chang'an City, he did not tell the Emperor of Tang and the others. Therefore, in the eyes of the Emperor of Tang, Su Qin was still cultivating in seclusion. But now, there was suddenly news that Raytheon had been trampled by Su Qin, and the shock in the Emperor of Tang's heart was imaginable. That's right. The old man Feiyu stood next to him, and a look of shock also appeared on his face. Originally, Su Qin's killing of Xianxia, an earth immortal, had already shocked the world. Something like this had never happened before. After all, since the end of the last vitality tide, it was difficult for an earth immortal to appear in 1,000 years. In the same era, there had never been two earth immortals, let alone two earth immortals fighting each other. But now, even the high and mighty Raytheon, who had been passed down for thousands of years, was trampled on by Su Qin. It was simply shocking. One must know that Raytheon had a lot of heritage, and even had a supreme treasure to suppress it. If an earth immortal wanted to trample on Raytheon, he would have to face the supreme treasure head-on. But how was this possible? The supreme treasure was even left behind by a powerhouse. Even in the last vitality tide era, it could still dominate a place. How could an earth immortal be able to do anything to it? Third brother's means are getting more and more unimaginable. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a while, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. Su Qin trampled on Raytheon, which was equivalent to crushing the last bit of confidence of the major sections. Originally, Su Qin's killing of Xianxia was extremely revered by a major sect like the witchcraft, but they still had a way out. At worst, they could just retreat to the sect. Anyway, with the supreme treasure suppressing it, at least for hundreds of years, the earth immortals would not be able to break in. But now, Su Qin had trampled on Raytheon and suppressed Raytheon's supreme treasure. A major sect like the witchcraft would inevitably tremble, fearing that Su Qin's next target would be them. How could they dare to disobey the Empire of Tang? The Empire of Tang's major sects submitting to the Empire of Tang would also be of great benefit to the development of the Empire of Tang. Although the major sects were not countries, they had thousands of years of heritage and had witnessed the rise and fall of many dynasties. If they could borrow the power of these major sects, it would be enough to raise the Empire of Tang to a new level in a short period of time. Come. Summon all the ministers to the Taiji Palace. The Empire of Tang paced back and forth in the Longevity Hall. Finally, he looked at the eunuch and said, "I have something to announce." Just as the Empire of Tang was preparing for its grand plan. In the extreme north of the overseas martial arts world, there was a lack of vitality here. Even though the vitality of heaven and earth had begun to recover, it did not spread to this place for a while. At this moment, an indomitable stone gate suddenly appeared, as if it had manifested from the depths of the void and slowly appeared in the mortal world. The next moment, the stone gate shook and a gap opened out of thin air. 5 figures walked out of it. There were men and women, old and young among these 5 figures. Their aura flowed and was faintly connected to the vast and endless sea of vitality. And just as these 5 people walked out of the gap, a terrifying spatial storm was brewing behind them. One after another, spatial fragments that could tear the void apart constantly collided with the 5 people. However, all the spatial storms and spatial fragments within 10 meters of the 5 people seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force and quickly dissipated. I didn't expect the void passage connecting our immortal sect and the mortal world to be so terrifying. I don't know how many spatial fragments are hidden. If it weren't for this token left by a supreme expert, I'm afraid we would have been smashed to pieces long ago. A tall burly man had a trace of lingering fear on his face. Even if he had already stepped into the earth immortal realm and his primordial spirit was connected to the sea of vitality, the power of his every move was like that of heaven and earth. But in front of the omnipresent power of space, he was as weak as a speck of dust. You're wrong. At this moment, another weak-looking young man in a scholar's robe shook his head and said, if we didn't have the token, with our strength, it wouldn't be as simple as smashing to pieces if we wanted to pass through the void passage. At the very least, our bodies and souls would be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, the burly man who spoke at the beginning was silent. It was obvious that he agreed with what the weak-looking young man said. The power of space was the power of the strong. It was omnipresent and could crush everything. Not to mention them, even the earth immortals at the peak of the divine ruins realm couldn't resist the power of space. P.S. There's more at night. As expected, the vitality in the human world is recovering. At this moment, a young man narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance as he spoke in a low voice. That's right. The rest of them looked at each other and were all shocked. A few decades ago, their elders had sensed the vitality in the human world through a secret treasure and speculated that vitality was recovering. Therefore, they did not hesitate to use the token left behind by the strongest cultivators 10,000 years ago to let them come to the human world to see if the vitality in the human world was really recovering. This is a truly complete great world. Although our small world is full of vitality and spiritual vigor, it still can't compare to the human world after 10,000 years. A woman who was as cold as ice, wearing a veil, said with a soft sigh. In terms of vitality and spiritual vigor, even after 10,000 years, the small world of immortals was still far superior to the mortal realm. Vitality and spiritual vigor were important to the cultivation of land immortals, but it was not the only thing. Land immortals needed to comprehend the heaven and earth, and in this aspect, the small world of immortals could not be compared to the mortal realm. Even though the vitality in the human world was still and the laws had withered, it was still a complete great world. Alright. Let's cut the crap. Since we've confirmed that the vitality in the human world is recovering, let's go back to the sacred land and inform the human world of everything that has happened. The brawny man in the beginning looked at the cold woman in the veil and asked, Tyene Fairy, what do you think? This time, the five of them relied on the token in the hands of Tyene Fairy to safely pass through the void passage and come to the human world. Therefore, if they wanted to go back now, they still had to rely on the token in the hands of Tyene Fairy. Otherwise, without the token, even if they were from the immortal sect, they would not be able to pass through the void passage. After all, the void passage was filled with the power of space and could crush everything. No. Tyene Fairy's mind moved, and a fist-sized token appeared in front of them and spun. This Tyene token was left behind by the strongest cultivator of the Tyene sacred land. It contains a certain degree of space power, enough to offset the power of space outside. But when it was protecting us through the void passage just now, it consumed more than half of the space power inside. The remaining space power is not enough to send us back to the immortal sect. Tyene Fairy shook her head. What? Then what should we do? Could it be that we can't go back? The other 7 people's expressions changed slightly. They bore the risk of being crushed by the power of space and crossed the void passage to check if the vitality of the human world had begun to recover. Once they brought the news back to the Holy Land, they would definitely be rewarded. However, this was on the premise that they had to return to the immortal sect. If he couldn't return to the immortal sect, the so-called reward would naturally disappear. Don't worry. Tyene Fairy glanced at everyone and said, the power of space is everywhere. You only need to place this Tyene token for a period of time, and the power of space inside will naturally be replenished. I see. They heaved a sigh of relief. Wait for a while. The young-looking man frowned slightly, but then he relaxed and said, everyone, are you interested in finding a great opportunity with me? As soon as he said this, including the ice-cold Tyene Fairy, the other 4 all looked at the young man. To be able to be called a great opportunity by the young man, it would at least involve a peak earth immortal in the divine ruins realm. And such an existence, even in the immortal sect, was a supreme giant. Only the sacred lords of the various holy lands had a chance of meeting such an existence. What kind of great opportunity is it? The tall man couldn't help but ask. Do you know about the War God Temple? The young man smiled mysteriously and whispered. War God Temple? The other 4 people's pupils suddenly shrank. War God Temple? If I remember correctly, the master of the War God Temple was an ultimate expert. He spent a lot of money to build the War God Temple. The space inside is vast, and legend has it that the ultimate expert's treasure is hidden inside. Tying Fairy pondered for a while and said. When the other three heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. This was the ultimate expert's treasure. How rare was it? In the immortal sect, which one of them wasn't the foundation of the various holy lands? It was impossible for disciples like them to even touch it, let alone obtain it. That's right, it's the War God Temple. The young man nodded slightly and replied. But this War God Temple is guarded by a demonic dragon. This demonic dragon is a demon at the peak of the divine ruins. It has a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline and is guarding the War God Temple. Even if we find the War God Temple, we can't defeat the demonic dragon and force our way in. Tying Fairy's voice was still cold as she said faintly. In the previous Vitality Tide era, there were Earth Immortals who wanted to attack the War God Temple, but all of them were chased out by the demonic dragon inside. The master of the War God Temple had once set a rule that only those in the myth realm could enter the War God Temple. As for the ultimate experts, if the ultimate experts forced their way into the War God Temple, it would directly cause the space in the War God Temple to collapse. This was also the rule set by the master of the War God Temple. Although the ultimate experts had mastered the power of space, with the vastness of the space contained in the War God Temple, once it began to collapse, even if the ultimate experts didn't die, they would definitely be lost in the space storm. It was precisely because of this that no ultimate expert had entered the War God Temple during the previous Vitality Tide era. After all, for the ultimate experts, they could get any treasure they wanted. Why would they take the risk of getting lost and force their way into the War God Temple? Hee hee. A smile appeared on the young man's face as he said, if it was during the previous Vitality Tide era, I naturally wouldn't mention the War God Temple. But now that more than 10,000 years have passed, even if the demonic dragon in the War God Temple really has the bloodline of the dragon clan, the Shoyuan is probably about to be exhausted, right? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the rest of the dead people's faces suddenly lit up. Indeed. Although the Shoyuan of the demon clan was far superior to the human clan, it was not really endless. I have a secret technique that can sense where the War God Temple is, but I need the cooperation of others, the young man said with a smile. However, we haven't entered the mortal world for more than 10,000 years. If we randomly search for the War God Temple, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate? Tying Fairy was still a little hesitant. Although the War God Temple was a great opportunity, their most important task at this time was to bring the news of the recovery of the Vitality Tide back to the immortal sect. Fairy, don't worry. It won't take too long. As for the mortal world, a disdainful look appeared on the young man's face. The Vitality Chi has been dormant for such a long time. Even if the Vitality Chi has begun to recover, how many experts can it give birth to? Even if they have a complete inheritance of the ultimate expert, under the dormant Vitality Chi, they can only barely enter the Earth God Immortal realm. As the young man spoke, a strong sense of arrogance appeared in his words. They were all disciples of the immortal sect and cultivated the cultivation methods left behind by the ultimate expert. How could they be interested in the mortal world where the Vitality Chi was dormant? That's true. Tying Fairy pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. She was not worried about the young man having any other thoughts. The Tying token was a decree left behind by the ultimate expert of the Tying Holy Land. Only Tying could activate it now. Unless the young man did not plan to return to the immortal sect, he would definitely not deceive her. Just as the disciples of the immortal sect's holy land were looking for the War God Temple. In the depths of the Thunder God Island, Suqin carefully walked around the entire Thunder God Island. Once again, he returned to the center of the square in front of the 100-feet-tall statue. Although the Thunder God Island is a few hundred miles in size, there are only 380 places suitable for signing in. Suqin sat cross-legged under the statue and thought to himself silently. Even though the Thunder God Island had existed for tens of thousands of years, not every place could have Dao connotation. The location of Dao connotation was not as simple as a place that had existed for a long time. Otherwise, if a random stone had existed for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't it be fine for Suqin to sign in directly in front of the stone? Why would he have to go through so much trouble to find a place to sign in? Dao connotation was invisible and intangible. It was even more illusory than the power of space. Not every place could bear Dao connotation and even accumulate Dao connotation continuously. I wonder what kind of surprise these 380 check-ins will bring me. Su Qin's face was filled with anticipation. Let's start signing in now. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. He raised his head and looked at the 100-feet-tall statue in front of him. According to Su Qin's estimation, this statue should have accumulated a large amount of Dao connotation. It was very likely that it was the place with the densest Dao connotation among the 380 places on the island. Therefore, he was prepared to sign in here first. Thinking of this, Su Qin calmed down and finally said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the ancient thunder pool. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Qin's ears. Ancient thunder pool? Su Qin's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what the ancient thunder pool was for, the word ancient gave Su Qin a heavy sense of pressure. This kind of pressure was something that even a supreme treasure like the Thunder God clock didn't have. Thinking of this, Su Qin's mind quickly merged with the system space and found a pool of a few meters in size in a corner. To be precise, although this pool was shaped like a pool, it wasn't filled with clear water. It was filled with extremely dense and completely liquefied lightning. This is the ancient thunder pool? Su Qin only looked at it with his mind and felt a faint sense of numbness. He looked at it carefully and saw that every drop of water in the pool was condensed by pale golden lightning. And the further he looked, the deeper he looked, the darker the color of the lightning water. Blue, purple, black. There was no clear boundary, but it was clearly evolving, revealing an extremely terrifying sense of destruction. After a long time, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. This primordial lightning pool is truly incredible. Su Qin only looked at it for a while and felt that his 5 Thunder God fist had reached another level. An inexplicable look of amazement appeared on his face. The ancient thunder pool was terrifying. Although it was only a few meters in size, the rippling pool water was actually compressed to the extreme of liquefied lightning. How incredible was that? Lightning was not a physical object. Even if it was the most ordinary heavenly lightning Dao land immortals might not be able to compress it into liquefied form. Moreover, the liquefied lightning in the ancient thunder pool was at least at the level of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Not bad. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was obviously very satisfied. Although the ancient thunder pool was not a divine treasure, it was definitely more precious than ordinary divine treasures. The rippling pool water in the ancient thunder pool alone contained an unknown amount of lightning energy. If a lightning Dao land immortal obtained it, with the help of the pool water, he would be able to reach the peak of the divine ruin realm in a few hundred years. In addition, the material of the ancient thunder pool itself was also extremely mysterious. It was faintly covered with inexplicable patterns as if the great Dao of heaven and earth had been imprinted in it. In fact, compared to the thunder pool water, Su Qin valued the thunder pool itself more. After all, to be able to carry so many liquefied thunder pools at the same time, even the life treasure of an utmost master would not be able to do so. If I have time during this period, I can use the liquefied lightning in the ancient thunder pool to cultivate the 5 Thunder Divine Fist. Su Qin made up his mind. As early as a few decades ago, Su Qin had already cultivated the 5 Thunder Divine Fist to greater mastery. His body was bathed in lightning and tempered with the terrifying power of lightning. However, after obtaining the Thunder Calamity Wood and many other lightning Dao treasures, the 5 Thunder Divine Fist continued to improve and surpass the limit. Until now, even Su Qin himself did not know what level the 5 Thunder Divine Fist had reached. The only thing Su Qin knew was that even the legendary 9 heavens divine thunder that only lightning Dao land immortals could master could not hurt him at all. This did not mean that Su Qin was far beyond lightning Dao land immortals, but his body had been tempered by a large amount of lightning Dao land immortals and had a certain degree of immunity to lightning Dao land immortals. However, the most important thing now is to take a step further and enter the true realm. Su Qin's expression suddenly became serious as he thought quickly. The Earth Immortal Realm was divided into 3 levels: Spirit Severing, Origin Returning, and the Final Ruins of God. Although the gap between each level was not as wide as the gap between Myth Realm and Earth Immortal Realm, it was still not easy to cross it. Su Qin was able to easily suppress Lei Xuanzi, not only because he had a powerful trump card, but also because Su Qin was superior to Lei Xuanzi in terms of cultivation level. When Lei Xuanzi attacked Chang'an City, he had just entered the Earth God Immortal Realm and stepped on the threshold of the Separating God Realm. Su Qin was already at the peak of the Separating God Realm at that time. There was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of strength and realm. If I want to enter the true realm, the first thing I have to do is to combine all my strength into one. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. When he was walking around the Thunder God Island just now, he naturally browsed through the countless ancient books collected by the Thunder God sect. In addition to recording the various cultivation methods passed down by Raytheon, these ancient books were more about the comprehension of martial arts cultivation passed down from the last Vitality Tide era. In the heyday of the last Vitality Tide, there were countless experts. Although the Earth Immortals dominated a region, there were also many of them. There were also supreme experts who could break through the void and were comparable to the immortal gods. The ancient books passed down from this prosperous era of martial arts naturally made Su Qin feel a lot of emotions. Origin Returning. What is Origin Returning? All the strength in one place, the strength of the primordial spirit, the strength of chi and blood, and even the strength of the domain. Su Qin's thoughts turned as he kept pondering. Although it was simple to say that one could enter the true realm by combining all the strength in one place, it was still extremely difficult to do it. Putting aside the strength of the domain, just the strength of the primordial spirit and the strength of the body were two completely different forces. Wanting to combine these two forces was no different from fusing fire with fire. Of course, the strength of the true realm was not really fusing. Instead, it was using different forces to complement each other and exert a stronger combat strength. Let's give it a try first. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In his body, the strength of the primordial spirit began to gather. At the same time, the strength of chi and blood emerged from the depths of his body. The two forces slowly merged under Su Qin's control. However, in the next moment, the moment the strength of the primordial spirit came into contact with the strength of chi and blood, it suddenly began to evaporate violently. It was like water meeting fire and quickly boiling. This won't do. It's impossible to combine the primordial spirit and chi and blood. After many attempts, Su Qin opened his eyes and frowned. Just as he had guessed at the beginning, chi and blood were completely different from the primordial spirit. They were even completely opposite forces. Normally, they coexisted in Su Qin's body and did not interfere with each other. Naturally, nothing would happen. But now, Su Qin wanted to forcefully combine them and found a problem. Even though the two came from the same source, they instinctively repelled each other. If Su Qin forcefully did this, the result would be that the two forces would continue to dissipate and evaporate. In the end, it would even cause Su Qin's strength to regress. There must be another way. Su Qin clearly did not panic at all. Instead, he was thinking calmly. Since there were martial artists who could enter the true realm during the previous Vitality Tide, he could naturally do it too. The reason why this happened must be because he had neglected some details. If it's just combining the strength of chi and blood and the primordial spirit, it's naturally difficult and almost impossible. But what if I add the power of the domain? In a flash, Su Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. The domain did not belong to the primordial spirit, nor did it belong to the body's chi and blood. It was a brand new power, especially the domain of an Earth Immortal. It could easily cover a distance of 100 miles. Within the domain, Su Qin was omnipotent and could easily control all the power of heaven and earth. If I let the power of the domain mediate the rejection of the strength of chi and blood and primordial spirit, it's equivalent to combining these three forces at the same time. The more Su Qin thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Other than the power of the domain, Su Qin really could not think of any other way to forcefully combine the primordial spirit and chi and blood. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Su Qin was completely immersed in the process of primordial spirit. The lifespan of an Earth Immortal was more than 1,000 years, and Su Qin was even the Shouyuan for 2,000 years. This was under the premise that he did not consume the immortal fruit, the peach of immortality. A mere year was just a flash for Su Qin. And just as Su Qin was trying to break through the bottleneck and enter the true realm, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, 5 figures suddenly appeared. These 5 figures were flying in the air and were vaguely connected to the vast sea of vitality in the depths of the void. They were the 5 people who came out of the immortal sect. This is it. I used the Sacred Land's secret method to track them. The last location where the War God Temple appeared was here. Among the 5, the young man looked at the void with a trace of fanaticism on his face. P.S. There's more at night. Kunlun Mountain. 5 Earth Immortals from the Immortal Sect were standing in the void. Their aura was profound, like a vast ocean that shrouded in all directions. Such a movement naturally alarmed many martial artists who were entrenched on Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was a famous mountain in the world. After the recovery of the Vitality Tide, it gathered the Vitality spiritual vigor within a radius of hundreds of miles. It attracted many martial artists in the world to cultivate in seclusion. Even the Empire of Tang sent an army to be stationed here. Therefore, when the 5 Earth Immortals appeared on the top of the mountain without any concealment, they immediately attracted the attention of others. Almost in an instant, dozens of figures rose into the sky and flew toward the top of the mountain. 5 unfamiliar faces, presumably from overseas sections. However, Kunlun Mountain is an important place of the Empire of Tang. Any overseas martial artist who wants to enter Kunlun Mountain must get permission from the Empire of Tang. I wonder if the 5 of you. A thin-faced old man cupped his hands politely to the 5 people. The thin-faced old man was a legendary martial artist born in the local martial arts world of the Empire of Tang. He was at the 2nd heavenly layer and had a very high status among the martial artists of Kunlun Mountain. It had been a year since Su Qin destroyed Raytheon. In this year, many martial artists of the Empire of Tang had gradually accepted the overseas major sections. Due to the deterrence of Su Qin, no one from the major sects dared to cause trouble in the Empire of Tang. It was because of this that the thin-faced old man did not immediately attack the 5 people. Instead, he asked them about their intentions. Otherwise, they would have been encircled and suppressed if they broke into Kunlun Mountain without permission, especially at the most important peak of Kunlun Mountain. The Empire of Tang? What's that? Why do we need the permission of the Empire of Tang to come here? The brawny man among the 5 said carelessly. Your Excellency, don't talk nonsense. The skinny old man's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. He stared coldly at the burly man. Now, the Empire of Tang ruled the entire land of war. With Su Qin, a celestial being, even the rebellious sects overseas had to behave themselves and act according to the rules set by Su Qin. However, not only did the 5 people in front of him break into Kunlun Mountain without permission, but they also showed disrespect to the Empire of Tang in their words. Are you ordering me around? The burly man narrowed his eyes and looked at the skinny old man. In an instant, the thin old man took a few steps back and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. Too weak. If it was in the past, an ant like you would have long since been annihilated. However, I'm in a good mood now, so why aren't you scramming? The burly man looked at the rest of the crowd. His voice was like thunder, deafening even the deaf. A terrifying aura spread out and directly sent many of the Kunlun Mountain martial artists who had rushed over flying. From today onwards, this mountain range will belong to me. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy. The burly man casually stretched out his right hand and gently slammed it into the distance. In an instant, the world's vitality boiled, the earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the boulders and vegetation were all crushed into powder. The entire Kunlun Mountain was shaking. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, countless martial artists quickly left Kunlun Mountain in fear. At that moment, they felt as if the world had collapsed and their bodies were trembling. Who is that person? How can he have such strength? The thin old man's face was pale without a trace of blood. He and several other legends hurriedly retreated to the outside of Kunlun Mountain and looked in the direction of the mountain peak in shock. The burly man was too strong. With just a glance, he was able to severely injure a second heavenly layer legend like the thin old man. Moreover, he was still holding back. After that, he gently pressed down and directly shook the entire Kunlun mountain. Such means, even those pinnacle legends couldn't do it, right? Kunlun Mountain was a famous mountain in the world. The mountain range was majestic and towering. Even a group of pinnacle legends would find it difficult to shake it. But that burly man not only shook it, but also seemed to be holding back. Celestial being. That burly man is also a celestial being. The old man with a thin face took a deep breath and said word by word. A few years ago, he was fortunate enough to go to Chang'an City and witnessed the battle where Su Qin killed Lei Xuanzi with his own eyes. At this time, the aura that the burly man revealed when he attacked was somewhat similar to Lei Xuanzi a few years ago. It was also vast and magnificent. It was also like heaven and earth. Celestial being? The other myth realm martial artists suddenly opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe it. What kind of existence was a celestial being? Even overseas where martial arts were flourishing, it was rare to see one in 1,000 years. How could one appear out of thin air? Moreover, what made everyone even more terrified was that it was not the burly man who appeared on the top of Kunlun Mountain just now, but 5 people. These 5 people were all side by side with the burly man and were obviously not weaker than the burly man. If the burly man was a celestial being, wouldn't the other 4 also be celestials? In other words, 5 celestials had come to Kunlun Mountain? When they thought of this, everyone, including the thin old man, felt a sense of absurdity. Celestials were high and mighty and rarely appeared in 1,000 years. But now, not only did another celestial being appear, but 5 of them at once. This was simply shocking. Originally, they thought that it was already rare to see 2 celestials, Su Qin and Lei Xuanzi, coexisting in one lifetime, but now 5 of them had appeared. These 5 people should not be from overseas. At this time, another myth realm martial artist whispered. If there were still celestials in the overseas martial arts world, and there were 5 of them, how could they submit to Su Qin? No matter where these 5 celestials come from, I'm afraid this world is going to change again. The thin old man barely calmed down and looked at the top of Kunlun Mountain with a trace of worry on his face. Now that the world had just stabilized for a year, there were 5 suspected celestials. This was extremely unfavorable for the rule of the Empire of Tang. It was even very likely to set off a fight between Earth immortals again. Kunlun Mountain Peak. All the irrelevant people have been chased away. The burly man glanced at the other 4 people, and a trace of contempt appeared on his face. It seems that this world has completely declined. The strongest person in the group just now is just a second-layer myth. Such martial artists are even inferior to the outer disciples of our holy land. Don't be careless. The weak young master in a scholar's robe shook his head and said, just now, that group of people mentioned the Empire of Tang. A few months ago, I heard something. The Empire of Tang is not simple. There is a celestial being in charge. And this celestial of the Empire of Tang has a record of killing another celestial being. He can't be underestimated. The weak young master said with a solemn expression. Oh? There is a celestial being in the world? The burly man raised his eyebrows, and then said indifferently, even if there is a celestial being, so what? 10,000 years ago, the strongest of our holy land entered the immortal sect and brought most of the treasures and divine skills in the world with us. And after 10,000 years, some of the powerful inherited divine skills have long been lost. Even if there is a celestial being born, how can he be compared to us holy land disciples who have many trump cards? The burly man laughed and didn't care at all. Even among Earth immortals, there were differences in strength. The Holy Land disciples in the immortal sect were definitely the strongest group. They had many divine skills passed down by the strongest. How could other Earth immortals compare? That's true. A smile appeared on the weak young master's face. All right. No need to argue. Tying Fairy's voice was cold. She looked at the young man beside her who had been staring at the void and said, before the War God Temple appeared, it would merge into the depths of the void. Without a specific method, even the strongest cultivators might not be able to lock onto the War God Temple in the void. I want to know, why do you think you can find the War God Temple? Tying Fairy's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. The War God Temple was a super-large spatial Dharma treasure refined by the strongest. Although it wasn't an ultimate treasure, it was more precious than some ultimate treasures. Back then, in order to refine the War God Temple, the master of the War God Temple searched the world and even spent a small mountain of space crystals. Space crystals were only born in the space storms in the depths of the void. Only the strongest had the ability to tear the space apart and search for space crystals. However, ordinary space crystals were at most the size of a fist. As for space crystals the size of a small mountain, they had only appeared a few times since ancient times. The War God Temple that was made with space crystals the size of a small mountain contained much more space than other spatial Dharma treasures. Moreover, it could accommodate living things. If the rules of the world were infused into it, it might evolve into a small world like the Immortal Sect. Don't worry. My secret technique was made by the master of the War God Temple. It can sense and even summon the War God Temple that is hidden in the depths of the void. However, in order to activate this secret technique to the limit, you need at least the strength of the true realm. However, if the 5 of us work together, we should be able to reach the threshold of the true realm and summon the War God Temple from the depths of the void. The young man didn't hide anything and spoke truthfully. I see. Tying Fairy's eyes flashed. She didn't continue to ask why the young man had the secret technique left behind by the master of the War God Temple. Next, I will teach you the secret technique. After you are familiar with it, the 5 of us will work together to activate the secret technique. The young man quickly taught the secret technique to the other 4. The secret technique wasn't complicated. In fact, it was a little simple. However, if the young man didn't teach it, the other 4 wouldn't have been able to understand this secret technique. Alright. Let's start together. The young man sat down cross-legged. Tying Fairy and the other 4 also sat down. The Dharma power in their bodies began to slowly circulate along a special path. Buzz. Just as the 5 of them activated the secret technique together, they felt their minds begin to rise infinitely. In an instant, they broke through the space barrier and arrived in the depths of the void. Where is this? Tying Fairy and the others narrowed their eyes and quickly reacted. After all, they were all Earth immortals. Their primordial spirits had long merged with the vital chi-si. They were no stranger to the depths of the void. However, the place where their minds were at now was obviously not the vital chi-si, but a deeper level of the void. That is? At this moment, the burly man suddenly exclaimed. The other 4 instantly followed the burly man's gaze. They saw a majestic palace quietly standing in the depths of the void. The palace seemed to have merged with the space. When the space fragments that could tear everything apart came into contact with the palace, it was like a stone falling into the water. There were only a few ripples. The War God Temple. This is the legendary War God Temple. When the young man saw this scene, his eyes suddenly flashed with intense passion. The other 4 were shocked. The way the War God Temple existed was too terrifying. One should know that this place was in the depths of the void. It was filled with a large amount of space power. Even an ultimate treasure would be torn apart by the space fragments if it stayed here for too long. However, the War God Temple had stood here for thousands of years. Come with me. Use the secret technique to bring the War God Temple back to the human world. The young man suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and shouted in a low voice, waking the other 4. At this moment, they were only using the secret technique to bring their minds to the void near the War God Temple. If they wanted to enter the War God Temple, this alone was not enough. Only when the War God Temple returned to the human world would they have a chance to enter the War God Temple. No problem. The burly man and the others looked at each other and used the secret technique again. Suddenly, the War God Temple that stood still and seemed to have existed for eternity seemed to be summoned and slowly moved toward the human world. It works. When the young man saw this, he was shocked. The scene he was most worried about was attracting the attention of the demonic dragon inside when he was guiding the War God Temple. However, now it seemed that the War God Temple had no resistance at all. It was obvious that the demonic dragon had died of old age. Otherwise, if the demonic dragon was still alive, how could the War God Temple still move? At the same time, In the depths of Thunder God Island, under the 1,000-foot-tall statue, Su Qin sat cross-legged. The power of his primordial spirit and the power of his physical body's qi and blood began to slowly return to their origin under the grinding of the territory power. Vaguely, a brand new power rose. Compared to the power of his primordial spirit or the power of his physical body, this power was much more vast and majestic. If Su Qin had not controlled it in time, most of the entire Thunder God Island would have been crushed by this power. My guess was indeed correct. If I want to enter the true realm, the only way is to use the territory power to neutralize the repulsion between my qi, blood, and primordial spirit. Su Qin's mind moved as he kept controlling the primordial spirit and qi and blood in his body. However, my qi and blood power is too strong. Even if the territory power can neutralize the repulsion between my primordial spirit and myself, the speed is greatly reduced. Su Qin frowned slightly. If he was only at the Dharma body stage, he would be able to completely enter the true realm within a few years with the power of his territory power. Unfortunately, Su Qin's physical body was not an ordinary Dharma body. It was the Golden Crow divine body. Moreover, it had been tempered by the lightning power in the ancient lightning pool for a period of time. It could be said that it far surpassed ordinary Dharma bodies. How majestic was the qi and blood power produced by this physical body? Even if it could be affected by the power of the territory power, it would be as slow as a turtle. Looks like I have to cultivate my territory power. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought to himself. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head and looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Someone is touching the War God Temple? Su Qin's face was filled with surprise. When the 5 people from the Immortal sect used a secret technique to activate the War God Temple hidden in the depths of the void, Su Qin immediately sensed something and looked up in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Decades ago, Su Qin killed the demonic dragon on the peak of Kunlun Mountain and refined the entire War God Temple, becoming the new master of the War God Temple. How could any unusual movement of the War God Temple be hidden from Su Qin? However, Su Qin was only at the myth realm at that time. Even if he managed to refine the War God Temple, he couldn't take it away. Therefore, he left the War God Temple in the depths of the void at the peak of Kunlun Mountain and planned to take it away when he reached the Earth God realm. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that the War God Temple would be activated before he went to Kunlun Mountain. The spatial treasure refined by the War God Temple is hidden in the depths of the void. Even I, the Master, couldn't take it away when I was at the myth realm. Others can forget about it. Su Qin didn't leave for Kunlun Mountain immediately. He could feel that the War God Temple was slowly coming to the mortal world. Even if everything went smoothly, it would take a few hours for it to descend to the mortal world. Such a long time was enough for Su Qin to rush back. Besides, the War God Temple had already been refined by Su Qin. Without Su Qin's permission, even if the War God Temple appeared in the mortal world again, no one could enter. Is it an Earth God? And it's not an Earth God who has just entered the spirit severing stage? Su Qin's expression was thoughtful. He believed that he had reached the peak of the myth realm. With the Golden Crow divine body, he could even fight an Earth God. But even so, he couldn't take away the War God Temple, let alone other peak mythical realm experts. Perhaps only an Earth God realm expert had a chance of leading the War God Temple, and this was based on the premise that they had already locked onto the specific location of the War God Temple in the depths of the void and had the relevant secret technique to activate the War God Temple. Interesting. When did an Earth God appear in this world? Su Qin touched his chin, his eyes still calm as he muttered to himself. Forget it. I've been in seclusion for a year. It's time to go out. Su Qin pondered for a while. Then, he slowly stood up and stretched his body. Whoosh. Su Qin's internal organs began to emit a faint glow. His skin became crystal clear, just like green jade. His entire body seemed to emit the sound of moonlight. His surging qi and blood left his body and soared into the sky. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles was suppressed by the terrifying qi and blood power. If other pinnacle mythics were to pass by, they might not even be able to fly. After a year of cultivation, although Su Qin was still at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, he was half a step into the true realm. In addition, during this year, Suqin also signed in all the more than 300 sign-in locations on the Thunder God Island and obtained countless treasures to improve himself. It could be said that even if Suqin didn't use the hundreds of trump cards, just the strength of his physical body, chi, blood, primordial spirit realm, and other forces were enough to be on par with a true realm land immortal. Only behind a primordial spirit avatar and continue to sign in on the Thunder God Island. With a thought, Suqin separated a large amount of primordial spirit power from his body, forming a primordial spirit avatar. A spirit-severing realm land immortal could split their primordial spirit and form a primordial spirit avatar. However, land immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing realm were unwilling to do so because it would reduce their strength. Moreover, the primordial spirit avatar would take a lot of time to recover. But Suqin was different. After so many years of signing in, Suqin had obtained countless divine pills and elixirs that could replenish the primordial spirit. He didn't care about the primordial spirit power at all. He would be able to recover it in less than an hour. Of course. At this time, Suqin's primordial spirit avatar was only a pure primordial spirit avatar. Its combat strength was not even comparable to a land immortal, but it was more than enough to sign in on the Thunder God Island. It's a pity that a land immortal can only create 3 avatars at most. Now, with this primordial spirit avatar on the Thunder God Island, I've already used 2. Suqin shook his head slightly. Although the avatar he created in the myth realm used the demonic will split parasitism technique, it was still an avatar. It's time to take back the War God Temple. Suqin raised his head and looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. He took a step forward and disappeared from the Thunder God Island. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 land immortals from the immortal sects sat cross-legged. Their auras were vaguely connected to a certain location in the depths of the void. Suddenly, at this moment, the 5 land immortals suddenly opened their eyes and stared at a certain corner of the void. The next moment, rumble. A majestic and vast palace slowly appeared from the depths of the void. The War God Temple is coming out. The young man calmed down and couldn't hide his excitement. After several hours of non-stop operation of the secret technique, they finally pulled the War God Temple out from the depths of the void. This is the War God Temple? The War God Temple that so many land immortals in the Divine Ruin realm yearned for. The other 4 people's eyes were also burning. Even Tyene Fairy, who was as cold as ice, had a touch of excitement on her face at this moment. Although the War God Temple was a spatial treasure, the space contained in it was many times more than other supreme-grade spatial treasures. The value of the War God Temple alone surpassed the life treasure of an ultimate expert, not to mention the treasures left behind by the master of the War God Temple. If we bring the War God Temple back to the Holy Land, we'll definitely be rewarded by the Holy Land. With these rewards, I'm afraid it's enough for us to enter the Divine Ruins realm. The tall and muscular man's face was full of excitement. One should know that even in the immortal sects with countless powerhouses, Divine Ruins realm land immortals were extremely rare. All of them were holy lords of the various holy lands, and their means were extremely powerful. Among the 5 people from the immortal sects, even Tyene Fairy, who had the highest status and held the Tyene token left behind by an ultimate expert, only had a glimmer of hope to enter the Divine Ruins realm. As for the other 4, they might be able to become true realm land immortals after a few hundred years. As for the Divine Ruins realm, it was absolutely impossible. Divine Ruins realm land immortals had already begun to touch the power of space. Although touching the power of space and controlling the power of space and finally shattering the power of space were worlds apart, there was still a qualitative difference between them and true realm land immortals and spirit-severing realm land immortals. In order to enter the Divine Ruins realm, in addition to having enough talent and opportunity, they also had to use the Holy Land's foundation to help them touch the power of space. If the Holy Land wanted to do this without hesitation, there was only one possibility, and that was to make a great contribution to the Holy Land. This was also the reason why there were only a few Divine Ruins realm land immortals in the immortal sections. And if they brought the War God Temple back to their respective Holy Land, it would obviously be a great contribution. The War God Temple was a super-large spatial treasure refined by an ultimate expert that surpassed a life treasure. If this wasn't a great contribution, then what was? But I heard that the heavenly being from the Empire of Tang had once entered the War God Temple. At this moment, the frail young master seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, "Do you think the treasures in the War God Temple have been taken away by the Tangwa Tian?" A trace of worry flashed across the frail young master's face. Even if they obtained the War God Temple, it was impossible for them to keep it. In the end, they would have to hand it over to their respective sects because they couldn't activate the War God Temple at all. However, the treasure in the War God Temple might not be the same. What if that treasure was some kind of divine scripture? After they comprehended it, they could hand it over to the Holy Land in exchange for credit. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? A supreme expert didn't hesitate to build a super-large spatial treasure like the War God Temple to store a divine scripture. It was definitely a shocking divine scripture. As soon as the frail young master said this, the expressions of the other 4 people changed slightly. Indeed, the frail young master's worry was not without reason. Humph. The tall man snorted coldly. What kind of existence is the War God Temple? Even in the last Vitality Tide era, no one had ever taken away that important treasure inside, let alone now. The burly man glanced at the other 4 people and saw that they were still worried. He grinned and said, "Even if that celestial from the Empire of Tang really took away the treasure, so what? At worst, we can join forces to attack Chang'an City, suppress that celestial, and force him to hand over the treasure. Isn't that enough? How can a mere celestial from the age of Dharma's end be a match for us disciples of the Holy Land? If the 5 of us join forces, what can that Tangwa Tian do to resist?" The burly man's tone was full of confidence. If it were other disciples of the Holy Land who took away the treasure, it would be a little troublesome, but the Tangwa Tian. Without the support of the Holy Land, and with their strength inferior to theirs, what could they do even if they got the treasure? Wouldn't they just hand it over to them? That's true. The other 4 people nodded slightly when they heard this, and the worry on their faces had obviously dissipated. And just as the 5 of them were talking, the towering and vast palace that slowly emerged from the depths of the void completely led them to the top of Kunlun Mountain. In an instant, a terrifying and direct pressure shrouded and spread out. However, the 5 people present were all Earth immortals. Although they were not used to this pressure, they could accept it. At least, their strength would not be suppressed like the Myth Realm martial artists. "Let's go in together." The young man carefully looked at the War God Temple, and a smile appeared on his face. He was about to step in. The other 4 followed closely behind. Suddenly, at this moment, Tyene Fairy's face changed slightly, as if she had sensed something. She suddenly raised her head and looked in a certain direction. Under Tyene Fairy's incredulous gaze, heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a dazzling golden sun slowly rose from the distant horizon. It was almost impossible to describe this sun with words. It seemed to reflect the sun in the sky. The light illuminated the earth so that all objects within 100 miles could be seen. That is? The other 4 people also realized that something was wrong and looked in shock. They saw a slender and tall figure walking out of the sun. His facial features were blurry and could not be seen clearly. His eyes seemed to be faintly burning with discussion, and his chi and blood soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It was Su Qin. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the old man with a thin face and many other martial artists were talking in low voices, guessing the origin of the 5 people from the immortal sect. But the next moment, the world dimmed. There was a sun shining above the sky, but at this moment, there seemed to be another sun in the world. The 2 suns stood side by side, and the terrifying aura shook the world. Is that the Tangwa Tian? Several legends saw the tall and slender figure walking out from the sun, and their voices trembled as they spoke. Even if the figure's face was blurred and seemed to be shrouded in fog, no martial artist on the scene dared to forget its overwhelming aura. Why did the Tangwa Tian suddenly come? Some of the legends swallowed their saliva in disbelief. Since the celestial being of the Tang Empire destroyed the Thunder God sect and suppressed the overseas martial arts world, he had never made a move again. Countless warriors who wanted to meet the celestial being of the Tang Empire could only wait outside Chang'an City. Some people guessed that the Tangwa Tian should be in seclusion and would not set foot in the mortal world for at least a few decades. After all, even a myth realm martial artist might spend a few years or even a decade in seclusion, let alone an immortal like the Tangwa Tian. But even so, a large number of martial artists still gathered outside Chang'an City. These martial artists were like pilgrims, waiting for Su Qin to come out of seclusion. However, these martial artists outside Kunlun Mountain never dreamed that Su Qin would suddenly appear here. It seems that the 5 celestial beings led the Tangwa Tian people here. The old man with a thin face forced himself to calm down and thought quickly. Although the old man with a thin face did not know the origin of the 5 people from the immortal sect, the Tangwa Tian people came not long after they arrived here. If there was no connection between them, how could it be possible? Just when the old man with a thin face and the other myths were in doubt. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 people from the immortal sect who were just about to enter the war god temple all looked at Su Qin with a solemn face. Su Qin's aura was too terrifying. The terrifying power of qi and blood was almost like the sun. If it were not for the fact that the 5 people from the immortal sect were all earth immortals and disciples of the Holy Land with many means, they would have been turned into powder under the ocean like aura. Petty tricks. The burly man among the 5 was the first to lose control. His aura began to rise, and a wave of qi surged out of his body. As a disciple of the immortal sect's Holy Land, how could he be suppressed by Su Qin for no reason? Rumble. The moment the burly man's aura erupted, it collided with Su Qin's aura. Immediately, the entire Kunlun Mountain began to shake. Even the many martial artists far away from the Kunlun Mountain felt their qi and blood solidify. Their knees trembled and they could only retreat. Boom. The burly man's face turned pale and he suddenly took a few steps back. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Su Qin's aura and even suffered some injuries. Seeing this scene, the weak young master next to him narrowed his eyes. He knew the strength of the burly man very well. He was at the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage and with his many means, he was not too far away from the late stage of the spirit-severing stage. But now, he was quickly defeated in the battle of aura. As expected, Su Qin stepped forward step by step and arrived at the top of Kunlun Mountain in an instant. There was an inexplicable whirlpool in the depths of his eyes as he sized up the 5 people from the immortal sect. You should be from the immortal sect, right? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he said faintly. Although the 5 of them did not say a word, Su Qin observed with the eye of truth and found that not only were the 5 of them in the earth god immortal realm, but their auras were also abnormally stable. It was obvious that they had been in the earth god immortal realm for a long time. Whether it was the overseas martial arts world or the other continents, even if an earth god was born, it was impossible for them to be unknown until now. For example, Lei Xuanzi returned to Raytheon not long after he stepped into the earth god immortal realm and used his great magic power to fill the sea and create land. Immortal sect? The weak young master was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He cupped his hands at Su Qin and said, "May I know which immortal sect's holy land you are from?" In the opinion of the weak young master, Su Qin's aura was terrifyingly powerful, and his qi and blood were soaring. It was obvious that the cultivation method he cultivated belonged to the divine art category. It was very likely that it was the inherited divine art of the immortal sect, and this kind of cultivation method could only be found in the immortal sect. Therefore, the weak young master guessed that Su Qin should also be from the immortal sect. Although the immortal sect was a small world created by the immortal sect's holy land and was far less vast than the human world, it was still the size of more than a dozen overseas martial arts worlds, and many of them were holy lands. That's right. I also want to know which holy land nurtured such a peerless genius like you. Taiyin Fairy, who was at the side, looked at Su Qin and said slowly. The Taiyin Holy Land had a special secret method that could roughly estimate a martial artist's bone age based on their aura. However, this secret method was easily affected by the strength of both parties. Even so, Taiyin Fairy could vaguely sense that Su Qin's real age should not be more than 500 years old. One had to know that even in the immortal sect, a 500-year-old earth god was considered a genius, not to mention that Su Qin was not just an earth god. From the exchange of auras with the strong man just now, Taiyin Fairy concluded that Su Qin might already be at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. A peak spirit-severing stage less than 500 years old. This was enough to be compared to the holy sons and holy daughters of the various holy lands. Which holy land? A smile appeared on Suqin's face. He shook his head and said, I'm not from the immortal sect. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 people from the immortal sect, including Tyene Fairy, suddenly froze. Are you that heavenly being from the Empire of Tang? The weak young master quickly reacted and stared at Suqin as he asked word by word. I don't care if you're from the Tang Tian or not. The fight just now doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. The strong man next to him recovered. He strode forward, raised his right hand, and smashed it fiercely at Suqin. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The strong man's punch faintly communicated with the Sea of Vitality. In an instant, the endless power of the Sea of Vitality poured down like a flood and swept towards Suqin. Fellow Taoist man, you is going all out? When the young man saw this scene, he looked at the other 3 people with a look of surprise on his face. In a fight between Earth Immortals, unless it was a real life and death battle, they would not completely release the power of the Sea of Vitality. After all, the Sea of Vitality was too vast. It was also a great burden for Earth Immortals to completely affect the Sea of Vitality. He's a little stronger than Lei Xuanzi. Suqin looked at the strong man's punch and commented. The strong man's punch was indeed powerful. It carried a part of the power of the Sea of Vitality. Even if this part of power was only a small part of the Sea of Vitality, it was enough to topple the sky for other creatures. However, in Suqin's eyes, the strong man's punch was only a little stronger than Lei Xuanzi's. Suqin stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. An invisible aura condensed and seemed to pierce through the void, quietly rushing towards the strong man. Rip. The strong man's expression suddenly changed. His right fist began to tremble, and his body kept retreating. In the end, he barely stopped and looked at Suqin with horror. Tyene Fairy and the others noticed that the strong man's right hand behind his back was faintly trembling. With just one blow, Man Yu, who was at the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, suffered a serious injury. One had to know that this was not the previous confrontation of aura, but the strong man was still defeated when he attacked with all his strength. Fellow Taoist, even if you are not a member of the immortal sect, since you know about the immortal sect, you must know what it means. Aren't you afraid of the sacred ground behind us? The young man looked at Suqin with a faint trace of fear in his eyes. Suqin defeated Man Yu with just one move. He was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. He might even have touched the true realm. Even if the young man and the others had the trump cards from their respective sacred grounds and thought that they were stronger than Man Yu, they were not willing to provoke a powerhouse like Suqin. After all, with the strength that Suqin had displayed, even if they joined forces and relied on various trump cards, it would be easy to defeat Suqin. However, it would be very difficult to suppress or kill Suqin. If Suqin managed to escape and they entered the War God Temple, it would definitely be troublesome if the other party attacked again. Fellow Taoist is indeed powerful. Even if you are not a member of the immortal sect, you are qualified to explore the War God Temple with us. The weak young master squeezed out a smile and said slowly to Suqin. There are great opportunities in the War God Temple and even treasures left behind by powerhouses. If you are interested, you can join forces with us to enter. The weak young master said with a bright smile. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why the 4 of them didn't immediately join forces to suppress Suqin was that they were worried that Suqin would escape. However, if Suqin entered the War God Temple with them, wouldn't he completely lose his chance to retreat? At that time, wouldn't Suqin still be under their control in the War God Temple? Thinking of this, the young man also said with a kind face, that's right. Fellow Taoist, you probably don't know what the War God Temple is. It is something that even the Divine Void Stage Land Immortals in the last Vitality Tide era yearned for. If you get the treasures inside, you might have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse in the future. However, before the young man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Suqin. I know about the War God Temple. Suqin smiled and looked at the majestic palace behind the 5 people from the immortal sect. He said casually, I came for it this time. As soon as Suqin finished speaking, Before the 5 people from the immortal sect could react, he waved at the majestic war god temple. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the 5 people from the immortal sect, the war god temple, which was originally motionless and seemed to exist for eternity, suddenly shone brightly and suddenly rose up. It kept shrinking and finally turned into a stream of light that landed on Su Qin's right hand and spun. This? The 5 people from the immortal sect were dumbfounded. They spent a year searching the world to confirm the location of the war god temple. Then, they even took the risk to merge their essence spirits into the depths of the void and used a secret art to pull the war god temple out with great difficulty. In the end, they were full of expectations and prepared to enter the war god temple to obtain a great opportunity. In the end, the war god temple ran to Su Qin's hands? At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 people from the immortal sect watched as the war god temple rose up and landed in Su Qin's hands obediently, allowing him to play with it. You? The young man was stunned on the spot. He looked at Su Qin with a gaze full of confusion. The reason why he volunteered to leave the immortal sect and come to the human world was not only because of the Holy Land's order, but also because of the war god temple. He predicted that the demonic dragon in the war god temple would not be able to last for 10,000 years. Even if it did not die of old age, it would be close to dying. At this time, if they entered the war god temple, they would be able to suppress the demonic dragon and take the war god temple. In fact, that was indeed the case. Decades ago, when the war god temple appeared, the demonic dragon's strength had already fallen to the myth realm. It was because of this that he was killed by Su Qin. Otherwise, if the demonic dragon still retained the strength of an earth immortal, Su Qin would have definitely turned around and left. The young man had predicted everything, including the demonic dragon's Shuyuan and the location of the war god temple. However, the young man did not expect that after overcoming all difficulties and experiencing all kinds of dangers, he finally found the war god temple. However, just as he was about to enter, the war god temple flew into Su Qin's hands of its own accord. How could the young man accept this? You refined the war god temple? The young man's lips moved as he stared at Su Qin and asked. Now that the war god temple flew out of its own accord, there was no other possibility other than being refined by Su Qin. Only by refining the war god temple and becoming its master could one control the war god temple like it was their own arm. Refining the war god temple? The expressions of Tyene Fairy and the other 3 changed. The war god temple and even the experts had spent a lot of money to refine a spatial Dharma treasure. The space inside was vast, and it was much more than the so-called supreme-grade spatial Dharma treasure. It was easier said than done to refine such a spatial Dharma treasure. Even their initial plan was only to temporarily take the war god temple, bring it back to the immortal sect, and hand it over to the Holy Land. At that time, they would consider how to refine it. Not bad, Su Qin revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the spinning war god's temple in his palm. Among all magic treasures, spatial magic treasures had always been the rarest. This was because only supreme experts who had mastered the power of space had the ability to refine spatial magic treasures. A few years ago, Su Qin had also received a spatial artifact, the Void Gourd, from the stargazing tower of the Imperial Palace. However, the space contained within the spatial gourd was only the size of a palace. How could it compare to the war god hall? Su Qin sized up the war god temple a few times, and with a thought, the war god temple entered his body. When the 5 people from the immortal sect saw the war god shrine disappear, their hearts sank, especially the young man. He had already regarded the war god shrine as his possession. Now that the war god shrine had fallen into the hands of others, one could imagine the unwillingness in his heart. Since fellow Taoist has refined the war god shrine, you are naturally the owner of the war god shrine. However, we worked hard to leave the immortal sect and searched the world to find the war god shrine. If fellow Taoist takes the war god shrine away without a word, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? When the young man said this, his eyes narrowed slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Qin. He continued, I wonder if fellow Taoist can give up his treasure and hand over the war god shrine to us. Of course, we won't take fellow Taoist's things for free. When we return to the immortal sect, we will naturally report fellow Taoist's contributions to the Holy Land. The young man said slowly. Although his tone didn't fluctuate much and seemed to be discussing with Su Qin, the threat was obvious. When the other four heard the young man's words, their hearts skipped a beat. The young man was obviously prepared to force Su Qin to hand over the war god shrine. He even didn't hesitate to mention the Holy Land. Realizing this, young Master Wenrua, Manyu, and the other two spread out and surrounded Su Qin. Although Su Qin had just shown the strength to defeat Manyu, one had to know that there were 5 of them. Su Qin could defeat Manyu, but how could he block the 5 of them together? An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Su Qin took away a treasure like the war god shrine in front of him. He couldn't blame them for snatching it. Oh? You want me to hand over the war god shrine? Su Qin looked at the young man and said calmly, what if I refuse? Refuse? The young man smiled with a murderous look. If fellow Taoist refuses, then let us join forces and experience fellow Taoists' means. As soon as these words came out, young Master Wenrua and the others' aura slowly rose. Although they hadn't completely erupted, they vaguely blocked Su Qin's path of retreat. The war god shrine was too precious. If they could bring the war god shrine back to the immortal sect, young Master Wenrua and the others would definitely be rewarded by the immortal sect. At that time, they might have a chance to enter the Divine Ruins realm. In order to become an Earth Immortal in the Divine Ruins realm in the future and become a powerhouse in the immortal sect, it was only possible to take back the war god shrine. Of course, this was also because the strength Su Qin displayed was still at the spirit-severing stage. Although the value of the war god shrine exceeded the life treasure of an ultimate expert, it was still a spatial dharma treasure and didn't have any offensive power. Otherwise, if Su Qin didn't refine the war god shrine but a treasure, no matter how bold young Master Wenrua was, he wouldn't dare to make a move on Su Qin. A spirit-severing stage Earth Immortal with a treasure, even if it wasn't a life treasure, could still fight a true stage Earth Immortal, not to mention that Su Qin was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. In that case, you can stay here today. Su Qin's eyes were deep as he said faintly. Although the 5 people from the immortal sect were powerful, and any one of them was stronger than Lei Xuanzi, Su Qin was even stronger. Not to mention that after a year of hard work, he had already faintly touched the true stage. Even if he was still at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, he wasn't something that the 5 Earth Immortals could compare to. You sure talk big. The young man sneered. Then, young Master Wenrua and the other 2 took a step forward together. In an instant, a majestic aura soared into the sky, spreading to every corner of Kunlun Mountain and crazily spreading in all directions. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the thin-faced old man and the other legends seemed to have sensed something and their hearts trembled. Even though they didn't see what happened on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, they could feel the boiling killing intent from the rapidly boiling aura. They're about to make a move. The Tangwa Tian people are about to fight with the 5 Earth Immortals. The thin-faced old man only felt that his heart was in his throat. Several Earth Immortals were fighting at the same time. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. In the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, Earth Immortals were extremely rare. A fight between Earth Immortals had never happened before, let alone 6 Earth Immortals at the same time. The other legends were also very excited. To be able to witness the fight between several Earth Immortals, for legends like them, it was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can the Tangwa Tian people stop the 5 Celestials? The Tangwa Tian people are invincible in the world. The 5 Celestials shouldn't be able to do anything to the Tangwa Tian people. That's not necessarily true. These are 5 Celestials. When they join forces, the sky will fall and the earth will crack. How can the Tangwa Tian people stop them? The legends were discussing in a low voice, but most of them thought that Su Qin shouldn't be a match for the 5 Celestials. After all, the 5 Celestials joining forces was simply unimaginable and unheard of. Even if Su Qin's divine power shook the world, how could he stop them? At this time, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, as the young man's aura rose, the other 4 people no longer held back. Their aura rose steadily, like a vast ocean, sweeping towards Su Qin. In the depths of the void, the Yuanqi Ocean rippled, forming waves like tornadoes. With the 4 people as the center, 4 huge eyes of the storm were formed. At this moment, the Xianxia ocean in the depths of the void began to boil faintly. A terrifying aura followed the layers of void and came to the mortal world. However, among the 5 people from the immortal sect, Tyene Fairy still didn't make a move. She quietly looked at Suqin, who was surrounded by the 4 people. Tyene now had a very high status in the Tyene Holy Land. To her, although the War God Temple was important, it wasn't indispensable. Even without the War God Temple, she still had the chance to enter the Divine Ruins realm. Therefore, she naturally wasn't like the young man and the other 4 who had to enter the War God Temple. And the reason why Tyene Fairy didn't make a move was that she couldn't see through Suqin. According to Tyene Fairy's secret technique, Suqin's true bone age was definitely not more than 500 years old. Such a peerless genius with unlimited potential actually came from the mortal world where the Yuan-Chi was silent and all the laws withered. It was simply unbelievable. Of course. What Tyene Fairy didn't know was that Suqin's true age wasn't even 100 years old. Although the secret technique of the Tyene Holy Land could roughly estimate a martial artist's bone age, it was greatly affected by external factors. In addition, Suqin's golden crow divine body innately blocked all kinds of probing, so Tyene Fairy came to the conclusion that his bone age wasn't more than 500 years old. Just as Tyene Fairy was silently observing Suqin, the young man and the others obviously couldn't bear it and directly made a move. Boom! Prince Wenrui was the first to make a move. He took out a folding fan, gently opened it, and leisurely swept it towards Suqin. A terrifying hurricane appeared. This hurricane was only a few meters in size at first, but it became bigger and bigger in midair. In the end, it turned into a storm that reached the heavens and the earth, sweeping left and right. The killer move of the Wind God Valley? Tyene Fairy recognized this move, and her face turned slightly serious. The Wind God Valley was also one of the holy lands in the Immortal Sect. It was said that the real killer move of the Wind God Valley could summon the wind of destruction and destroy everything. And at this moment, Man Yu, the young man, and the other 2 also made a move. As soon as the 4 of them made a move, they didn't have the slightest intention of probing. They directly used their killer moves, wanting to kill Suqin in one blow. They didn't have any modesty or retreat, leaving no way for Suqin to retreat. Obviously, the scene of Suqin defeating Man Yu with one finger made these people of the Immortal Sect feel very pressured, so they didn't hold back. The joint attack of the 4 Earth Immortals was simply earth-shattering. The whole Kunlun mountain shook as if it couldn't withstand such a terrifying force. Even the legends hiding far away outside Kunlun mountain felt their scalps tingle as they retreated. Too strong. The old man with a thin face once watched the battle between Suqin and Lei Xuanzi in Chang'an City, but compared to this battle, it was simply insignificant. This is the pinnacle of the martial Tao, shaking the heavens and earth with one's own strength. Although the rest of the legends were frightened, there was a look of longing on their faces. Although a legend can control the power of heaven and earth and can fight against millions of people, but compared with the Earth Immortals who can touch the sea of vitality in the depths of the void, the gap is more than 1,000 times. It's like the gap between a baby and a grade 1 great grandmaster. The Tangwatian people are in danger. The legends looked at each other, and this thought emerged in their hearts. They have overestimated the Tangwatian people, but they also don't think that the Tangwatian people can easily block the joint attack of the 4 Earth Immortals. And at this moment, facing the joint attack of the 4 Immortal Sect people, Suqin finally moved. Suqin slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed it towards the weak young master. Wang! The void faintly solidified, and wisps of black wind emerged and collided with the terrifying hurricane released by the weak young master. Whoosh! The pitch-black wind was silent like a gentle spring breeze. However, as soon as it came into contact with the hurricane, the 2 violently melted. In just a moment, the hurricane that young master Wenrua had unleashed collapsed. A weak black wind slowly blew towards young master Wenrua. This? The weak young master's expression changed greatly, and he dodged without hesitation. The dark wind blew to a mountain in the distance. The mountain range melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was completely erased, which made people palpitate. Excessive momentum, insufficient power. Suqin glanced at the weak young master and shook his head. You? When young Master Wenrua heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The killing move of the immortal sect's sacred land, Wind God Valley, had become an overbearing and insufficient power in front of Suqin. If news of this spread to the immortal sects and the land immortals of the Wind God Valley knew about it, they would probably go all out to hunt down Suqin. After defeating young Master Wind's killing move with the divine ability Wind Calling, Suqin extended his right hand into the depths of the void and pulled out a strange long saber that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. Then, Suqin held the demon god's blade and slashed at the air. Rip. Heaven and earth turned pitch black. A saber radiance that looked like a crack in space flashed and slashed toward the young man. At this time, the young man also pulled out a dazzling long blade, which seemed to be composed of divine light, and slashed towards Suqin. 9 Styles of the Heavenly Knife. Immortal Sacred Ground Heavenly Blade Mountains Inherited Killer Move. It was known as one of the most powerful killing moves in the immortal sections. Once the strongest 9th move was used, it was enough to kill a land immortal of the Divine Ruins realm. Although the young man was far from being able to use the 9th move, he had already used the 3rd move. Ordinary spirit-severing stage land immortals would not dare to face the saber head-on. However, under the young man's shocked gaze, the dark blade radiance that Suqin had casually chopped out was abruptly standing on the flaw of the 9 Styles of the Sky Blade. Suddenly, the long blade of divine light in the young man's hand let out a mournful cry, like a poisonous snake that had been hit at its weakest point. The divine radiance was shattered layer by layer, and its aura fell to the bottom. You're not proficient in saber techniques. Learn for another 100 years. Suqin said casually. When the young man heard this, he looked at the long saber in his hand with an extremely ugly expression. The dignified Heavenly Saber Mountain's killing move was evaluated as not proficient in saber techniques. Dong dong dong. At this time, Manyu's body suddenly expanded and turned into a 5-meter-tall giant, rushing towards Suqin. The entire Kunlun mountain seemed to be shaking. At this moment, Manyu's body was extremely powerful, and his terrifying chi and blood spread to every corner like an ocean. Suqin stretched out his left hand and clenched his fist. He didn't even look at Manyu and gently punched him. Bang! Like an ancient giant hammering the earth, Suqin's fist quietly imprinted on Manyu's chest. Manyu's face suddenly turned pale, and the chi and blood that originally filled the surroundings quickly collapsed. He took a few steps back and finally sat on the ground. You? Manyu suppressed a surging chi and blood and looked at Suqin as if he was looking at a ghost. Your body is cumbersome and can't withstand a single blow. Suqin's gaze moved slightly and looked at the last person. This person was an old man with white eyebrows. At this moment, his eyes were closed and he didn't seem to have made a move. But Suqin could feel a huge amount of primordial spirit power brewing in the air. At the next moment, the primordial spirit power condensed into a black hammer shape that instantly crossed 1,000 meters and passed through layers of domains before drilling into Suqin's forehead. Primordial Spirit Killer Move. At this moment, the old man with white eyebrows was actually using a primordial spirit killer move. After all, no matter if it was the weak young master, the robust Manyu, or even the young man, all of them utilized killer moves that were related to the body. Even though their might was vast, it was extremely easy to block them. But primordial spirit killer moves were different. The primordial spirit was formless, and primordial spirit killer moves could easily pass through most substances in the world. To block a primordial spirit killer move, one could only use their own primordial spirit to block it, apart from using an extremely precious primordial spirit treasure to protect their primordial spirit. If you can withstand it, you will live. If you can't, you will die. Whoosh! After the illusory black hammer drilled into Suqin's forehead, it entered his ancestral aperture. However, before the black hammer could go any further, it was shattered by the golden Buddha that was sitting in the depths of Suqin's ancestral aperture. A moment later, under the old man with white eyebrows' incredulous gaze, the primordial spirit attack technique does have its merits. Suqin raised his gaze and looked at the old man with white eyebrows, as if he was praising him. He nodded. But in the end, he shook his head and said, "But it is useless against me." Primordial spirit killer moves were famous for being strange and unpredictable. Even Divine Ruin Realm land immortals would be extremely careful when encountering primordial spirit killer moves. After all, this was a killer move that ignored most defenses and only targeted the primordial spirit. Other than facing it head-on, there was no other way. However, primordial spirit killer moves that other land immortals were wary of were the least important to Su Qin. The golden Buddha in the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture, other than symbolizing the inheritance of Buddha's palm, it also had the effect of suppressing Su Qin's sea of consciousness and was immune to all primordial spirit killer moves. It's over? Outside Kunlun Mountain, many martial artists who were originally full of worry widened their eyes in disbelief. Just now, they clearly felt the monstrous power of the four land immortals joining forces, but in less than a moment, this power quickly stopped, as if it was forcibly suppressed by some existence. Compared to the martial artists outside Kunlun Mountain who were puzzled for a long time, the four land immortals from the immortal sects had huge waves of emotions in their hearts. Su Qin's palm, saber, and fist defeated the killer moves of three land immortals, and in the end, he easily withstood the primordial spirit killer move. It was as if a spring breeze was caressing his face. It was simply shocking. Especially the white-browed old man, even a true realm land immortal might not be able to escape unscathed from his primordial spirit killer move without knowing its depth. But Su Qin actually blocked it so easily? Is this the method of the immortal sects? Su Qin looked at the four land immortals who were shocked, and there was a trace of disappointment in his tone. Ever since he learned about the immortal sects, Su Qin had a great interest in the world inside the immortal sections. After all, the world inside the immortal sects was an orthodoxy of supreme experts. Whether it was the methods or the foundation, it was far beyond the mortal world in the era of vitality. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin intended to let the four land immortals take action. He wanted to see the methods of the immortal sections. But Su Qin was disappointed in the end. Except for the white-browed old man's primordial spirit killer move that piqued Su Qin's interest, the other three people's killer moves could not enter his eyes at all. Fellow Taoists' methods are really unfathomable. In that case, we will take our leave and return to the immortal sections. The young man's eyes flickered, and finally, he began to retreat carefully. Su Qin blocked their full-strength attacks with just a raise of his hand. His terrifying strength was definitely far beyond theirs. The young man even guessed that Su Qin had probably stepped into the true realm. Under such circumstances, the four of them immediately had the intention to retreat. Although they still had killer moves that they had not used, facing a land immortal who was suspected to be in the true realm, no matter how many trump cards they used, they would probably not be able to do anything to him. In that case, why should they continue to attack? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Seeing this, Su Qin chuckled, took a step forward, pointed at the sky, and said softly, "Myriad thunder attraction." Rumble. The sky instantly darkened, dark clouds covered the sky, and faint purple lightning constantly surged, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. Myriad thunder attraction was the thunder element killer move that Su Qin had obtained from signing in at Thunder God Island this year. Together with the 5 Thunder God Fist, its power was simply earth-shattering. So much 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? Seeing this scene, Mr. Wen's scalp instantly exploded. If it was only 1 or 2 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, he might not be afraid. If it was 10 or 29 Heavens Divine Thunder, he could still grit his teeth and block it. But now, there were more than 109 Heavens Divine Thunder condensed under the sky. Rip. The next moment, bolt after bolt of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder fell, and the peak of Kunlun Mountain seemed to have turned into a faint purple sea of thunder. Mr. Wen and Man Yu's faces turned pale. They quickly gathered everything and held up their domains, barely resisting the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. But even so, the 4 of them were still retreating. The domains that they tried their best to hold up kept shrinking under the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. In the end, it only covered a 3-meter radius around them. At this moment, Mr. Wen roared in a low voice, "Tying Fairy, if you don't make a move now, when are you going to do it?" Just as Mr. Wen finished speaking, a soft sigh was heard. A woman wearing a light veil and as cold as jade slowly walked out. It was Tying Fairy, who had been watching the battle from the side but didn't make a move. Tying Fairy pointed out a finger, and the world suddenly filled with the power of Tying Moonlight. The endless power of moonlight continued to surge out, quickly blocking the 9 heavens' divine thunder that kept falling. Tyene Fairy. She was one of the candidates for the Saintess of the Tyene Sacred Land. She had the highest status and means among the 5. If it wasn't for the Tyene token being so important that the Tyene Sacred Land didn't want to give it to other disciples, Tyene Fairy would never take the risk and come to the human world. After all, thousands of years had passed. Even the people of the immortal sect didn't know what the human world had become. With Tyene Fairy's help and the other 4 Earth Immortals resisting, the light purple lightning that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The dark clouds disappeared, revealing the vast sky. Prince Wenrua and the other 4 heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Although the 4 of them weren't Earth Immortals at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, they could still fight against those at the peak of the spirit-severing stage if they worked together. However, Xianxia defeated them with a palm, a blade, and a punch in front of him. Finally, he summoned the 9th heaven divine thunder. If it wasn't for Tyene Fairy, the 4 of them would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was comparable to the saints and saintesses of the immortal sect's sacred land. What a pity. Xianxia shook his head slightly when he saw the 5 people of the immortal sect blocking the 10,000 Thunder attraction. Although the 10,000 Thunder attraction was a lightning-type killer move, the 5 people in front of him were still from the immortal sect. They were far from being comparable to Xianxia and the other Earth Immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing stage. Especially Tyene Fairy, whose aura was so strong that she was probably close to the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Xianxia was powerful, but it was still difficult for him to suppress 5 Earth Immortals with one move, especially one who was close to the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Of course, this was also the reason why Xianxia didn't use his real trump card. The 10,000 Thunder attraction was just a killer move that Xianxia had signed in at the Thunder God Island in the past year. It was far from being his trump card. How dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid of death? Xianxia looked at Tyene Fairy. If it wasn't for Tyene Fairy, Prince Wenrua and the other 4 would have been seriously injured. They are all from the immortal sect. If they die, I won't be able to explain myself. Tyene Fairy's tone was cold, but the serious look on her face showed that she was not as calm as she looked. In the eyes of young Master Wenrua and the others, after Tyene Fairy made her move and blocked the 9 heavens' divine thunder, she seemed to be on par with Xianxia. However, only Tyene Fairy herself knew what kind of price she had paid just now. Until now, Tyene Fairy still felt her body faintly numb. Besides, even if I don't make a move, will you let me go? After you kill them? Tyene Fairy looked helpless. Since Xianxia knew about the immortal sect, he would naturally know that there was a Taoist legacy within the immortal sect. Under such circumstances, once Xianxia decided to attack young Master Wenrua and the rest, he would definitely not leave anyone alive to report back to the immortal sect. In other words, if Tyene Fairy didn't want to be hunted down by Xianxia, she could only join forces with Mr. Wenrua and the other 3 land deities. You're smart. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Indeed, he did not intend to let Tyene Fairy off. Once he decided to make a move, he would naturally eliminate her completely. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Xianxia's eyes were calm as he took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Give it your all. If you hold back, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Tyene Fairy's voice was clear, but there was anxiety in it. Don't worry, Tyene Fairy. We know what to do. Young Master Wenrua and the other 3 said solemnly. The other 3 nodded as well. At their level, they naturally knew that the only way to survive was to join forces to block Xianxia. As for escaping in all directions, they would only be hunted down. Moreover, even if they escaped, what could they do? The Tyene token had not recovered and could not protect the 5 of them as they passed through the void passage. At that time, they would still have to face Xianxia. Heavenly Blade, 4th form. The long blade in the young man's hand shone with divine light again. Vaguely, a vast blade intent condensed. This blade intent was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through the 9 heavens and the netherworld. Block. Xianxia pulled out the demon god's blade and casually stood on the blade intent condensed by the young man. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded. The young man's body trembled as he looked at Suqin in shock. The 9 forms of the Heavenly Blade was the inherited killing move of the Heavenly Blade Mountain. With his strength, he could only use the 3rd form at most. Even so, it was enough for him to run amok in the spirit-severing stage. Just now, the young man paid the price and barely managed to use the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. The power of this form had completely surpassed the level of the spirit-severing stage. Originally, he thought that even if this blade could not do anything to Suqin, it could at least delay him for a while. However, in the end, he was forced to retreat by Suqin's blade. Next, Suqin continued to attack. With a raise of his hand, the 5 people from the celestial sect were forced to retreat. If it were not for Tyene Fairy constantly condensing the power of Tyene Moonlight, which could barely delay Suqin for a moment, the 4 of them would have been suppressed long ago. Even so, the situation on the field was extremely unfavorable for the 5 people from the celestial sect. Who is this person? How can such a freak be born in the world of the silent era of vitality? The white-browed old man vomited a large mouthful of blood. Among the 5 people on the field, he was the one who suffered the most injuries. The white-browed old man was good at the healing primordial spirit killer move. In terms of physical body and spiritual power, he was weaker than ordinary earth immortals. However, Suqin was the least afraid of primordial spirit killer moves. The golden Buddha in the depths of his ancestral aperture directly made Suqin immune to all primordial spirit killer moves. Therefore, no matter how the white-browed old man used his primordial spirit killer move, it was like a stone falling into the sea, causing no waves when it landed on Suqin. On the contrary, the aftermath of a casual punch from Suqin was enough to injure the white-browed old man. The 2 were completely unequal in terms of strength. If it were not for Tyene Fairy who could occasionally restrain Suqin, the white-browed old man would definitely be the first to die. Die? Man Yu strode forward. His eyes were blood-red, his black hair was gradually turning white, and his lustrous skin was getting dimmer. But correspondingly, Man Yu's aura was rising steadily. He quickly surpassed the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage and directly reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Obviously, Man Yu had begun to fight with his life. This method of increasing one's strength was considered a forbidden technique even in the celestial sect. Using it once would greatly damage one's origin. Hee hee. Suqin chuckled. His right hand clenched into a fist, and under Man Yu's incredulous gaze, it was as if it had transcended space. Dong. Man Yu was sent flying like a stone, and heavily smashed into the ground. You? Man Yu vomited a large mouthful of blood, and even the remnants of his internal organs were spat out. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, there was no vitality left. Man Yu's body quickly collapsed. Although Suqin's punch seemed to have landed lightly on his body, the terrifying power instantly penetrated his entire body. Even though Man Yu's body was the strongest among the 5, he couldn't stop his body from collapsing. Buzz. In the next moment, Man Yu's primordial spirit flew out of his body and looked at Suqin in horror. Compared to the myth realm, the primordial spirit of an earth immortal was extremely condensed. Because of this, Man Yu's primordial spirit was still alive even if his body collapsed. However, unlike the white-browed old man, Man Yu's abilities mostly came from his body. At this moment, he had lost his body, which was equivalent to being crippled. Although he wasn't completely powerless, he obviously couldn't intervene in the battle between earth immortals. How can your body be so strong? Man Yu stared at Suqin. He couldn't understand. He was good at physical strength. Even a true realm earth immortal might not be able to destroy his body in a short time, let alone Suqin with just one punch. You talk too much. Suqin's eyes seemed to be burning with the power of the sun. The power of the golden flames directly crossed thousands of meters and enveloped Man Yu's primordial spirit. Golden eyes of the great sun. This fire elemental divine power was once again displayed in front of the world. Not good. Man Yu's primordial spirit was terrified. He hurriedly retreated and unleashed a surge of primordial spirit power. But all of this was useless. The golden flames instantly enveloped him. Man Yu's primordial spirit suddenly let out a shrill scream. Then, his primordial spirit body was burned into nothingness by the golden flames. What? Young Master Wen and the others watched as Man Yu's primordial spirit was completely destroyed, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. Everything just happened too quickly. In their eyes, it was just Su Qin punching Man Yu's chest. Then, Man Yu's body quickly collapsed. Then, they saw Su Qin's eyes spurt out golden flames and burn Man Yu's Yuan spirit to ashes. By the time Tyene Fairy reacted, Man Yu's primordial spirit had already been enveloped by the golden flames. It was already too late. You man died? The white-browed old man felt his scalp go numb. Man Yu had the strongest fleshly body among the 5 of them. Even Man Yu couldn't withstand a single punch from Su Qin, let alone him. The white-browed old man was very clear about his own strength. He was skilled in primordial spirit killer moves, but his physical body was really weak. Although his physical body was replenished by the primordial Qi ocean when he entered the land immortal realm and became a conjured body, it was still the weakest among conjured bodies. Not to mention Su Qin's gold crow divine body, even Lei Xuanzi, who had just become an earth immortal, was inferior. At this moment, after Su Qin killed Man Yu with the great sun golden pupil, his figure slowly disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only a phantom. Not good. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 immortal sect disciples' expressions changed drastically. Even Tyene Fairy didn't want to take Su Qin's punch head-on. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Su Qin's figure appeared again, he was already within 100 meters of the young man. His target is me. The young man's scalp went numb as he burned his blood without hesitation, trying to distance himself from Su Qin. In the young man's opinion, as long as he dodged Su Qin's punch, he should be able to save his life. However, the next moment, under the young man's incredulous gaze, Su Qin raised his right hand again and pulled out the demon god's blade from the depths of the void. His face was slightly solemn as he gently slashed down. The sky and the earth turned into a pitch-black ocean. A long and narrow black gap appeared in the space. The pitch-black blade aura seemed to be able to cut the world apart as it shot out in an instant. Crack. The young man was stunned. Suddenly, a line of blood appeared on his forehead. This line of blood. At first, it was only a line of blood, but it quickly spread down, passing through his nose, lips, neck, and chest. In the end, he was actually cut in half from the middle. A sharp and majestic blade Qi gushed out from this line of blood. You held back just now? The young man's eyes shone with disbelief. During the battle just now, Su Qin had also slashed out the demon god's blade. However, although the demon god's blade was extremely sharp and could even cut open the sky blade 9 styles of the sky blade mountain. However, compared to the blade aura that easily cut the young man's body in half, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In a flash, the young man wanted to control his essence soul and escape from his body like the burly Man Yu. Unfortunately, at this moment, an aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell appeared. Under this aura, the young man's essence soul was quickly eroded, and his thoughts kept falling into darkness. The disciples of the Sky Blade Mountain also died. The most powerful aspect of the demon god's blade was that other than its sharpness, it was also strange and insidious. The aura of hell contained in it could restrain all essence soul power. I was just playing with you just now. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The demon god's blade was a treasure that Su Qin had signed in from the cave world. It was suspected to be related to a certain demon god in the depths of the world. Like a divine ability, its power would increase exponentially as Su Qin's strength increased. Now that Su Qin was already at the peak of the spirit-severing stage and was half a step into the true realm, coupled with the terrifying qi and blood of the golden crow divine body, once he slashed out the demon god's blade, it would be enough to kill most of the spirit-severing stage land immortals. Of course, the demon god's blade was not without flaws. That was, the blade light of the demon god's blade could be dodged. This was also the reason why Su Qin only slashed out the demon god's blade when he was within 100 meters of the young man. Firstly, it was because the young man didn't think that the demon god's blade could pose a threat to him. Secondly, it was difficult for the other party to dodge at such a short distance. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin turned his hand and slashed at the weak young master. The pitch-black blade light almost cut through the space and appeared in front of the weak young master in an instant. When young master Wenrua saw this blade, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His body seemed to have turned into a wisp of invisible wind, and he instantly hid a few miles away. Looking at Su Qin's blade that easily cut off a mountain peak, he was terrified. Fortunately, my wind god Valley is good at extreme speed. Otherwise, I'm afraid my body and soul would have been destroyed. The weak young master swallowed his saliva and for a moment, he wanted to retreat. Su Qin was too terrifying. In just a short period of time, 2 of the 5 Earth Immortals who came from the immortal sects had fallen and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. If it were anyone else, they would have run as far as possible. The blade light of the demon god's blade is too slow after all. Su Qin was not surprised when he saw the weak young master escape. After seeing the strange sharpness of the demon god's blade, no Earth Immortal would choose to take the attack of the demon god's blade head-on. Isn't the Tangwa Tian too strong? Outside Kunlun Mountain, the thin old man and other martial artists had just mustered up the courage to approach the mountain peak when they saw the scene. They only felt their whole body trembling. Originally, in their opinion, no matter how invincible the Tangwa Tian was, when the 5 Earth Immortals joined forces, they could only save their lives at most. As for fighting or even defeating them, it was impossible. How could the Tangwa Tian fight against the 5 Earth Immortals? What could they use to defeat them? But what was the truth? In front of Su Qin, the 5 Earth Immortals could not even delay, and 2 of them had fallen. Killing Earth Immortals like killing dogs. What kind of means was this? What kind of ability was this? Not only did these mythical martial artists not dare to imagine it, even the thin old man who thought he had seen a lot of things could not imagine it. Rip. Su Qin casually held the hilt of the demon god's blade with his right hand and then kept it in the system storage. He looked at the remaining 3 immortal sects again. Not bad. You can dodge this attack. I underestimated you just now. Su Qin's gaze fell on the weak young master and said lightly. In the beginning, the wind god Valley's destructive wind that the weak young master used, in Su Qin's eyes, had become an evaluation of excessive momentum but insufficient power. But now it seemed that the weak young master's means were indeed good. At least in terms of escaping speed, he was better than the young man. The weak young master said bitterly. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. The dignified immortal sect's sacred ground, Wind God Valley, was reduced to running for his life. Fellow Taoist. Just as Su Qin was about to continue attacking, Tyene Fairy finally spoke again. Tyene Fairy stared at Su Qin and asked tentatively, the golden flames released from your eyes just now should be some kind of divine ability, right? You know about divine abilities? Su Qin stopped and looked at Tyene Fairy with some interest. Ever since he stepped into the martial Tao, Su Qin had heard of divine abilities. For example, in the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin read Buddhist scriptures and found Buddhist divine abilities such as heavenly air ability and divine feet ability. But whether it was Buddhist divine abilities or other divine abilities, they only existed in myths and legends. No one had really seen divine abilities. Even in the overseas martial Tao world, it was the same. And Su Qin only obtained some divine abilities when he signed in. But now, it seemed that Tyene Fairy seemed to know about divine abilities. Otherwise, she would definitely not think that Su Qin's golden eyes of the sun was a divine ability. I once read in the ancient books of the Tyene Holy Land that the supreme powerhouses of the void-breaking realm will master a divine ability when they transcend heaven and earth. In addition, the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses will also inherit these divine abilities through bloodline inheritance. Speaking of this, Tyene Fairy paused for a while and said in a low voice, could it be that fellow Taoist is a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse? Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, only the supreme powerhouses and the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses could master divine abilities. In Tyene Fairy's opinion, although Su Qin's strength was terrifying, he was still far from being a supreme powerhouse. If Su Qin was a supreme powerhouse of the void-breaking realm, she was afraid that a thought would be enough to turn them, the Earth Immortals, into ashes. A supreme powerhouse could even break space, let alone Earth Immortals like them. Since Su Qin wasn't a supreme powerhouse, but he had divine abilities, then he could only be a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. I see. Su Qin's face was thoughtful, and he finally shook his head and said, I'm not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. All of his divine abilities were obtained through signing in through the system. Even the golden eye of the great sun, a fire element offensive divine ability that originated from the picture of the great sun, belonged to the system. After all, even the picture of the great sun was a reward from the system. Not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse? Tyene Fairy was silent. Even if Tyene Fairy racked her brains, she couldn't imagine that there was such an incredible creation as the system in this world. It was possible to obtain divine abilities just by signing in. Okay. Now go to hell. Su Qin was too lazy to continue talking. His gaze turned slightly and looked at the weak Prince Wen. At this moment, the weak Prince Wen had already retreated dozens of miles away and was almost out of the range of Kunlun Mountain. Not good. I've been discovered. The weak Prince Wen immediately began to retreat. He directly turned into a breeze and disappeared in an instant. Buzz. Su Qin's mind moved. A small sword formed completely from the power of the primordial spirit floated out. It was the Heart Sword technique. The Heart Sword technique was a primordial spirit killer move that Su Qin obtained from signing in on the Myriad Worlds Island. It could condense the power of the primordial spirit into the shape of a sword and destroy everything. The next moment, an illusory miniature sword crossed dozens of miles and landed on the weak Prince Wen's body. The Heart Sword technique was a primordial spirit killer move. Most of the defenses in countless worlds directly destroyed the weak Prince Wen's primordial spirit. And without the support of the primordial spirit, the weak Prince Wen's body fell to the ground. Although his heartbeat was still beating and his blood was still flowing like the sea, without the control of the primordial spirit, no matter how strong his body was, he was like a walking corpse. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than the primordial spirit? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The power of the primordial spirit was invisible and intangible. It could ignore most of the obstacles in the world. How could the speed of the physical body compare to it? And you guys? After killing the weak Prince Wen, Su Qin raised his right hand again and slapped towards Tyene Fairy and the white-browed old man. Tyene Moonlight Power. A bright moon mark flashed in the depths of Tyene Fairy's forehead. Then, the Tyene Moonlight Power within dozens of miles began to boil. Whoosh. Compared to Tyene Fairy's resistance, the white-browed old man was much more straightforward. His primordial spirit escaped from his body without hesitation and quickly flashed into the distance. After seeing Su Qin kill 3 Earth Immortals, the white-browed old man didn't dare to continue fighting. He directly abandoned his body and escaped with his primordial spirit. After all, his lineage focused on cultivating the primordial spirit. For the white-browed old man, as long as his primordial spirit could escape, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. As for losing his body, even a pinnacle legend could be reborn with the primordial spirit, let alone an Earth Immortal. The speed of the primordial spirit was so fast that it almost instantly lost track of the white-browed old man. You can't escape. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and memorized the white-browed old man's aura. The Eye of Truth could see through all the aura in the world. As long as the white-browed old man didn't leave this world, even if he escaped to the end of the world, Su Qin could still locate him. In just a short while, 3 of the 5 Earth Immortals from the immortal sex died and 1 escaped. Only the pale-faced Tyene Fairy was left. Almost all of them were wiped out. Kunlun Mountain was known as the home of the gods, the ancestor of all mountains. The immortal fruit in Su Qin's hand, the peach of immortality, was obtained from signing in here. And now, this famous mountain was already dyed red with blood. 3 Earth Immortals from the immortal sex were killed by Su Qin. Even the white-browed elder only managed to escape with his primordial spirit. As for his physical body, it was directly shattered by Su Qin with a slap. The body of the Earth Immortal had been replenished by the power of the Sea of Vitality. Every drop of blood contained a huge amount of energy, but now, it was constantly sprinkled on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Terrifying killing intent filled almost every inch of the air. You're the only one left. Su Qin's gaze turned slightly as he looked at Tyene Fairy and said indifferently. Although the white-browed elder's primordial spirit escaped, to be precise, he didn't really die. However, his aura had already been completely locked onto by Suqin. Even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Fellow Daoist, aren't you afraid that the immortal sects and the other sacred grounds will come after you in the future? Tyene Fairy calmed herself down and forced herself to calm down. So be it. Why are you so cautious? Suqin's gaze was calm as he said indifferently. According to Suqin's guess, there must be a huge gap between the immortal sects and the mortal world. If the earth immortals and the mortal world wanted to enter the immortal sects, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If the people of the immortal sects wanted to return to the mortal world, it would be equally difficult. Otherwise, why had the people of the immortal sects never stepped into the mortal world for more than 10,000 years? Only today did they send a few spirit-severing stage earth immortals to the mortal world to test it out. As long as Tyene Fairy and the other four died, the experts in the immortal sects would definitely be shocked and not dare to act rashly. Of course, this was only Suqin's speculation. His current realm was at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, half a step into the true realm. Even if the experts in the immortal sects were furious and entered the mortal world en masse, it would still take time. By then, Suqin would probably be a true realm earth immortal. The strength of the true realm, coupled with countless trump cards and methods. Suqin would probably be able to fight against an ordinary divine ruin stage earth immortal. This kind of strength, even in the immortal sects, was only below the strongest. As for the immortals, more than 10,000 years had passed. Suqin was starting to wonder if there were any supreme experts who could shatter the void in the immortal sects. After all, even Zhou Yuan, who was a supreme expert, could not surpass 10,000 years. The Immortal Gate was merely a small world with an incomplete Great Tao. It was almost impossible for a divine ruin realm land immortal to truly step into the realm of supreme experts. Besides, take 10,000 steps back. There really was a supreme expert overseeing the immortal sect. Furthermore, this supreme expert disregarded everything and returned to the mortal world to seek revenge on Suqin. Suqin was not afraid at all. Now that he had obtained the War God Temple, Suqin could just move the Empire of Tang into the vast space in the War God Temple, and then escape to the cave world with the War God Temple, and wait until he stepped into the void-shattering realm in the future before returning. Suqin has the Demon Buddha Golden Body, which can completely transform his aura into that of the demon race. This way, he can avoid the perception of the demon gods in the depths of the cave world. For him, the cave world was not only not dangerous, but also a sign location. However, entering the cave world was tantamount to courting death. No matter how much the aura of the supreme expert was restrained, it would definitely alarm the demon gods in the depths of the world. At that time, the supreme expert would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Therefore, as long as the supreme expert was not a fool, he would definitely not enter the cave world. Do you know why I attacked you last? A smile appeared on Suqin's face as he looked at Tyene Fairy. Among the 5 people from the immortal sects, Tyene Fairy was definitely the strongest. Even if she was still not Suqin's opponent, she could still barely contain part of Suqin's strength. Logically speaking, if Suqin made a move, he would definitely kill Tyene Fairy immediately. Once Tyene Fairy fell, the other 4 would no longer have any ability to resist. What do you mean? When Tyene Fairy heard this, her expression changed slightly. There are remnants of the power of space in your body. I think that must be your last trump card. If I attack you directly, it is very likely that I will activate the power of space in your body and let you escape, or be trapped by the power of space. Suqin said lightly. Even with Suqin's current strength, he could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with the power of space. In any case, this was a power that only the supreme expert could hope to master. It could shatter and shatter everything. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, the more it was so, even if the existence below the supreme expert had a treasure related to the power of space, it was very difficult for them to actively activate it. They could only passively protect themselves. Therefore, Suqin did not attack Tyene Fairy. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would activate the trump card in Tyene Fairy's body. And with every sentence Suqin said, Tyene Fairy's expression changed a little. The expression that had just settled down changed wildly again. The power of space is a power that the supreme expert can master. Only a few treasures such as supreme treasures can bear the power of space, but how precious are supreme treasures? How could the sacred ground behind you let you bring a supreme treasure to the human world? Let me guess. Your trump card is not a supreme treasure, but it was left behind by the supreme expert. And the 5 of you were able to come to the human world this time because of that trump card? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, Tying Fairy could no longer maintain her cold image. She could not help but ask, "How did you know?" At this moment, Tying Fairy's heart was in turmoil. Su Qin was right. The reason why Tying Fairy still dared to stop Su Qin after seeing his terrifying strength was because of the Tying token in her body. The Tying token was left behind by the supreme expert of the Tying sacred ground. It was even made of space crystal. Although it was not a supreme treasure, it could actively emit the power of space to protect Tying Fairy when she was in danger. Of course, other than actively emitting the power of space to protect, the Tying token also had various other magical uses. When Tying Fairy and the other 4 people from the Celestial Sect passed through the void passage between the Celestial Sect and the human world, they used the Tying token. With Tying Fairy's strength, she would definitely die if she entered the void passage. She would be torn to pieces by the power of space that was everywhere in the passage. It was because of this that the Tying token was activated and actively released the power of space to resist. In the fight just now, Tying Fairy had attacked many times in hopes that Su Qin would have the intention to kill her. Once that happened, the Tying token would also be activated. At that time, under the power of space, even a supreme expert of the Divine Ruins realm would be seriously injured if they were not careful. But unfortunately, Su Qin did not really attack her from the beginning to the end. It was as if he had seen through everything. Fellow cultivator, Tying admires your profound knowledge. Since that is the case, Tying Fairy will not waste your time. I will take my leave first. Tying Fairy did not dare to continue staying. This was because she knew that since Su Qin took the initiative to tell her everything, he must have a way to deal with her trump card. Then, she thought of Su Qin's seemingly magical King Tong. Thinking of this, Tying Fairy's heart moved. Suddenly, an extremely exquisite token appeared in front of her. Although this token was floating in the air, it was as if it did not exist in the world. It was misty, illusory, and real. P.S. Something happened today, so I did not update much. Let's see if I can make up for it tomorrow. The lunar token was only half the size of a palm. It was very delicate, but at this moment, it exuded an aura that could shake the void. Although the Tying Fairy couldn't activate the space power in the lunar token, she could activate the other functions of the lunar token through the secret method of the Tying Holy Land. Although these functions were nothing compared to the real space power, the Tying Fairy had no other choice at this moment. Su Qin was too scary. With just a few sentences, he had revealed her trump card clearly. If she continued to stay here, the Tying Fairy might not even have the confidence to escape. I am the source of the space power that I felt. Su Qin's spirit shook slightly, and he was obviously more cautious. No matter how confident Su Qin was, how could he be careless when facing the space power that only the strongest could control? It's weaker than the Thunder God clock, but the space power inside is very active. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and observed the lunar token that was half the size of a palm. As a treasure, the Thunder God clock could naturally bear the space power. However, the Thunder God clock had been silent for too long, at least more than 10,000 years. After such a long time, even if it was a treasure, the space power inside it would gradually die down. However, the lunar token in front of him was different. Su Qin could clearly feel that the space power in this delicate token was constantly circulating, faintly protecting the Tying Fairy. Once the Tying Fairy's life was in danger, the space power in the lunar token would explode. Now! Run! Just as Su Qin was sizing up the lunar token, the Tying Fairy bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the lunar token. Suddenly, the Tying token emitted a hazy brilliance. Under the illumination of this hazy brilliance, the space under Tying Fairy's feet was pulled closer. And closer. She took a step forward. Even without using any means, she appeared a few miles away. This wasn't an illusion caused by excessive speed. It was real. The space where the Tying Fairy was being pulled closer. It was equivalent to an ordinary step of the Tying Fairy and a few miles of distance of other living creatures. This difference in space was enough to make the scalp of an ordinary god statue go numb. This was another use of the lunar token, so close, yet so far. This wondrous use was not to directly stimulate the power of space, but to use the power of space to influence the void, changing the distance of space in a small area. This was Tying Fairy's limit. With her strength and realm, she was unable to activate the space power in the Tying token. She could only use the space power indirectly by using the secret technique of the Holy Land. Is it just a reduction in spatial distance? Suqin watched quietly as Tying Fairy fled 10 miles away. Before a smile appeared on Tying Fairy's face, he slowly extended his right hand and softly uttered 2 words. Pure land on the palm. All of a sudden, a glazed Buddha palm enveloped heaven and earth, and an aura that suppressed all things pervaded the air. Numerous golden Adumbra flowers bloomed in all directions. Each flower was a world, and each leaf was a universe. Layers of pure lands were formed, and they were boundless. It was the second style of the Buddha's palm that Suqin had comprehended after entering the Earth God stage. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 styles. The first style, the unique and righteous, was a pure offensive palm. With this palm, Suqin could unleash a blow comparable to an earth god in the myth stage. Although it was only comparable in power, it was already incredible. The Buddha's palm was not the Vairocana picture. After the Vairocana picture was completed, the Golden Crow divine body was naturally derived. It could allow Suqin to challenge an earth god. However, in order to cultivate the Vairocana picture to the small mastery, Suqin had paid an unknown amount of martial arts resources. In the end, he even used up a fire element source. However, the Buddha's palm did not need these. Moreover, the Buddha's palm would increase in power as Suqin's strength and realm continued to increase. As for the second style of the Buddha's palm, it was the pure land on the palm. This style was not an offensive palm, but a suppressive palm. It could suppress a space. In the end, when the palm landed, the entire world would be suppressed. Of course, Suqin was only in the spirit-severing realm. Even so, the pure land on the palm could easily cut off the space within 100 miles. If there was an ultimate expert here, he would be shocked to find that Suqin's palm had already begun to step into space. Moreover, he did not borrow the influence of space, but directly cut off space. Clang! Tying Fairy used the Tying token and instantly appeared dozens of miles away. However, in the next moment, Tying Fairy suddenly screamed and her body suddenly retreated as if she had bumped into something. She used the power of the Tying token to close the distance between them. She was originally relying on the entire space as a springboard. Now that the space within 100 miles had been cut off by Suqin's pure land on the palm, the Tying token naturally lost its effect. This is the power of space? Tying Fairy's pupils suddenly shrank. She turned her head to look at Suqin, who was slowly walking over. Panic appeared on her face. You are indeed related to an ultimate expert. Tying Fairy looked at Suqin in despair. At this moment, she was trapped in a space. Unless she could break the space, she could not escape at all. As for breaking the space, that was a method that only a true ultimate expert could use. How could Tying Fairy dare to hope for it? An ultimate expert? Suqin did not comment. The Buddha's palm was known as the Buddha's personal disciple. Suqin had learned the Buddha's palm, which was equivalent to half a disciple of the Buddha. However, the Buddha was not as simple as an ultimate expert. Even in the depths of the cave world, those incredible demon gods were far from being comparable to the Buddha. I'll give you 2 choices. Suqin looked at Tying Fairy, neither happy nor sad. It was as if he had transformed into a real Buddha, overlooking all living beings. Hand over the token. Suqin said lightly. You want the Tying token? Tying Fairy's expression changed slightly. Although the space she was in was completely suppressed at this moment, Tying Fairy's heart was not completely desperate. If she could completely stimulate the power of space in the Tying token, there was still hope for her to escape the space. Suqin wanted her to hand over the token, which was tantamount to cutting off her last hope. What was even more unacceptable to Tyene Fairy was that Su Qin only asked her to hand over the token. As for whether he would spare her life or other things, he did not say anything. In other words, even if Tyene Fairy handed over the Tyene token, she might still be killed by Su Qin. What's the second choice? Tyene Fairy couldn't help but ask. Your current hope is nothing more than counting on the power of space in this token to perish together with me. Su Qin's face showed a mocking smile. Once Su Qin made a move on Tyene Fairy, he would stimulate the real power of space in the Tyene token. Although Su Qin did not think that the power of space in a mere token could kill him, he might suffer some injuries. Su Qin's eyes were deep as he continued, but I won't make a move on you. Instead, I'll suppress and seal you. More than 900 years ago, Arhat of the Shaolin Temple used the Pure Land in the palm to suppress the Devil Buddha for 900 years. Now, Su Qin's strength was far beyond that of Arhat, and his understanding of the Pure Land in the palm was far beyond that of Arhat. Once he really chose to suppress and seal Tyene Fairy, it would take at least 10,000 years. Suppressing and sealing Tyene Fairy did not threaten her life, and the Tyene token would not be activated passively. Suppress and seal. Tyene Fairy's face turned pale. Obviously, she knew what Su Qin meant. If it was other experts, or even Origin returning Divine Ruins Realm Earth Immortals, Tyene Fairy did not think that the other party could completely suppress her. After all, in a few decades or hundreds of years at most, the Holy Lands in the Immortal Sect would return to the mortal world. At that time, the experts of the Tyene Holy Land would definitely use secret techniques to locate her. However, Tyene Fairy had seen Su Qin's means. Suppressing a space with a raise of his hand. If Tyene Fairy had not confirmed that Su Qin's aura was extremely young, less than 500 years old, she would have thought that Su Qin was a body that was taken over by a supreme expert. But even so, if Su Qin really chose to suppress and seal her, he would definitely choose to seal her with the power of space. Under the isolation of the power of space, no matter how hard the Tyene Holy Land tried to sense her location, they would not be able to find anything. You only have 10 seconds, Su Qin said softly when he saw Tyene Fairy's struggling expression. Maintaining the isolation of the Pure Land in the palm with a radius of 100 miles also put a lot of pressure on Su Qin. Almost every moment, a large amount of spiritual power was consumed. If he continued to maintain this, Su Qin's spiritual power would be exhausted in a few months. After 9 seconds, Tyene Fairy finally sighed softly. She bowed to Su Qin and said, I am willing to hand over the Tyene token. After Tyene Fairy finished speaking, she pushed the Tyene token that was floating in front of her to Su Qin. If Tyene Fairy were to spend the rest of her time in Shoyuan in the seal and be trapped in one place for hundreds of years without being able to move, she might as well die completely. That was why Tyene Fairy chose to hand over the Tyene token. The worst result would be Su Qin killing her directly. Su Qin glanced at the Tyene token. With a thought, he kept it in the Temple of War. The Temple of War and even the super-large space Dharma treasure refined by the experts. Although it was not an ultimate treasure, it was more precious than an ordinary life ultimate treasure. After putting the Tyene token in it, no matter what tricks were left on it, it would be foolproof. After Tyene Fairy handed over the Tyene token, she was completely relaxed. She lowered her head and waited for Su Qin's judgment. Su Qin had never said that as long as she handed over the Tyene token, he would spare her life. The space has returned to normal? Not long after Tyene Fairy handed over the Tyene token, she felt the faint pressure from the surroundings disappear. The heaven's essence chi began to surge in again. Su Qin's mind merged into the Temple of War. After looking at the Tyene token a few more times, his gaze fell on Tyene Fairy again. Su Qin did not kill Tyene Fairy immediately. Firstly, it was because she took the initiative to hand over the Tyene token, which saved him a lot of trouble. Secondly, Su Qin needed information about the Immortal Sect. All along, Su Qin had learned about the existence of the Immortal Sect from many high sects and special forces like the Heaven Secrets Sect. However, how could these forces know more about the Immortal Sect than Tyene Fairy, who came from the Immortal Sect? P.S. Ashamed. The Immortal Gate was a small world created at the end of the previous Vitality Tide era by the joint efforts of various supreme experts to break through the void. Now that thousands of years had passed, even if Su Qin didn't think that there were still powerhouses in the immortal sect, he wouldn't underestimate the immortal sect. One must know that the immortal sect wasn't something that the great sects overseas could compare to. Even the great sects like the witchcraft sect and the thunder god sect, which seemed to have been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had countless resources, were nothing in the previous era of the vitality tide. Otherwise, they would have followed the other holy lands and entered the immortal sects. Why would they still stay in the mortal world and suffer the influence of the vitality tide? Therefore, Su Qin was still quite afraid of the immortal sect. Although he still had a way out, he could take the empire of Tang into the war god temple and then bring them all into the cave world. But it was best not to use this way of retreat. After all, for Su Qin, the cave world was a treasure land, but in the eyes of mortals like the Emperor of Tang, the cave world was an out-and-out purgatory. Therefore, Su Qin planned to get information about the immortal sect from Tying Fairy first, and then prepare to face the immortal sect. Su Qin wasn't afraid of the immortal sect, but he wouldn't underestimate them either. He was always prepared to make foolproof plans. Just as Su Qin was thinking, Tying Fairy, who was standing respectfully with her head lowered, not far from Su Qin, was uneasy. Although Tying Fairy could clearly feel that the space had returned to normal and the vitality tide was pouring in again, with her strength, as long as she wanted, even without the Tying token, she could escape hundreds or thousands of miles in a short time. But Tying Fairy didn't dare to move at all. What kind of joke was this? With the Tying token, a treasure left behind by a powerhouse, Tying Fairy had become Su Qin's possession, not to mention now that she had lost the Tying token. Just as Tying Fairy was waiting for Su Qin's judgment with trepidation, a wisp of primordial spirit power emerged from Su Qin's eyes, and then quietly entered Tying Fairy's body, and then poured into the ancestral aperture between her eyebrows. This is? Tying Fairy noticed this. Instead of being shocked, she was delighted. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this wisp of primordial spirit power was a terrifying restriction. As long as she moved slightly, this wisp of primordial spirit power would explode. At that time, the primordial spirit in Tying Fairy's sea of consciousness would be completely destroyed. She would not even have the chance to take over her body. However, Tying Fairy heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Because the more Su Qin left a mark on her body, the more it proved that he had no intention of killing her. Otherwise, with Su Qin's strength, he could directly slap her into meat paste. Why would he do something so superfluous? Greetings, Master. Tying Fairy immediately bowed respectfully to Su Qin. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If Tying Fairy wanted to live, she had to show her submission. As for the dignity of a land immortal. At this moment, Tying Fairy had already determined that Su Qin was related to a supreme expert. Even if he was not taken over by a supreme expert, he must be a direct descendant or something. Otherwise, how could he have supernatural powers? And control the power of space? And acknowledging a direct descendant of a supreme expert as her master was not a shameful thing. In the many holy lands in the immortal sect, countless disciples were extremely eager for this opportunity. All right. Tell me how you came to the human world. Su Qin's eyes were calm. He glanced at Tying Fairy and asked lightly. Master. Tying Fairy replied without hesitation, the 5 of us came to the human world through the void passage under the protection of the Tying token. I see. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. This was similar to Su Qin's speculation. There were restrictions if the living beings in the immortal sect wanted to enter the human world. However, compared to the land immortals in the human world who entered the immortal sect, there were methods left behind by the supreme experts in the immortal sect that could safely come to the human world. Even so, this method could not be used without any scruples. For example, the Tying token that Tying Fairy took the initiative to hand over contained the power of space. Even if it was not comparable to a supreme treasure, it was probably not too far away. Even in the immortal sect, it was a rare treasure. Next, Su Qin asked about other things in the immortal sect. Tying Fairy answered all of them without any intention of hiding anything. Tying Fairy even took the initiative to tell him all of the questions that involved the secrets of the immortal sect. According to Tying Fairy, although the small world in the immortal sect could not be compared to the human world, it was still vast. It was the size of dozens of overseas martial arts worlds. In addition, the vitality in the immortal sect was rich and spiritual vigor was everywhere. It was not inferior to the peak of the previous vitality tide. If it were not for the gradual dissipation of the laws of the Great Path, the few holy lands in the immortal sect would not have thought of returning to the human world. Now, there are 6 holy lands in the world of the immortal sect. These 6 holy lands are the orthodoxies of the supreme experts. Together, they rule the entire world of the immortal sect, Tyene Fairy said respectfully. 6 holy lands? Suqin repeated in a low voice. Then, he asked with interest, what's the strength of the strongest in these 6 holy lands? The strongest? Tyene Fairy hesitated. She seemed to be organizing her words. I don't know about the other holy lands, but the strongest in my Tyene holy lands should be at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. The land immortal realm was divided into 3 levels, Spirit Severing, Origin Returning, and Divine Ruin. Among them, the land immortals in the Divine Ruin Realm had already begun to come into contact with the power of space. Of course, even the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm could not forcefully shatter the void like the supreme experts. However, a small number of those at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm could borrow the power of space. For example, they could use the Tyene token to close the distance of space. Tyene Fairy hesitated for a while and said carefully, Master, actually, the strongest in the world of the immortal sect are not those at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. The peak of the Divine Ruin Realm is not the strongest? Suqin raised his eyebrows. Although there was still an insurmountable gap between the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm and the supreme experts at the Shattering Void Realm, it was undeniable that the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm was already the end of the Earth Immortal Realm. The only thing left was to be able to take that step, shatter the void, and become the supreme expert that stood above everything. Could it be that there are still supreme experts in the immortal sect? Suqin looked at Tyene Fairy and said slowly. Supreme experts? Tyene Fairy was slightly stunned. Soon after, she kept shaking her head and said, Supreme experts are only 5,000 years old, Shoyuan. Since the end of the last origin Qi tide, more than 10,000 years have passed. There is no supreme expert that can live until now. Although supreme experts could shatter the void, like living beings who created the world, there was still a limit to Shoyuan's life. There was no need to doubt this point. Even if supreme experts could maintain their physical body, their primordial spirit would gradually deteriorate. And the limit for supreme experts' primordial spirit to deteriorate was 5,000 years. In other words, the limit for supreme experts like Shoyuan was 5,000 years. In addition, the great Tao laws in the small world of the immortal sect were incomplete. For more than 10,000 years, there was no Divine Ruin Realm expert who could take that step and shatter the void. Then who is stronger than the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm? Suqin asked directly. Tyene Fairy carefully glanced at Suqin and said solemnly, the bloodline descendants left behind by supreme experts. From Tyene Fairy's point of view, Suqin was at least a bloodline descendant left behind by a supreme expert. Moreover, he was a direct descendant. The realm of supreme experts is far beyond our imagination. According to the ancient records of our Tyene Holy Land, supreme experts can pass down some of their abilities to their descendants through bloodline inheritance. Tyene Fairy paused for a while before continuing, and the descendants of supreme experts have a very small chance of inheriting some abilities of supreme experts, such as some kind of divine ability. Tyene Fairy's tone was astonished. Obviously, this kind of inheritance method was extremely unbelievable. This kind of descendant doesn't refer to the son of a supreme expert. Instead, among the descendants who have the bloodline inheritance of the supreme expert, there will occasionally be a descendant whose bloodline awakens and inherits some ability of the supreme expert. This kind of descendant will become the true bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. Tyene Fairy explained. Once a descendant who had awakened the bloodline of a supreme expert cultivated to the Divine Ruin Realm, relying on his powerful bloodline power, he would be able to surpass those old antiques who were at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the descendant of the supreme expert could perfectly control the corresponding life treasure left behind by the supreme expert. One must know that even the various holy lands were unable to completely activate the life treasure left behind by the supreme expert. However, the descendants of the supreme expert could. Just based on this point, it was enough to crush all those at the peak of the divine ruin realm. I see. Suqi nodded slightly. To a certain extent, he was also considered a descendant of the supreme fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Moreover, compared to the descendants of the supreme expert, Suqi was more thorough. The descendants of the other supreme experts could only inherit some ability of the supreme expert, and it would be greatly reduced. However, Suqi could inherit all the innate abilities of the three-legged golden crow. Moreover, once the picture of the great sun was completed, Suqi would be equivalent to a baby of the three-legged golden crow. After half an hour, Suqi roughly understood some information about the celestial gate, then brought Tying Ferry and left Kunlun Mountain. After Suqi disappeared, the legends outside Kunlun Mountain looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had seen with their own eyes that Tying Ferry, who was like a fairy, was respectful to Suqi like a servant. One must know that Tying Ferry was a high and mighty earth immortal. The legends could only feel their hands and feet trembling, unable to control themselves. What kind of method was this to use an earth immortal as a servant? What kind of courage was this? Everyone thought that the Tangwatian people were only better than ordinary earth immortals, but now, the Tangwatian people were fighting 1 against 5, and he even took an earth immortal as a servant. The thin old man's face was full of emotion. It was easy to defeat an earth immortal, but it was very difficult to kill an earth immortal. As for taking an earth immortal as a servant, it was even more difficult. If they didn't realize the gap between heaven and earth, no earth immortal would be willing to be a servant of others. Even in the heyday of the previous vitality tide, an existence like the Tangwatian people was enough to dominate a region and suppress all living things. The thin old man sighed deeply in his heart. He looked in the direction where Suqi left, and an inexplicable look of awe appeared on his face. Check in at the beginning of the game. Address, opening sign-in, Buddha's Palm full text reading address, /read/155154 opening sign-in, Buddha's Palm txt download address, opening sign-in, Buddha's Palm mobile reading address, /read/155154 for the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the collect button below to record this time. Bloodline descendant. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like opening sign-in, Buddha's Palm full text reading address, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. After Suqi left Kunlun Mountain with Tying Ferry, he did not return to Chang'an City. Instead, he went to the depths of the overseas martial arts world, to an island shrouded in misty clouds. 3,000 illusions? Suqi put his hands behind his back and looked at the island in front of him quietly. There were 9 forbidden lands in the overseas martial arts world. It was said that they were related to the previous vitality tide. Even earth immortals did not dare to set foot in the 9 forbidden lands. Xianxia of Raytheon was trapped in one of the 9 forbidden lands, the Thunder Valley, for hundreds of years. However, Xianxia was very lucky. Not only did he not die in the Thunder Valley, but he also made use of the harsh environment in the Thunder Valley to successfully break through and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Of course, Xianxia's survival did not mean that there were no dangers in the 9 forbidden lands. On the contrary, the 9 forbidden lands overseas were extremely dangerous and could severely injure Earth Immortals. The island in front of him was one of the 9 forbidden lands overseas, called the 3,000 Illusions. This forbidden land was very special. It was shrouded in layers of inexplicable spiritual power that could make people sink. Even Earth Immortals would be in danger if they dared to set foot on this island. In the history of the overseas martial arts world, there was an Earth Immortal who wanted to see the secrets of the 3,000 Illusions, but he never walked out of the island. 3,000 Illusions? When Tying Fairy saw the misty island, her pretty face suddenly changed as if she had thought of something. You know about the 3,000 Illusions? Suqi glanced at Tying Fairy and asked casually. The reason he had come to this forbidden land was naturally because this was where the origin soul of the white-browed old man had disappeared in the end. Among the 5 people from the immortal sect, Mr. Wenrua and the burly man-Yu had completely died in the hands of Suqi. Tying Fairy was left behind by Su Qin to inquire about the immortal sect. As for the white-browed elder, he knew that things were not going well. He directly abandoned his physical body and escaped with his primordial spirit. However, what the white-browed old man didn't expect was that even though he had abandoned his body, he still couldn't escape from Su Qin's lock. The only thing that exceeded Su Qin's expectations was that through the eye of truth, he discovered that the white-browed old man's last breath was here. After that, the white-browed old man's aura completely disappeared. It was as if this forbidden ground could cut off everything. Even the aura could not be sensed. Master, in the ancient records of our Taiyin Holy Land, these 3,000 illusory realms were left behind by a supreme expert who was proficient in primordial spirit killer moves. There are a total of 3,000 illusory realms, and whoever can pass these 3,000 illusory realms can become that supreme expert's personal disciple. Tying Fairy said uneasily. Even the strongest were not omniscient and omnipotent. Everyone had their own strengths. Among them, experts who were proficient in primordial spirit killer moves were the most terrifying. Primordial spirit killer moves were formless and formless, just a glance could cause your primordial spirit to collapse. It was extremely bizarre. Even when you die, you won't know how you died. Oh? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had the Buddha bead golden body in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows and could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, a supreme expert who was proficient in primordial spirit killer moves was worthy of Su Qin's respect. One had to know that to become a supreme expert, the first thing one had to do was to break through the void and control the power of space. To break through the void with the power of fire? With the power of earth? With the power of lightning? There was a glimmer of hope. But to break through the void with the power of primordial spirit. The power of primordial spirit was formless and could easily blend into the depths of the void. To break through the void with the power of primordial spirit was definitely 10 times more difficult than other paths. However, in the previous Vitality Tide era, even at its peak, no living being had passed these 3,000 illusory realms. Tying Fairy shook her head and continued, and once you choose to pass the 3,000 illusory realms, to turn back, you have to pass through the current illusory realm. Tying Fairy's meaning was easy to understand. For example, when Su Qin started to pass the 3,000 illusory realms and reached the 10th illusory realm, if he wanted to turn back, he had to pass through this 10th illusory realm. If he couldn't pass through it, he would be trapped in this 10th illusory realm until he died of old age. So that's how it is. Su Qin nodded slightly. Tying Fairy's understanding of the 3,000 illusory realms was obviously far above those of the overseas great sections. At least she knew that this forbidden area was the dojo of a supreme expert, and once one completely passed through the 3,000 illusory realms, they could directly become the direct disciple of that supreme expert. Do you know the abyss? Su Qin kept looking at the forbidden area in front of him with the eye of truth and asked casually. The so-called abyss was also one of the 9 forbidden areas in the overseas sea, and it was ranked first. It was said that it was connected to the underground cave world. Forbidden area abyss? Tying Fairy's expression stiffened, revealing a trace of fear. Master, if I remember correctly, the forbidden area abyss was the battlefield of the final battle between the human world and the cave world during the last Vitality Tide. Tying Fairy's expression was extremely solemn, and she said in a deep voice, the forbidden area abyss is extremely dangerous. Even if it's a land immortal of the divine ruins realm, once he enters the abyss without permission, he will most likely die. More than 10,000 years ago, countless martial artists of the human race and the demon race of the cave world fought bloody battles at the entrance of the abyss. Countless land immortals fell, and even the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm once spilled their blood there. In the end, a certain demon god of the cave world even set his eyes on the abyss. Since then, the abyss has become a forbidden area in the human world. The supreme experts have issued decrees that no living beings are allowed to approach the abyss. Tying Fairy's voice was also trembling. Even though more than 10,000 years had passed, Tying Fairy had learned about the horror of the abyss from ancient books. If the 3,000 illusory realms were a forbidden area with the meaning of guiding the descendants, then the abyss was a place of death. The cave world. The depths of Su Qin's eyes faintly stirred up waves. Although in Su Qin's eyes, the cave world was just a place to sign in, for other living beings in the human world and even the supreme experts, the cave world was like purgatory. Thinking of this, Suqin looked at the 3,000 illusory realms again. No matter how dangerous the abyss was, what Suqin needed to do now was to completely eliminate the root of the problem and crush the primordial spirit of the white-browed old man. After a while, Suqin took a step forward and appeared on the island of the 3,000 illusory realms. Although this island could suppress the aura, since Suqin was sure that the primordial spirit of the white-browed old man had entered the 3,000 illusory realms, he could just follow him directly. Master. When Tying Fairy saw Suqin step into the 3,000 illusory realms, her expression changed slightly. In the end, she hesitated for a while, but still followed. At this moment, her life was completely in the hands of Suqin. Even if Suqin entered the forbidden abyss, she had to bite the bullet and follow him. Besides, the first 100 illusory realms of the 3,000 illusory realms were not very dangerous for the land immortals. Rumble. As soon as Suqin stepped onto the island of the 3,000 illusory realms, he noticed that the clouds began to churn, turning into illusions that appeared in front of him. There were peerless beauties, heaven-defying divine skills, supreme treasures, and so on. It was as if as long as Suqin wanted to, he could sit on all of these and easily become the supreme expert who dominated everything. Break! Suqin's eyes were still as calm as water. These illusions couldn't confuse him at all. As the power of his primordial spirit surged, all of them were turned into ashes. As expected. After entering the island, I felt the aura. Suqin's eyes lit up as he looked into the depths of the island. Outside the island, Suqin couldn't feel the white-browed old man's aura, but after stepping onto the island, he noticed the white-browed old man's aura. He's probably in the 98th illusory realm. Suqin estimated for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Master. At this moment, Tying Fairy followed behind Suqin. She had also experienced the first illusory realm and successfully passed through it. Next. Suqin continued to pass through illusory realms one after another. As he kept going deeper, the illusory realms that Suqin encountered became more and more realistic. Some of the illusory realms were even an illusory world, and Suqin became a living being in the illusory world. He had to break through the illusory world to pass through it. At the same time, in the 100th illusory realm, this illusory realm had evolved into a dynasty in the mortal world. In the imperial capital of the dynasty, the white-browed old man sat on the throne with a relaxed expression. This is only the 100th illusory realm, and it already gives me such a realistic feeling. How terrifying are the illusory realms after this? The white-browed old man stroked his beard and thought to himself, how terrifying is the supreme expert who left behind this island of 3,000 illusory realms. Although the sacred land he was in also had high achievements in the primordial spirit lineage, it was nothing compared to the 3,000 illusory realms. With my primordial spirit realm, it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass through the first 100 illusory realms, but after the 100th level, I'll have to be careful. The white-browed old man's expression turned serious. If he was in his prime, he could at least pass through the 150th level of the illusory realm, or even the 200th level of the illusory realm. But now, the white-browed old man was only left with his primordial spirit. And without the nourishment of his physical body, the white-browed old man who was only left with his primordial spirit would definitely be weaker. Under such circumstances, the white-browed old man was naturally unwilling to pass through the illusory realms beyond the 100th level. However, that Tang Tian probably didn't expect that I would come here. A hint of pride appeared on the white-browed old man's face. After he abandoned his physical body and escaped from Kunlun Mountain with his primordial spirit, he immediately found this place according to the ancient records of the sacred land and entered without hesitation. Even if that Tang Tian knew, so what? Would he dare to come here? The more the white-browed old man thought about it, the safer he felt. I'll hide in this illusory realm for decades or even centuries. After my immortal sex invade the human world, I'll find the Tang Tian to take revenge. A hint of gloom flashed across the white-browed old man's face. Although most of his means were on his primordial spirit, it was not a small price to pay to give up his physical body that he had cultivated for hundreds of years. Just as the white-browed old man was fantasizing about how to take revenge on Suqin. Rumble. The human dynasty created by the 100th level of the illusory realm was constantly shaking. What's happening? The white-browed old man was shocked. He quickly flew up and looked at the sky. However, the white-browed old man saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw layers of illusory realms being torn apart. A slender, tall figure was strolling through the layers of illusory realms and descending into the 100th level of the illusory realm. The Tangwa Tian? The white-browed old man was stunned and filled with horror when he saw the slender, tall figure. The 9 Great Forbidden Lands. The 100th level of the 3,000 illusions. The white-browed old man's essence soul looked at Su Qin, who had broken through the layers of illusions and arrived at the 100th level with unstoppable power. How did you get here so quickly? The white-browed old man couldn't believe it. The reason why he got to the 100th level so quickly was that he had read the information about the 3,000 illusions left behind by his sacred land. He knew how to break through the first 100 levels of illusions as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if the first 100 levels of the 3,000 illusions were not dangerous to Earth immortals, ordinary Earth immortals would need to spend decades to figure it out. Even if there was no danger, it didn't mean that one could get through it quickly. The layers of illusions in the 3,000 illusions required a lot of time to comprehend before one could get out. But now? The old man with white eyebrows watched Su Qin step through the layers of illusions as if there was no one there. He even tore a big hole in the 100th layer of the illusions and came here with great strength. It was simply shocking. I've finally found you. Su Qin saw the stunned white-browed old man and didn't attack immediately. Since he was here, it meant that the white-browed old man had nowhere to go. Therefore, after Su Qin glanced at the white-browed old man, he turned to look at the human dynasty created by the 100th level of illusions with interest. It's a god. A god has come to the world. Countless people of the human dynasty created by the illusions looked at Su Qin standing in the sky with fanaticism. A large number of them even knelt down and kept kowtowing. Although these people were created by the illusions and were not real living beings, they didn't know their own nature. The illusions gave them all their memories and experiences, so these people already had spiritual intelligence. The supreme expert who left behind the 3,000 illusions in this forbidden land is really unimaginable in terms of essence soul. Even Su Qin was quite emotional at this moment. This was only the 100th level of the illusion, and there were already such lifelike creatures in the illusion. If it was the later levels, the 1,000th, 2,000th, and even the 3,000th, wouldn't it be no different from the real world? What a pity. No matter how realistic it is, it's still an illusion. In the depths of Su Qin's pupils, an indescribable whirlpool was spinning. He gently raised his right hand, then waved his sleeve. In an instant, the entire illusory realm was torn apart, and the vast human kingdom collapsed in an instant. Countless illusory creatures turned into nothingness. Master. At this moment, Tying Fairy's figure appeared behind Su Qin, staggering in her steps. If Tying Fairy were to challenge the 3,000 illusion arrays alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach the 100th level so quickly. However, Tying Fairy was following behind Su Qin. Along the way, Su Qin broke through the layers of illusions. Tying Fairy took advantage of this opportunity to carefully follow behind Su Qin through the gaps between the illusions. Even so, when Tying Fairy entered the 100th level of the illusion, she was instantly trapped. If Su Qin hadn't broken the 100th level of the illusion with a wave of his hand, Tying Fairy would probably still be thinking about how to break through the array. When the white-browed elder heard how Tying Fairy addressed Su Qin, his pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe it. Tying Fairy, what did you just say? One had to know that Tying Fairy was the saintess-to-be of the Tying Holy Land. Her status was only below the Saint Lord and the Grand Elders of the Holy Land. The reason why Tying Fairy came to the human world with them this time was mainly because the Tying token was too important. The Tying Holy Land didn't feel at ease to give this treasure to other disciples. However, what the white-browed elder didn't expect was that Tying Fairy would actually let Su Qin be her master at this moment. She was willing to become a servant? Humph. Tying Fairy glanced at the white-browed elder coldly. She didn't even bother to explain. The white-browed elder's primordial spirit had escaped too early. He only knew that Su Qin was powerful and could defeat 5 spirit-severing realm earth deities. He might have already entered the true realm. Although true realm earth deities were terrifying, there were still experts of this level in many holy lands within the immortal sect. Tying Fairy's status as the sanctus-to-be was even higher than ordinary true realm earth deities. This was also the reason why the white-browed elder found it unbelievable. However, what the white-browed elder didn't know was that after he escaped from Kunlun Mountain with his primordial spirit, Su Qin used the second style of the Buddha's palm to cut off the void. This directly made Tying Fairy believe that Su Qin was a direct descendant of a supreme expert. In fact, if the white-browed elder knew about this, he wouldn't be too surprised that Tying Fairy had recognized Su Qin as her master. Within the immortal sect, there were many descendants of supreme experts. However, there were only a few direct descendants who could awaken their bloodline and inherit some of the supreme expert's abilities. As for any direct descendant of a supreme expert, as long as there was enough time, they would be able to stand at the top of the immortal sect sooner or later. Even an old monster at the peak of the divine ruin realm would have to bow down to them. "Master, do you need me to do it?" Tying Fairy didn't plead for mercy for the white-browed elder. Instead, she took the initiative to kill the white-browed elder. Tying Fairy's words made the white-browed elder's expression change drastically. At this moment, he also realized that he was in danger. He quickly bowed to Su Qin and begged for mercy. "Senior, please spare my life. I'm also willing to submit to you." "No need." Su Qin shook his head slightly. The white-browed elder was only left with his primordial spirit body. If he really accepted him, Su Qin would have to find a suitable body for him. This was too troublesome. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, a huge sun was faintly burning in the depths of his eyes. Then, bright golden flames filled Su Qin's eyes. In the end, they spurted out and directly enveloped the white-browed elder. In less than a moment, as the white-browed elder wailed, his primordial spirit body was completely burned. This is a divine power. It's definitely a divine power. Tying Fairy, who was next to him, clearly felt the horror of the golden flames. Her body trembled, and there was only one thought left in her mind. If it was before, when Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun to burn the burly man's primordial spirit, Tying Fairy was only guessing and wasn't very sure. But now, after Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun again, Tying Fairy was very sure that Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun at such a close distance. No matter what move or killing move it was, when it was used, it would inevitably need to mobilize one's true essence or the power of the primordial spirit. However, Su Qin's golden flames just now ignited out of thin air. Before that, Tying Fairy couldn't feel any fluctuations of the primordial spirit. And the only thing that could do this was a divine ability. Legend had it that divine power wasn't a killing move. It was more like a kind of talent that could be mastered by the spirit. It didn't need the primordial spirit to be used. In a flash, Tying Fairy's thoughts fluctuated, and she became more and more respectful. Generally speaking, even the direct bloodline descendants of the strongest could only inherit a certain ability of the strongest. But so far, Su Qin has shown more than one kind of secret art. First, this was a divine power that obviously belonged to the fire element. Second, it was a means of controlling the partition of space. Su Qin naturally didn't know what Tying Fairy was thinking. After he killed the white-browed elder's primordial spirit, he once again looked into the depths of the 3,000 illusory realms. Now, he was already in the 100th level of the illusory realm. If he continued to go deeper, he would be in the illusory realms beyond the 100th level. "Master." The power of the illusory realms in the 3,000 illusory realms increases every 100 levels. But with Master's ability, the first 2,000 levels shouldn't be a problem. You even have a chance to pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm, Tying Fairy said respectfully. Pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The horror of the 3,000 illusory realms was definitely far beyond Tying Fairy's imagination. Even if Su Qin used the Eye of Truth to observe, he could only see through the 1,000th level of the illusory realm. As for the illusory realms beyond the 1,000th level, even the Eye of Truth couldn't see through them. This was very terrifying. The Eye of Truth could observe the chi movement of heaven and earth, even the illusory realms were no exception. but now, the Eye of Truth had lost its effect. Of course, this was because Su Qin's strength was too weak. He was only in the spirit-severing realm and couldn't unleash the true power of the Eye of Truth. But even so, it showed how terrifying the 1000th level of the illusory realm was. Su Qin had a cautious personality and wouldn't put himself in danger. Even if he had the Buddha golden body in the depths of his ancestral aperture and could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, this could only ensure that Su Qin wouldn't die under primordial spirit killer moves. If a certain illusory realm after the 1000th level didn't have any lethality and only trapped Su Qin for a few hundred years, this would be a heavy loss for Su Qin. Being trapped in one place for a few hundred years was equivalent to making Su Qin unable to sign in everywhere. Although Su Qin left 2 incarnations outside, how could the strength of the incarnations compare to Su Qin's original body? Some places with rich Dao accumulation were extremely dangerous. No matter how many incarnations there were, they couldn't enter. Therefore, after sensing the possible danger after the 1000th level of the illusory realm, Su Qin didn't plan to continue. Not to mention whether he could pass through the 3000th level of the illusory realm. Even if he really passed through it, he would only obtain the inheritance of a certain supreme expert. And for Su Qin, this was what he didn't lack the most. However, this 3000 illusory realm is after the 9 great forbidden lands. It was famous even in the previous Vitality Tide era. There must be a lot of Dao accumulation, enough for me to sign in. Su Qin's heart suddenly palpitated. Although he didn't plan to continue because there would be danger later, he could still sign in before this place. Thinking of this, Su Qin looked around again. After confirming that there was no danger, he said in his heart, "System, sign in here." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Qin's ears. Primordial spirit killer move? Abyss of Darkness? In a trance, Su Qin felt as if he was in a vast world, and in the center of the world stood a white-haired man in white. His eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a vast world in the depths of his pupils. Even Su Qin felt his primordial spirit begin to tremble the moment he looked at the white-haired man in white. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "So this is Abyss of Darkness?" Abyss of Darkness was an extremely terrifying primordial spirit killer move. Primordial spirit killer moves were formless and intangible. They were known for being strange and unpredictable. Abyss of Darkness was even more so. For example, when Su Qin used Abyss of Darkness to look at the enemy's consciousness would fall into darkness and lose the ability to resist. If the primordial spirit's level was too low, the enemy's primordial spirit might directly disintegrate. Of course, the higher the opponent's level, the stronger the primordial spirit, and the stronger the resistance. With this primordial spirit killer move, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Su Qin smiled in satisfaction. If Xianxia appeared in front of him now, Su Qin only needed to use the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness to look at Xianxia and the other party would fall into darkness. Su Qin did not even need to make a move. Because Xianxia had just become an earth immortal and was at the initial stage of the spirit-severing stage, his primordial spirit was far inferior to Su Qin, who was at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness was that it was not only useful against experts below Su Qin's level, even if they were at the same level as Su Qin, or even stronger than Su Qin, this killer move could restrict part of the enemy's consciousness. "Master, are you all right?" At this moment, Taiyin Fairy looked at Su Qin cautiously. After Su Qin killed the white-browed old man's primordial spirit with the great sun golden pupil, he had been standing there. Taiyin Fairy thought that Su Qin had discovered something and raised her head to look at Su Qin. However, Taiyin Fairy's gaze met with Su Qin's eyes. At that instant, Taiyin Fairy only felt that she had seen a dark and deep world. This world seemed to be filled with a fatal attraction to her. Taiyin Fairy could not help but sink into it. "Come back." Just as Taiyin Fairy's consciousness was completely submerged, she heard a voice that sounded like a thunderclap. Taiyin Fairy was immediately pulled out from the dark abyss. What happened to me?" Cold sweat kept appearing on Taiyin Fairy's smooth forehead. Although Taiyin Fairy didn't know what had happened, she realized that if it wasn't for that voice, her consciousness would have been completely obliterated. Master. That pair of deep eyes suddenly appeared in Tyene Fairy's mind. She couldn't help but shiver. It seems that I have underestimated this primordial spirit killer move. Suqin observed Tyene Fairy's reaction and pondered. Originally, Suqin thought that this primordial spirit killer move was a great killer move to deal with group attacks. Even if he was surrounded by a group of land immortals, as long as he used this killer move, no matter how many land immortals there were, they would be defeated. But Tyene Fairy. Although Tyene Fairy's strength hadn't reached the peak of the spirit severing stage, she was very close. Even Tyene Fairy couldn't withstand the dark abyss. In the end, if Suqin didn't hold back in time, her primordial spirit would have collapsed. One could imagine the power of this killer move. Of course, this might be because Tyene Fairy didn't guard against Suqin at all. But no matter what, he was able to silently subdue a land immortal who was close to the peak of the spirit severing stage. But no matter what, the power of this primordial spirit killer move had already surprised Suqin. This primordial spirit killer move should be the ultimate skill of the owner of the 3,000 illusions. Suqin touched his chin and guessed. He still remembered that when the system instilled this primordial spirit killer move, Suqin's mind faintly entered a vast illusory world. And in the middle of the world stood a white-clothed, white-haired man. A supreme expert of the primordial spirit lineage. Suqin sighed in his heart. He stopped thinking about it and continued to familiarize himself with the dark abyss. Next. Suqin continued to stay in the 3,000 illusions for a few more days. He even went deep into the 1,000th level of the 3,000 illusions and tried to continue signing in. After all, the primordial spirit killer move Dark Abyss had given Suqin an advantage. With such a powerful killer move, even if there were another 100 of them, Suqin wouldn't mind. However, to Suqin's disappointment, it seemed that the Dark Abyss that he had signed in had exhausted the Dao accumulation on the island. I might have to pass through the 3,000 illusions and enter the deepest core of the island before I can continue to sign in. Suqin stood on the 1,000th level of the illusion and thought silently in his heart. Suqin had signed in for decades. Of course, he knew that even in the same place, there were only a few places where he could sign in. For example, the Shaolin Temple covered an area of dozens of miles, but the places where Suqin signed in were only the Scripture Pavilion and the Bodhi Court. And this 3,000 Illusions Island was probably the same. Suqin's first sign-in was equivalent to signing in all the Dao accumulation on the periphery of the island. The remaining Dao accumulation was hidden deeper. If Suqin wanted to continue signing in, he would have to go deeper into the 3,000 illusions. To me, the primordial spirit killer move is just an additional method. It's not necessary. There's no need to take the risk of going deeper into the 3,000 illusions. Suqin thought for a while and gave up on the idea of going deeper into the 3,000 illusions. If Suqin was trapped in a certain illusion for hundreds of years because of this, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses? Although the primordial spirit killer move was strange and unpredictable and could kill people without leaving a trace, Suqin didn't have to use it. The killer move Dark Abyss was enough for Suqin. I'll come in and take a look when I become a supreme expert in the future. Suqin made up his mind. And just as Suqin was pondering, Tyene Fairy, who had been following behind Suqin, felt her heart trembling. This is the 1,000th layer of the illusion. Tyene Fairy looked around and swallowed her saliva. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, only Earth immortals at the peak of the true realm had a chance of reaching the 1,000th layer of the illusion. As for those below the true realm, they would stop at 400 or 500 layers at most. Could it be that Master's strength is at the peak of the true realm? Tyene Fairy couldn't help but think. The true realm and the peak of the true realm were two completely different concepts. Originally, Tyene Fairy thought that Suqin was at most at the true realm, but she didn't expect him to be at the peak of the true realm. Even in the many holy lands of the immortal sects, the peak of the true realm was second only to the Holy Lord and a few Grand Supremes. It was enough to look down on a region. If Suqin knew what Tyene Fairy was thinking, he would probably smile indifferently. The reason why Suqin could easily pass the 1,000th layer of the illusion was not because he had the strength of the peak of the true realm, but because he used the Eye of Truth to observe and ignore all primordial spirit killer moves. The Eye of Truth observed the flaws in each layer of the illusion, but Su Qin relied on the primordial spirit killer move to force his way through. It was because of these two methods that Su Qin could reach the 1000th layer of the illusion in just a few days. However, this was also Su Qin's limit. If he went any deeper, even if Su Qin could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, he might be trapped in a certain layer of the illusion. Of course, although Su Qin was not at the peak of the true realm, in Su Qin's eyes, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the peak of the true realm. As long as Su Qin stepped into the true realm, he could use countless methods and trump cards to fight against the peak of the true realm. Alright. Let's go back. Su Qin glanced at Taiyin Ferry and directly turned to leave the 3000 Illusion Island. Now that the white-browed elder's primordial spirit had fallen, and Su Qin had obtained the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness from signing in on the 3000 Illusion Island, he had gained a lot and naturally should return. Just as Su Qin brought Taiyin Ferry back to Chang'an City. Inside the immortal sect. Clouds and mist. Extremely dense primordial qi and spiritual vigor filled the air. On a divine mountain that looked like a heavenly saber, more than 10 figures sat cross-legged. The life fire of the disciple that my heavenly saber mountain sent into the human world has extinguished. The heavenly saber mountain master was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore a gray robe, but the saber aura between his brows seemed to be able to cut the world apart. As one of the 6 sacred grounds of the immortal sect, Heavenly Saber Mountain was an orthodoxy left behind by a supreme expert. Not only did they have the supreme expert's life treasure, but they also had more than one overlord of the divine ruin realm. His life fire extinguished? The elders of Heavenly Saber Mountain looked at each other. In their opinion, after more than 10,000 years of primordial qi in the human world, it had probably declined to the extreme and could not produce any experts. The disciple they sent was a mid-stage spirit-severing stage Earth Immortal. Logically speaking, even if he could not dominate the human world, at least he should not have died. How are the disciples of the other sacred grounds? A Heavenly Saber Mountain elder on the left thought for a while and asked. Other than the disciple of Taiyin's sacred ground, the life fire of all the disciples of the other sacred grounds has extinguished, the Heavenly Saber Mountain master said indifferently. To a sacred ground like Heavenly Saber Mountain, the death of an Earth Immortal disciple was a little painful, but it was not unacceptable. However, what the Heavenly Saber Mountain master cared about was what the human world was like now. What happened? Why did their disciple die? The disciple of Taiyin's sacred ground had the Taiyin token and activated it to save his life. It's understandable, but the other disciples? The Heavenly Saber Mountain elders were puzzled. It seems that something big has happened in the human world. After a long while, the Heavenly Saber Mountain master said slowly. I'll discuss this with the other sacred grounds and see if we should use that treasure. The Heavenly Saber Mountain master's eyes flashed. That treasure? The expressions of the Heavenly Saber Mountain elders changed slightly, but they did not refute. Almost all the disciples sent by the other sacred grounds to the human world had died. This made the other sacred grounds feel uneasy. Even if they had to pay a certain price, they had to understand the current situation in the human world. At the same time, Su Qin and Taiyin Ferry finally returned to Chang'an City after several hours of traveling. Familiarize yourself with it first. Su Qin left Taiyin Ferry in the East Palace and asked the old man Fei Yu to introduce some of the rules of the palace to Taiyin Ferry. Then, he returned to the black majestic underground hall. Since the War God Temple is back. Su Qin sat cross-legged and raised his right hand. A majestic palace hovered above his hand. Next, it's time to cultivate the War God Catalog. Su Qin's expression changed. His mind quickly sank into the 49 void relief sculptures. War God Catalog. Bits and pieces of information about the War God Catalog quickly appeared in Su Qin's mind. The supreme expert who created the War God Temple, Ho Yuan, accidentally obtained 49 void relief sculptures when he was traveling in the void outside the realm. As for these 49 relief sculptures, they were the Battle God Catalog. However, the War God Catalog was too obscure and difficult to understand. Even someone as powerful as Ho Yuan found it difficult to comprehend it. However, he sensed that the void relief sculptures weren't simple. They might represent some powerful and unknown inheritance. Hence, he specially preserved the void relief sculptures and placed them in the war god temple. They would appear every few thousand years so that countless geniuses in the future could comprehend the 49 void relief sculptures together. This was also the origin of the war god temple. Unfortunately, after such a long time, coupled with the fact that the war god temple was hidden in the depths of the void and had experienced several void storms, the 49 void relief sculptures inside were severely damaged, and there were even fractures. Under such circumstances, not to mention the war god catalog being obscure and difficult to understand, even a normal divine art would be difficult to cultivate. If Xianxia hadn't signed in at the war god temple and directly obtained the complete war god catalog, this incredible inheritance would have been lost. The war god catalog isn't a divine art manual, nor is it an essence soul killer move. Xianxia carefully comprehended the war god catalog. This inheritance that even supreme experts couldn't comprehend was as easy as flipping his palm for Xianxia after the system instilled it into him. It's an ultimate technique for cultivating a domain. Xianxia muttered to himself. The so-called domain was a special domain formed by a martial artist continuously compressing the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary peak mythical legends had the ability to condense a domain. However, if one wanted to cultivate the war god catalog, they had to at least raise their domain to the phenomenal stage. As for the phenomenal stage, only after becoming an earth immortal could one have a chance of reaching it. In other words, this war god catalog was an ultimate technique that only earth immortals could cultivate. After entering the earth immortal realm, my miniature domain naturally evolved into a phenomenal stage domain after being replenished by the sea of essence chi. I reached the bottom line of cultivating the war god catalog. Xianxia's curiosity grew. According to the information left behind by the supreme expert Hou Yuan, this battle god catalog had never appeared in the mortal world before. It was an item from the outer realm and was extremely mysterious. Xianxia didn't suspect that this secret technique had been left behind by some powerful figure. Since the system gave him this secret technique, it meant that it wouldn't harm him at all. Xianxia just needed to cultivate it without worry. Through the war god catalog, I can transform my domain into the war god domain. And the war god domain is above all domains in the world. Xianxia slowly comprehended the war god catalog, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. This divine battle catalog is enough for Hou Yuan, a supreme expert, to forge the divine battle hall at a great cost just to preserve it. Could it be that it's only enough to cultivate the divine battle domain? Xianxia muttered to himself. A supreme expert could even shatter space with a raise of his hand, let alone a domain. No matter how powerful the war god domain was, could it be stronger than the omnipresent space? Since that was the case, why was the supreme expert, Hou Yuan, so obsessed with the battle god catalog? Let's start cultivating. Xianxia thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Although he had a deep understanding of the battle god catalog through the system's infusion, he couldn't determine the true upper limit of the battle god domain due to the lack of comparison. However, cultivating the battle god domain isn't something that can be done with hard work. It also requires space crystals. Xianxia frowned. Space crystals were the main material for refining spatial magic treasures. They existed in the layers of the void and only supreme experts had a chance of obtaining them. This war god temple was refined by the supreme expert, Hou Yuan, using a space crystal the size of a small mountain. Although I've refined this war god temple, I can't destroy it, let alone extract the space crystals inside. Xianxia's gaze turned and looked at the majestic palace that was constantly bobbing up and down in his palm. Do I have to make a trip to the immortal sect? Xianxia's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. There were orthodoxies left behind by supreme experts in the immortal sect. These orthodoxies must have hidden space crystals left behind by supreme experts. After all, space crystals weren't too precious to the supreme experts. They just needed to break through space in the market and collect them in the depths of the void. However, although Xianxia was certain that there were space crystals in the immortal sect, those space crystals weren't something that Xianxia could take away. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart stirred and a small dark yellow gourd appeared in front of him. This small gourd floated in the void and spun, faintly emitting the aura of space. Void gourd. It was the spatial magic treasure that Xianxia signed in at the stargazing tower in the palace. The space contained in this void gourd was the size of a hall. Although it was still far from being comparable to the Battle God catalog, it was still considered a top-grade spatial magic treasure. Although Suqin couldn't destroy the Battle God temple, he didn't take this palm-sized void gourd seriously. Now that I have the Battle God temple, I won't be lacking spatial magic treasures for a long time in the future. I won't need this void gourd either, so I might as well take out the space crystals inside to cultivate the Battle God catalog. Suqin raised his right hand, held the demon god's blade, and stood gently on the void gourd. Block. The void gourd vibrated continuously and actually blocked Suqin's blade. Block, block, block. However, as Suqin continued to slash, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the void gourd. And within these cracks, sparkling light spots floated out. Suqin looked at these light dots, as if he was looking at one space after another. These are the space crystals? Suqin was shocked. These sparkling and translucent light spots were naturally not complete space crystals. They were just fragments of space crystals, but for Suqin, it was enough. Battle God Domain. Suqin took a deep breath and slowly transformed the domain according to the Battle God catalog. Buzz. Just as Suqin was immersed in cultivating the Battle God domain, Suqin's phenomenal success stage domain actually expanded on its own. However, Suqin's phenomenal success stage domain didn't directly cover a radius of a few hundred miles. Instead, it condensed within 100 meters around him. One after another, the space crystal fragments continued to pour into Suqin's domain. As the space crystal fragments merged, Suqin's domain became deeper and deeper. It bloomed with layers of light, and there seemed to be a world condensing inside. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the vast land was slowly condensing. Countless auras kept appearing, increasing in number, making this world more and more real. If other Earth immortals saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Creating a world. This was a heaven-defying technique that only supreme experts who had broken through the void could use. Moreover, even supreme experts had to break through the void and borrow the power from the depths of the void to create a world. Even so, supreme experts could only create a space. They had to draw in a large amount of essence qi, spiritual vigor, and nomological Tao from the human world to gradually take shape. However, Suqin was able to create a world in his own domain. Although the current world was extremely illusory and couldn't even compare to the layers of illusions on the 3,000 illusion islands, since there was a beginning, as long as Suqin continued, there would be a day when he would evolve a real world in his own domain. So this is the Battle God domain. After a long time, Suqin opened his eyes with a hint of shock on his face. In the process of cultivating the War God catalog, how could Suqin not know the changes in his domain? Creating a world with his own strength. This was a scene that many martial artists dreamed of. Even those Earth immortals at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm were far from being able to do it. This was already stepping into the true authority of an immortal god. It's a pity that I don't have enough space crystals. Suqin was overwhelmed with emotions, but in the end, he shook his head slightly. The cultivation of the Battle God catalog not only requires a large amount of space crystals, but it also consumes my physical body's qi, blood, and dermic powers. Suqin sat cross-legged and carefully recalled the changes in his body during the cultivation. If the end of the cultivation of the Battle God catalog is to create a world within one's own domain, then the formation of a world not only requires sufficient space but also boundless energy. Suqin thought silently. In just a short moment, he had already consumed 10% of his qi and blood. This was under the premise that the Golden Crow divine body was rich in qi and blood. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary spirit-severing stage Earth immortal, his qi and blood would have been drained long ago. Looks like I have to prepare enough divine pills and spirit liquids to replenish my qi and blood when I cultivate the Battle God catalog next time. Suqin thought. However, my current domain is more than 10 times stronger than before. Suqin felt his domain and a smile appeared on his face. Even for Suqin, making the domain evolve into a complete world was an unattainable goal. Not to mention the huge need for space crystals, just the supply of qi, blood, and dermic powers was enough to give Suqin a headache. From a certain point of view, it was even more difficult than the Great Sun portrait. However, at this moment, the changes in his domain were real. It was an improvement that Suqin could feel immediately. In terms of mastery of heaven and earth, it's 10 times stronger than an ordinary phenomenal domain. Even if I encounter a true realm earth immortal, he will be suppressed by my domain immediately and can only unleash 60% of his strength. Su Qi nodded slightly, extremely satisfied. One had to know that in a battle between earth immortals, the increase or decrease of one's strength was enough to affect the outcome of the battle, let alone being suppressed by 40%. Other than that, if I use my domain to envelop myself, I will completely conceal all my aura. This is a bit like the supreme expert's all dharma vanishes, karma does not touch. Su Qi thought to himself. Although his current domain had only slightly evolved the shadow of a world, which was thousands of miles away from the real world, even if it was only the shadow of a world, it made Su Qi feel as if he was in another dimension. Whether it was scanning with the power of the primordial spirit or covering with the domain, none of them could detect Su Qi at all. This was because under the cover of his own domain, to be precise, Su Qi was no longer in the human world. Whether it was the power of the primordial spirit or the domain, they could only envelop the space of the human world. For Su Qi, who was no longer in the human world, there was naturally nothing they could do. In a flash, Su Qi's thoughts spun rapidly and he was in a good mood. This method was simply crushing all the aura concealment secret techniques in the world. One had to know that even the strongest aura concealment secret technique could only conceal one's own aura. However, one was still there and had not disappeared. There was still the possibility of being discovered. However, if Su Qi used the war god domain to conceal himself, it was equivalent to being completely independent of this space. Of course, if Su Qi made a move, he would naturally be able to escape from this state and return to the human world. Even so, this was an extremely incredible method. It's very difficult for the war god catalog to improve in a short period of time. Next, it's time to break through and enter the true realm. After Su Qi felt the changes in his body again, his mind slowly calmed down and he prepared to completely enter the true realm. In fact, long before Su Qi left Thunder God Island and went to Kunlun Mountain, he was already at the peak of the spirit-severing realm and was half a step into the true realm. Now, after the accumulation of experience on the 3,000 fantasy islands, stepping into the true realm was as simple as eating and drinking. Just as Su Qi was about to break through and enter the true realm, the Earth Immortal Realm. After Tyene Fairy walked around the palace, she returned to the East Palace and stood quietly outside the Right Spring Square, waiting for Su Qi to summon her. How should I address you, Fairy? The old man, Fei Yu, and the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoi sect asked tentatively. Although Tyene Fairy's aura was restrained, the old man, Fei Yu, could still feel the aura that surpassed the myth realm that Tyene Fairy unintentionally revealed. You can call me Tyene, Tyene Fairy said. Every generation of saintess-to-be in the Tyene Holy Land, no matter what their previous name was, after becoming a saintess-to-be, they would all be called Tyene. We're all working for Master. You don't have to treat me as an outsider, Tyene Fairy said softly. She didn't care about her identity. Since she recognized Su Qi as her master, Tyene Fairy completely let go of the arrogance in her heart. Tyene? What a strange name. Yan Hai, who was beside her, blinked and muttered softly. Among the many large sects overseas, none of them had anything to do with Tyene. Even among the many powerhouses born in the past 1,000 years, none of them had a name or title similar to Tyene. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Tai sect suddenly narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. He immediately cupped his hands at Tyene Fairy and said, You've just arrived at the palace, so you must need some time to rest. We'll take our leave now. After saying that, the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoi sect forcefully pulled Yan Hai, who was curious and wanted to ask more, and quickly left the East Palace. Outside the East Palace, Yan Hai looked at the Lao Dao cultivator with a puzzled expression. Masters Jr., why are you pulling me? Seeing the strange expression on the Lao Dao cultivator's face, Yan Hai immediately reacted and glanced at the East Palace. Masters Jr., is that Tyene not simple? It's more than simple. The old man, Fei Yu, gulped. There was still a trace of fear and uneasiness on his face. Is she really not simple? Yan Hai's expression became serious. The old man, Fei Yu, was a pinnacle legend and had followed Su Qi for a long time. To be able to make him so frightened, it was obvious that the woman named Tyene had a great background. You guessed it too. The Lao Dao cultivator saw the old man's expression and smiled bitterly. As the Lao Dao cultivator spoke, his tone was filled with disbelief and incredulity. The old man, Fei Yu, shook his head and finally said, I'm afraid that Master's strength is not only unparalleled in history, but also able to compete with that place. After listening for a long time, Yan Hai finally couldn't help but ask, Masters Jr., what are you talking about? The Lao Dao cultivator glanced at Yan Hai. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, have you heard of the immortal sect? P.S. I'm ashamed, I don't have any today immortal sect? When Yan Hai heard these two words, he was at a loss at first, but then his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. As a disciple of the Daoyi sect, even if Yan Hai didn't know the specific information about the immortal sect, he had read the ancient books passed down from the last Vitality Tide era and had more or less seen the words immortal sect. The woman named Tyene just now, is she related to the immortal sect? Yan Hai reacted very quickly and immediately thought of Tyene Fairy. He couldn't help but ask. More than related. The old man Fei Yu smiled bitterly, his expression was still full of shock. In the last Vitality Tide era, there was a strong person named Tyene who passed down a sacred ground called the Sacred Ground of Tyene. Since then, every prospective saintess in the sacred ground was named Tyene. The old man Fei Yu said slowly. Even if thousands of years had passed, the legends about the strong were still recorded in the ancient books of the major sections. Among them, the strong Tyene was even more dazzling. If it wasn't for the strong Tyene at the end, the final result of the battle between the human world and the cave world might not have been the winner. Tyene's sacred ground? Yan Hai was still immersed in shock, while Ruanqing next to him was confused and said, you mean, Master kidnapped the prospective saintess of the Tyene sacred ground? Ruanqing was just a rogue cultivator overseas, so he naturally didn't know the status of the immortal sect and what kind of existence the Tyene sacred ground was. He just simply said the important information in the old man Fei Yu's words. As soon as Ruanqing finished speaking, the old man Fei Yu and the Lao Dao were silent. Their thoughts were similar to Ruanqing's, but they didn't dare to say it as casually as Ruanqing. That was the Tyene sacred ground, a sacred ground that dominated the Vitality Tide era. How noble was the prospective saintess? It was far beyond the ordinary land immortals, but now? The prospective saintess of the Tyene sacred ground, who was expected to become a real saintess or even a sacred lord in the future, had actually become Su Qin's servant? If this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even the entire immortal sect would be shaken. Could it be that we got the wrong person? Just the same name? Yan Hai finally struggled out of his shock and asked tentatively. Although the two words Great Moon were incomparably heavy, it was one of the most dazzling existences in the previous Vitality Tide era. However, there were millions of living beings in the world, and it was only a name. It was very likely that there would be someone with the same name. Same name? If she were an ordinary person, it would be possible. But that woman just now, even if she had been restraining her aura, she could still suppress us with a raise of her hand. Obviously, she has far surpassed the pinnacle of the myth realm. I'm afraid that she has stepped into the earth immortal realm like you, my lord. An earth god stage martial artist who has never appeared before, also known as Tyene? How can this be a coincidence? The old man Fei Yu shook his head and said. If it was just an ordinary person, or even a legend, they might use the name Tyene without authorization because of their ignorance. But the existence at the level of earth immortals, which one of them was a fool? How could he not know what the word grating meant? No matter how bold an earth immortal was, he wouldn't dare to do this to an omnipotent expert. This was not only because of the huge gap in strength, but also because of the respect for the seniors who walked at the end of the martial Dao. If it weren't for the omnipotent expert Tyene and other omnipotent experts resisting the invasion of the cave world back then, the entire human world would have been reduced to the devil race's back garden at this moment. My lord's means are really comparable to an immortal god. After a long time, the old man Fei Yu sighed softly. He was shocked and felt that submitting to Su Qin was the best decision he had made in his life. At the same time, inside the immortal gate, in a palace that floated under the firmament, 6 figures were sitting cross-legged. These 6 figures, just sitting there, faintly made the void stop. A terrifying sense of oppression shrouded the world. Ordinary Earth immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing stage wouldn't even dare to think of resisting in front of these 6 figures. We disciples of the Holy Land have inexplicably fallen in the human world. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. A man in a green robe said slowly. With every word he spoke, a gentle breeze blew slowly in the void. In a trance, it was as if a destructive wind was brewing. This man in green was the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley, one of the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sects. He was an earth immortal at the peak of the Wind God ruins. Of course, we must investigate thoroughly. But how should we investigate thoroughly? Now that the situation in the human world is unclear, and our disciples have inexplicably died, do we continue to send disciples to the human world? The sacred master of the great beginning holy land said in a booming voice. Among the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sects, the great beginning holy land specialized in the physical body. Every earth immortal of the great beginning holy land had an extremely powerful physical body, surpassing the Dharma body of an ordinary earth immortal. That's right. Under the circumstances where the situation in the human world is unclear, we shouldn't continue to send disciples, the sacred master of Taiyin said slowly. Although the life fire of Taiyin Ferry was still burning and Taiyin Ferry was not dead, the Taiyin token of the Taiyin Holy Land was lost in the human world. In a way, the Taiyin Holy Land had suffered the greatest loss. The value of the Taiyin token was incomparable to that of an earth immortal at the divine ruin stage. I suggest that we use the Eye of the Demon God to observe the human world, the mountain master of the Skyblade Mountain said at this moment. The so-called Eye of the Demon God was not the real Eye of the Demon God. It was a treasure that was refined by the supreme powerhouses tens of thousands of years ago by imitating the opening of the demon god's eyes. In the previous era of the Vitality Tide, when the countless demons of the cave world were about to be defeated, a certain demon god in the depths of the world suddenly opened his eyes, and his terrifying gaze swept across everything. Countless human powerhouses fell, and even the strongest powerhouses were seriously injured. After the supreme powerhouses escaped into the immortal sect, they refined an eye-type treasure according to the terrifying gaze of a certain demon god from the depths of the cave world and named it the Eye of the Demon God. The Eye of the Demon God was not a supreme treasure. It did not have any offensive ability, but through the Eye of the Demon God, one could see everything in the world, even the cave world. Of course, even the supreme powerhouses were not willing to use the Eye of the Demon God to spy on the cave world. The demon god in the depths of the cave world was inconceivable. If they were to attract the attention of the demon god again because of spying, who could bear the consequences? Use the Eye of the Demon God? The sacred lord of the primeval sacred land frowned slightly. The Eye of the Demon God was refined by the supreme powerhouses, so it was jointly owned by the 6 sacred lands. As long as one of the sacred lands did not agree, the Eye of the Demon God could not be used. After all, the Eye of the Demon God was too terrifying. Under the Eye of the Demon God, there were basically no secrets in the world. No sacred lord was willing to see all the trump cards of their sacred land exposed to the Eye of the Demon God. It's just used to see the situation in the human world, the master of the Skyblade Mountain said calmly. What he meant was that he would not use the Eye of the Demon God to spy on the secrets of the primeval sacred land. The Eye of the Demon God is not something that can be used at will. To awaken the Eye of the Demon God, one needs to consume a lot of vitality and a lot of space power, the sacred land of the primeval sacred land said, shaking his head. Although the space power was everywhere, only the supreme powerhouses could master it. Before the supreme powerhouses died of old age, they would seal some space power and leave it in the sacred land to serve as a foundation. After all, whether it was to awaken the life treasure or to use some other treasures, space power was needed. The other sacred lords also looked hesitant. Although there was still a lot of space power in their sacred land, it was a special power that only the supreme powerhouses could master. Before the next supreme powerhouse was born, every bit of space used was a little bit less. If we don't use the Eye of the Demon God, do we have to hide in the immortal sect forever? The master of the Skyblade Mountain sneered. The vitality in the outside world is beginning to recover. If we don't go out, we will most likely miss the critical point of the recovery. You should know very well what we will miss by then. Moreover, we can't take that step out of the immortal sect. As long as we walk out of the immortal sect and feel the great Tao of the real world, we can break through the void and become a supreme powerhouse. The master of the Sky Blade Mountain said slowly. As soon as he said that, the faces of the sacred lords changed. Although the small world of the immortal sect was created by the supreme powerhouses, it could not be compared to a great world like the human world. The sacred lords present were all earth immortals at the peak of the divine ruin realm. To them, their only goal was to improve. Then let's use the eye of the demon god, the Grandine Sacred Lord said slowly after pondering for a long time. This time, even the primeval Sacred Lord did not object. It was obvious that he agreed. Using the eye of the demon god would consume space power. However, if they did not use the eye of the demon god, their space power would be used up sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. The real solution was to give birth to another supreme powerhouse. However, to give birth to another supreme powerhouse, there would only be a glimmer of hope if they returned to the human world. In that case, then let's begin. The master of the Sky Blade Mountain looked excited. He took out a token with only a single corner. This incomplete token was extremely mysterious. It floated quietly in the air and emitted an indescribable aura. The other 5 holy lords glanced at each other and also took out a token with only a single corner. As soon as the 6 tokens appeared, they seemed to sense something and quickly gathered together to form a complete token. Rumble. The moment this hexagonal token appeared, a series of rumbles came from above the palace. A vortex began to appear at the highest point and a huge eye appeared in the vortex. Eye of the Demon God. When the 6 sacred lords saw this huge eye, they were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, this huge eye was still tightly shut as if it had not opened yet. Let's work together to activate the eye of the demon god. The 6 sacred lords moved their minds and endless primordial chi and spiritual vigor surged toward the huge eye. Other than that, the 6 sacred lords raised their right hands and released traces of space power toward the huge eye. As a large amount of vitality, spiritual vigor, and traces of space power continued to pour in, the huge eye that was tightly shut finally opened slowly. The pupils of the enormous eye were pitch black, as unfathomable as an abyss. Even the holy lords at the peak of the divine ruin realm present felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw the eye of the demon god open. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth, and layers of the void froze as if a supreme expert was awakening, opening his eyes, and looking at the mortal world. This is the demon god's eye? The grand beginning divine lord's face was solemn, and so were the other divine lords. The aura of the demon god's eyes awakening was too terrifying, and the divine power that could shatter everything made the divine lords feel as if they were facing a true supreme expert. Of course, the divine lords understood that this should be an illusion. Even if a supreme expert's life treasure was fully awakened, it would only be close to a supreme expert, let alone the demon god's eye. Although the demon god's eye was jointly refined by the supreme experts, it was not an offensive treasure, and the power it produced was naturally not comparable to a life treasure. It said that this demon god's eye was refined by a few supreme powerhouses by imitating the demon god of the cave world. It can't be compared to the power of a demon god when he truly opens his eyes. The lunar holy master took a deep breath and said solemnly. More than 10,000 years ago, a certain demon god in the depths of the cave world merely opened his eyes and looked at the human world from a different world, yet countless powerhouses of the human race had fallen, and even the strongest powerhouses had been severely injured. How could such power be compared to a mere treasure? The reason why the supreme experts refined this demon god's eye together was that they wanted to look up at the height of the demon god, and not really to replicate the attack when the demon god opened his eyes. Alright. The demon god's eye has been activated. The sect master of the Heavenly Blade Mountain said word by word. As soon as he finished speaking, under the huge eye, images suddenly appeared. The images moved from far to near, and instantly traversed the entire immortal gate, then crossed layers of void, and finally landed on a huge ancient stone gate. That is the entrance to the mortal world. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley's eyes lit up. The connection between the immortal gate and the mortal world was the huge ancient stone gate. It was because of this stone gate that the small world and the immortal gate could be tightly locked to the mortal world. Otherwise, there was no up, down, left, or right in the depths of the void, and the small world and the immortal gate would have been lost in the layers of void after 10,000 years. The next moment, under the watchful gazes of the sacred masters, the demon god's eyes line of sight passed through the stone door and looked at the human great world. On the other side, Su Qin's breakthrough has also reached a critical moment. Whoosh! The countless divine pills and spirit liquids placed in front of Su Qin collapsed and turned into endless essence qi and spirit vigor, which merged into his body. At this moment, Su Qin was no longer satisfied with swallowing the pills one by one. He absorbed the pressure of all the pills in an instant to help himself break through the shackles and enter a higher level. If there were other people present, they would be shocked to find that the pills in front of Su Qin were divine pills and spirit liquids that were rarely seen in hundreds or thousands of years. Even an earth immortal would be overjoyed to get one. However, they were piled up in front of Su Qin like jelly beans, and a small mountain would disappear after a while. But even so, after a hill disappeared, another hill appeared. It was as if there was no end to it, and it was endlessly sucked into Su Qin's body. In the end, even pills couldn't satisfy Su Qin anymore. A vast ocean appeared silently in the sky above Chang'an City. It was the Essence Qi Ocean in the depths of the void. As soon as the shadow of the Essence Qi Ocean appeared, a large amount of extremely pure Essence Qi leaked and poured into the underground of Chang'an City, into Su Qin's body. The phenomenon that appeared in the sky above Chang'an City immediately attracted the attention of countless people in Chang'an City. What's that? From the looks of it, it looks like the sea. Are you an idiot? Why would the sea appear in the sky? Many people in Chang'an City stared at it with their eyes wide open and kept talking. Compared to the puzzlement of the citizens, a small number of Myth Realm martial artists had a storm raging in their hearts. This is the Essence Qi Ocean? Isn't the Essence Qi Ocean hidden in the depths of the void? How could it appear? Is someone going to become an earth immortal? That's not right. In the records of my sect, when a peak Myth Realm martial artist became an earth immortal, there was no such phenomenon. The Myth Realm martial artists from the major sects were in disbelief. Many of the major sects overseas were basically related to earth immortals. They probably knew what would happen when a Myth Realm martial artist broke through to the earth immortal realm. In the records of these major sects, when a Myth Realm martial artist entered the earth immortal realm, only his primordial spirit merged with the Essence Qi Ocean, and then drew a small part of the power of the Essence Qi Ocean to replenish his body. After all, with the body of a Myth Realm martial artist, he could at most absorb a small part of the power of the Essence Qi Ocean. Otherwise, if it exceeded a certain limit, the body would not be able to bear it and would directly explode. But now, the shadow of the Essence Qi Ocean that appeared in the sky above Chang'an City was vast and mighty. It was nearly 500 miles long, and this was called a small part. Could it be that the celestial of the Empire of Tang has broken through again? A Myth Realm martial artist asked cautiously. As soon as this was said, the rest of the myths were shocked. Although a Myth Realm martial artist wanted to refute, the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he could no longer say it. Because other than this explanation that could explain what was happening, no one could think of any other possibility. The Celestial of Tang Tian is already invincible in the world. Now that he has broken through again, what level has his strength reached? An old man in cotton clothes sighed softly. The rest of the myths looked at each other and did not speak. They just silently looked at the shadow of the Essence Qi Ocean that was nearly 500 miles long above Chang'an City. The scene in front of them had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. These myths did not even have the qualifications to look up to Su Qin. How could they know how strong Su Qin was? However, although they did not know, it did not affect their observation of the Essence Qi Ocean. One must know that the Essence Qi Ocean was only accessible to peak myths and earth immortals. Now that it suddenly appeared in the human world, it was simply a rare opportunity for them. If by virtue of this experience, they had some understanding of the Essence Qi Ocean, wouldn't the possibility of breaking through to the earth immortal realm increase by a little? Besides, even if there was no improvement at all, it could be used to broaden their horizons. Anyway, they did not need to pay anything, so why not? At this moment, inside the East Palace, in front of the Right Spring Square, Tyene Fairy, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Master is going to step into the Divine Ruins realm? Tyene Fairy saw the vast Xianxia ocean that was nearly 500 miles long appear. Although she was shocked, she could barely accept it. As the saintess-to-be of the Tyene Holy Land, one of the 6 great holy lands in the Immortal sect, Tyene Fairy naturally knew that a breakthrough in the Earth Immortal realm would cause the Xianxia ocean to appear again. Of course, the breakthrough here referred to the crossing of a large realm, such as breaking through from the Spirit Severing stage to the Origin Returning stage, and from the Origin Returning stage to the Divine Ruins, not from the early Spirit Severing stage to the middle Spirit Severing stage. Although it is only a matter of time for the direct descendants of Master or even the strongest to step into the Divine Ruins realm, Master is not even 500 years old. Tyene Fairy was still in disbelief. According to the ancient records of the Tyene Holy Land, once the descendants of the strongest awakened their bloodline, they would advance by leaps and bounds and step into the Divine Ruins realm. This was also the reason why the direct descendants of the strongest were above the Earth Immortals who were at the peak of the Divine Ruins realm. However, success and failure depended on bloodline. Throughout the several Xianxia recovery eras, almost no direct descendants of the strongest were able to break through the shackles, shatter the void, and become the strongest. Even if the direct descendants of the strongest grew to the limit, they would only be close to the strongest. Of course, this could not cover up the strength of the direct descendants of the strongest. After all, how many of the countless living beings in the world could become the strongest? That's not right. Master is not stepping into the Divine Ruins realm. Suddenly, Tyene Fairy seemed to have discovered something, and her eyes suddenly widened. According to the ancient records of the 6 great holy lands in the Immortal sect, when the Origin Returning stage Earth Immortal broke through to the Divine Ruins realm, the Xianxia ocean that appeared was at least 500 miles long. But now, the Xianxia ocean that appeared above Chang'an City was only close to 500 miles long, but in fact, it was only 490 miles long. It was still a little short of 500 miles. In other words, Suqian's breakthrough was not from the Origin Returning stage to the Divine Ruins realm, but from the Spirit Dividing stage to the Origin Returning stage. Realizing this, Tyene Fairy was dumbfounded. Her mind went blank. She was so shocked that she could not recover from it. Tyene Fairy couldn't imagine that Suqian was just a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal. One had to know that Suqian had shown his power on Kunlun Mountain. He had killed 5 Earth Immortals with a raise of his hand, and he had broken through the void with a flip of his palm. In the end, he had easily broken through the 1000th level of the Illusion Realm. Tyene Fairy would believe that he was a Divine Ruins Realm Earth Immortal. But in the end, Suqian was only at the Spirit Dividing stage? How was this possible? Tyene Fairy herself was also at the Spirit Dividing stage, and she was almost at the peak of the Spirit Dividing stage. With the inheritance secret method of the Tyene Holy Land, she was enough to sweep through the Spirit Dividing stage. However, Tyene Fairy, a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal, was only a matter of a slap in front of Suqian. How could Suqian be a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal? How could he be a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal? Tyene Fairy didn't dare to believe it, but she had to believe it. After all, the Xianxia ocean wouldn't lie. Since the Xianxia ocean didn't exceed 500 miles, it meant that Suqian didn't break through to the Divine Ruins realm from the Origin Returning stage. As for deceiving the Xianxia ocean, even a supreme expert who could break through the void couldn't hide from the Xianxia ocean. Just as Tyene Fairy was in disbelief, the Xianxia ocean that had originally appeared above Chang'an City began to gradually disappear and hide in the depths of the void. The disappearance of the Xianxia ocean represented the end of Suqian's breakthrough. Under Chang'an City, Suqian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the violent aura on his body gradually calmed down, but the pressure that naturally flowed out was even higher. I've finally stepped into the true realm. A smile appeared on Suqian's face. Calculating the time, it had been almost 10 years since he stepped into the Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal. In 10 years, he had broken through a major realm. Although the speed was far from when he was in the myth realm, Suqian was already quite satisfied. Now, the power of my primordial spirit, the power of my physical body, chi and blood, and the power of my domain all belong to a certain point. No wonder this realm is called the true realm. Suqian seemed to have understood something. At this moment, my strength is at least 10 times stronger than before the breakthrough. Suqin clenched his fists and nodded slightly. Of course, this was only his speculation. The specific changes in strength would only be known after he attacked with all his strength. In addition, my war god domain has also skyrocketed. Suqin felt it carefully and thought silently in his heart. The large success domain of an earth immortal could grow stronger as their strength increased. The Aries domain was originally built on the large success domain and was transformed from the cultivation of the Aries catalog. However, the potential and power of the Aries domain far exceeded that of the large success domain. Just as Suqin was about to stabilize his realm and come out of seclusion, suddenly, Suqin felt a sense of peeping in the bottom of his heart. It was as if a certain existence had lowered its gaze and looked at Suqin from afar. No, to be precise, this gaze was not looking at Suqin, but at the entire human world. It was just that Suqin was in the human world, so he naturally received this gaze. And the reason why Suqin had this feeling was not because of his strength, but because the Buddha golden body in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows began to slowly vibrate. Who is it? Suqin suddenly stood up and tried his best to activate the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man observation technique to look at the source of the peeping. In a trance, Suqin saw an ancient and huge stone door. And inside the stone door, there was a huge eye that was as dark as an abyss and was slowly looking at him. It's the immortal sect. The moment he looked at the huge ancient stone gate, Suqin quickly deduced the whole story. The 4 earth immortals from the immortal sect had died in the hands of Suqin. The 6 great sacred lands in the immortal sect probably knew about it long ago. Even many of the exalted sects overseas had left their disciples' life fires. Through the life fires, they could immediately know whether their disciples were alive or dead, let alone the 6 great sacred lands in the immortal sect. And now, this gaze that was faintly peeking at the world must be the means used by the 6 great sacred lands in the immortal sect to find out the reason. The 6 great sacred lands in the immortal sect were eager to know why their earth immortals suddenly died in the human world. That gigantic eye. Suqin's expression was solemn. Through the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man aura gaze, he could barely see the source of the gaze. It was a huge eye with an unfathomable black pupil. It's at least a treasure at the level of a natal cardinal treasure. Suqin judged in his heart. He had never seen the natal cardinal treasure of a supreme expert, but now, just by relying on the gaze of that huge eye, Suqin felt that it had already surpassed Raytheon's treasure, the Thunder God Cauldron. If I'm scanned by this gaze, I'm afraid I'll immediately be exposed to the immortal sect. Suqin suddenly felt that it was troublesome. Suqin didn't sense any threat from this gaze, so he speculated that the huge eye wasn't an offensive treasure, but some kind of detection treasure. But even so, Suqin didn't want to be stared at by this gaze. After all, before he had the peerless strength to fight the entire immortal sect, Suqin still planned to keep a low profile as much as possible. Just as Suqin was thinking quickly, the gaze from the huge eye in the celestial gate instantly swept across the entire overseas martial arts world, and at a terrifying speed, it looked towards the battlefield. I have to find a way to avoid this gaze. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. After signing in for decades, he had obtained countless secret techniques to conceal his aura. But under this gaze that seemed to be able to see through the entire human world, Suqin had no confidence in these secret techniques. Right. I still have the war god domain. In the blink of an eye, one thought after another flashed through Suqin's mind. In the end, he locked onto the war god domain. The war god domain was a domain that Suqin cultivated from the war god catalog that he obtained from signing in at the war god temple. This was a mysterious inheritance that even the supreme powerhouse, Ho Yuan, couldn't obtain. When cultivated to the end, one would be able to evolve a complete world within the domain. Of course, Suqin's cultivation of the God of War domain was far from reaching the level of evolving a world. Even so, the God of War domain was far superior to the domain of an ordinary Earth immortal. There were 2 main reasons why the Aries domain was stronger than a phenomenal success domain. The first was the suppression of heaven and earth. In this aspect, the War God domain was 10 times stronger than a phenomenal success domain. Just based on this alone, Suqin could easily suppress at least 40% of a true realm Earth immortal of the same level. The second was that the war god domain was ultimately based on the evolution of a world. As a result, the war god domain itself had a trace of the world's spatial attributes. Under the cover of the war god domain, Suqin seemed to be in another space. Whether it was the power of the primordial spirit or the domain-covering methods, they couldn't detect Suqin at all. This was because under the cover of his war god domain, Suqin was already considered to be independent of the human world to a certain extent. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make the war god catalog worthy of the great price that the supreme powerhouse, Ho Yuan, had paid to specially create the war god temple to pass it down. I can only try to avoid that gaze with the war god domain. Suqin's mind moved, and layers of hazy domains suddenly spread out, covering a 10-meter radius around Suqin. At this moment, although Suqin still seemed to be in the black towering hall, in fact, if one looked carefully, they would find that Suqin's figure was a little blurry and illusory, as if it was just an illusion. Next, Suqin's mind moved. Suddenly, one of Suqin's primordial spirit avatars on the Thunder God Island quickly dissipated. The war god domain wasn't a magical power, so it couldn't be mastered by the original body and the avatars at the same time. After doing this, Suqin didn't do anything else and quietly waited for the gaze to descend. Buzz buzz buzz. Just a moment later. This gaze had already covered Chang'an City. Almost in an instant, countless living beings in Chang'an City, including Tyene Fairy, were under the gaze of that gaze. However, even Tyene Fairy didn't notice it at all and allowed the gaze to sweep across her body. In fact, Suqin didn't find it strange at all. If not for the reminder from the golden Buddha statue in the ancestral aperture at mid-brows, Suqin might not have noticed the gaze that was looking out from the immortal gate. Soon, that gaze came to the black towering hall under Chang'an City. Buzz. A slight fluctuation flashed by, and when it swept past Suqin's blurry and illusory figure, it didn't stop at all and directly swept further away. I dodged it. Suqin's face was filled with joy. If that gaze had discovered him, Suqin would have inevitably felt that he was being spied on. But just now, there was no abnormality at all, and the Buddha's golden body in his forehead gradually calmed down and no longer vibrated. This war god domain is really incredible. Suqin sighed slightly. Originally, he was just giving it a try with the war god domain. Even if it failed, Suqin could bear it. At most, he would hide in the cave world. I can't rush. Suqin didn't immediately retract the war god domain, but maintained the state. Sure enough. A moment later. That gaze swept over again until it scanned the human world several times before quickly returning to the immortal gate. This gaze that spies on the world isn't without a price? Suqin speculated in his heart. If the 6 holy lands in the immortal gate could maintain this gaze without any restrictions, they would continue to observe the entire human world. How could they retract it? Since they had retracted it, it meant that the 6 holy lands had paid a price, and the price wasn't small. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. In the end, I still know too little about the holy lands in the immortal gate. Suqin shook his head slightly. Although Tyene Fairy was the prospective saintess of the Tyene Holy Land, she was not a real saintess after all. Her understanding of the secrets of the Holy Land was limited. However, after spying on the human world this time, the Holy Lands in the Immortal Gate should be reassured. I think they will send more people out in the future. Suqin's heart skipped a beat. According to Tyene Fairy's description, now that the vitality tide in the human world had begun to recover, and the great path in the Immortal Gate had begun to dissipate, the 6 Holy Lands would definitely want to return to the human world as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Suqin slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the huge ancient stone gate that he had sensed with the eye of truth. It's impolite not to reciprocate. A smile appeared on Suqin's face as he took a step forward and disappeared from the black majestic hall. Immortal Gate. The huge, pitch-black eye slowly dissipated. The holy lords were full of doubts as they recalled the scenes they had seen through the eye of the demon god. It's extremely normal in the human world. The most powerful person is only a pinnacle legend. The only earth immortal is Tyene Fairy. How did we die? The grand beginning holy lord said with a frown. If they had discovered through the eye of the demon god that there were true realm earth immortals in the human world, it could explain the death of the Holy Land's disciples. However, the truth was that there was not even a single spirit-severing realm Earth immortal in the human world, let alone true realm Earth immortals. Under such circumstances, how did the 4 Earth immortal disciples sent by the Holy Lands die? Could it be those few supreme treasures? The Valley Master of the Spirit-Severing Valley guessed. The eye of the demon god had indeed discovered the aura of a few supreme treasures in the overseas martial arts world. Impossible. Those supreme treasures are just ordinary supreme treasures. They're not natal supreme treasures. Without an Earth immortal powerhouse activating it, it's impossible to kill other Earth immortals. The sect master of the Heavenly Saber Mountain immediately shook his head. Even supreme treasures needed to be activated by powerhouses to unleash their power. Then what's the reason? The Holy Lords looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that the person who did it dodged the eye of the demon god? The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley pondered for a while and said, "Dodged the eye of the demon god?" The Granding Holy Lord immediately retorted. The eye of the demon god was refined by the combined efforts of several supreme powerhouses. It can see through all the secrets in the world. Unless it's a supreme powerhouse who's immune to karma, who can dodge it? The Granding Holy Lord paused for a while before continuing, if the person who did it is really a supreme powerhouse, why hide? Can't he just kill his way into the immortal sect? The Granding Holy Lord had just finished speaking. The other Holy Lords nodded slightly. Indeed. What kind of existence was the eye of the demon god? To dodge the eye of the demon god, one had to have the strength of a supreme powerhouse. Even if the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sect worked together, they would not be able to stop such a powerhouse. Although the 6 great holy lands had countless foundations and natal supreme treasures to suppress them, their natal supreme treasures were only close to a supreme powerhouse. There was a huge difference between a supreme powerhouse and a true supreme powerhouse. Logically speaking, the Holy Lord's thoughts were not wrong. In order to dodge the eye of the demon god, one needed to be in supreme powerhouse to control space. Even the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses who inherited part of the supreme powerhouse's control of space would not be able to dodge the eye of the demon god. But all the Holy Lords had overlooked the War God Catalog. The War God domain formed by the War God Catalog already had the attributes of the world to a certain extent. It was equivalent to the embryonic form of the supreme powerhouses immune to karma. It was normal for it to be able to dodge the eye of the demon god. The War God Catalog was an inheritance that even the supreme powerhouse, Ho Yuan, could not obtain. No matter how hard the 6 great holy lands racked their brains, they would not have thought that there would be such a method to dodge the eye of the demon god. In the palace, the Sacred Lords fell into deep thought. At this moment, the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord, who had been silent all this while, said, "Perhaps our disciples were not killed by others?" The Purple Mansion Sacred Lord came from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, which was the only one among the 6 sacred grounds that specialized in essence soul killer moves. Not killed by others? The Grandine Sacred Lord looked at the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord and asked, "What do you mean?" The other Sacred Lords also looked at the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord. To enter the human world from the immortal world, one has to pass through the Void Tunnel. The Void Tunnel is filled with spatial turbulence and spatial fragments. The Purple Mansion Sacred Lord glanced at everyone and continued, "Even with the Grandine Token's protection, there is no guarantee that one can pass through the Void Tunnel." That is indeed possible. The Grand Beginning Sacred Lord nodded. The Grandine Token contained the spatial power left behind by an ultimate expert. Logically speaking, it should be able to block the spatial turbulence and spatial fragments. But theory was theory, and reality was reality. The power of space was a high-level power that only the strongest could master. Even if the several land immortals at the divinity separation stage had the protection of the Taim token, they might not be able to block the space fragments and space turbulence. Alright. Since you have confirmed that there is no threat in the human world, what should we do next? The Heavenly Sword Mountain Master agreed with the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord. After all, they could not think of any other reason other than the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord. If there was no threat to the land immortals in the human world, what else could it be other than an accident during the Void Tunnel? Since we have confirmed that there is no threat in the human world, why don't we send a few elders with a treasure to the human world? the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley looked at the others and said. In the immortal world, only true realm land immortals had the chance to become elders of the sacred grounds. The elders of the sacred grounds were considered to be at the top of the sacred grounds. Other than the sacred lords and the grand elders, the elders had the highest status. In the entire immortal world, there were less than 100 elders of the 6 sacred grounds. Every one of them was extremely important. Before they knew what the situation in the human world was like, the 6 sacred grounds were only willing to send spirit-severing land immortals. That way, even if an accident happened, they would be able to handle it. As for the true realm elders, losing one was enough to make a holy land feel the pinch for a while. Therefore, without full confidence, no sacred ground would be willing to lose a true realm elder. However, now that they had confirmed through the eye of the demon god that there was no threat in the human world, the sacred lords naturally did not have such worries. If it weren't for the fact that the sacred lords needed to guard the sacred grounds and control their natal treasures, there would have been sacred lords who would have gone to the human world themselves. That's right. Although the Tying token was left behind by an absolute expert, it can't be compared to a true treasure. If we have the protection of a true treasure, we should be able to pass through the void tunnel safely, the Tying Holy Master said with a nod. It's a pity that only after the vitality tide in the human world has passed through at least 6 tipping points will a certain balance be formed between the world of immortals and the human world. At that time, the immortal gate will be completely opened. Before that, if you want to go to the human world, you can only go one by one. The grand beginning sacred land shook its head. In order to prevent the world within the immortal gate from being affected by the stillness of the human world's vitality chi, the absolute experts 10,000 years ago had put in a lot of effort. Only at a specific time could they completely open the tunnel to the human world. As for now, the sacred lords were using the backup plan left behind by the absolute experts to forcefully send people to the human world through the gap in the seal. At most, 3 to 5 people would be sent each time. After the sacred lords discussed and decided, they immediately returned to their respective sacred grounds and chose the elders who would go to the human world. In the end, 3 people were chosen. They were the Wind God Valley's Wind King, the Purple Mansion Sacred Grounds Daoist One Yuan, and the Heavenly Sword Mountain's 9 Senses Saber Master. These 3 true realm land immortals had all entered the true realm for 1 or 200 years. Although they were not as strong as those peak true realm land immortals, they were not weak. As for the treasure to pass through the void tunnel, it was provided by the primeval sacred land. It was a pagoda-shaped treasure. This pagoda-shaped treasure was a defensive treasure. As long as the 3 true realm land immortals were under this pagoda-shaped treasure, they would be safe and sound no matter how many spatial fragments there were. When you arrive at the human world, immediately occupy the battlefield and wait for the 6th critical point of the vitality tide recovery, the Tying Sacred Lord said lightly. The reason why the Tying Sacred Land did not send anyone this time was because Tying Fairy was still alive. Through the eye of the demon god, Tying Fairy should already be in the battlefield. Yes, Sacred Lord. The Wind King and the other 2 true realm land immortals bowed slightly. In that case, you may go. The primeval sacred land waved its hand. Suddenly, a pagoda-shaped treasure rose and stopped on the Wind King and the other 2. Then, it brought the 3 land immortals into the entrance to the human world. The inside of the void passage was gray and hazy. There was no direction to go up or down, but in the distance, one could vaguely see a huge ancient stone gate standing tall. That's the human world? Daoist One Yuan of the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground looked in the direction of the stone gate with a trace of anticipation on his face. He was born in the immortal gate since he was young. He only knew about the existence of the human world from the ancient books in the sacred ground. In Daoist One Yuan's knowledge, only the human world could give birth to a truly invincible absolute expert. The sacred lords are too cautious. They actually activated the eye of the demon god. After confirming that there are no threats in the human world, they decided to let us go. The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind shook his head. Activating the eye of the demon god not only requires endless vitality and spiritual vigor, but also the power of space. Such a great price is actually used in the human world where vitality has been dormant for thousands of years. The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind sighed softly. Enough. The sacred lords are also doing this for our safety. Besides, the reason why the sacred lords are doing this is because the martial nephews who entered the human world have all died. The Nine Senses Saber Master of the Sky Saber Mountain said. What I mean is that the sacred lords don't have to do that at all. Isn't it better to just let us go and sweep the entire human world? The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind was very confident. As a true realm land immortal and a wind-type land immortal who was good at speed, even if the Wind King encountered a peak true realm existence, he could still escape even if he could not defeat them. Therefore, he did not put the human world in his eyes. Even in the world of the immortal sects that maintained the prosperity of martial arts, there were only a few who could enter the Wind King's eyes, let alone the human world where vitality had been dormant for thousands of years. Just as the three of them were talking. Dong! A loud sound suddenly came from the huge ancient stone door, and then a crack appeared. The Wind King and the other two quickly followed the crack, passed through the void passage, and came to the human world. Is this the human world? Daoist Wan Yuan of the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground took a deep breath and muttered to himself, although vitality and spiritual vigor are thin, the laws of the Great Path are clearly much clearer. Stop talking nonsense, let's go directly to the battlefield. The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind looked at the battlefield, and a hint of heat appeared on his face. I heard that there are countless living beings in the human world, and the number of living beings in any random dynasty is in the hundreds of millions. It's interesting to enslave these ants. Although there were also a large number of living beings in the immortal sects, they were all kept in captivity by the various sacred grounds. Even with the Wind King's status, he could not act recklessly. However, it was different in the human world. In the human world, with the Wind King's strength, he was invincible. How many living beings could he enslave with just a thought? Just as the Wind King was in high spirits and wanted to head to the battlefield as quickly as possible, the face of the Nine Senses Saber Master of the Heavenly Saber Mountain changed slightly. Something's wrong. Just as the Nine Senses Saber Master finished speaking, layers of distorted domains quickly spread out, and then enveloped the Wind King and the other two. With the domains on their bodies, the Wind King and the others felt that there were heavy shackles on their bodies, and their strength was suppressed by more than 40%. Who is it? The Purple Mansion Sacred Grounds Daoist Wan Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked in a certain direction. The Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master's faces were solemn, and they also followed the Daoist's gaze. A few miles away, from the source of the layers of domains, a tall and slender man slowly walked out. The man's eyes were calm, and his aura was deep. With his hands behind his back, he was sizing up the Wind King and the other two. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. P.S. 4 chapters, 12,000 words, looking for monthly votes outside the huge ancient stone gate. The Wind King and the other two from the God of Wind Valley stared at Su Qin, who was walking over slowly. They were shocked. The sacred masters had long told them that there were no living beings at the spirit-severing stage or earth immortal level in the human world. This was the conclusion they came to after using the eye of the demon god to spy on the world. However, the aura that Su Qin inadvertently revealed was more than that of a spirit-severing stage earth immortal. He was at least a true realm earth immortal of the same level as them. In addition, the Wind King and the other two could clearly feel that the surroundings were faintly covered by a kind of domain. Under this domain, their dermic powers and chi blood were obscure, and their strength was at least 40% suppressed. How incredible was this? The Wind King and the other two were all true realm earth immortals. When the three of them joined forces, they would not be afraid even if they encountered an existence at the peak of the true realm. Even a powerhouse in the Divine Ruins realm would not have the means to suppress their strength by 40% before they even got close. Is this the power of a domain? No, this domain is more than 10 times stronger than our domain of the true realm. Daoist Wan Yuan from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground muttered to himself in disbelief. Whether it was a spirit-severing stage earth immortal, a true realm earth immortal, or a Divine Ruins realm earth immortal, there were differences in the mastery of the domains of these three levels, but there was no fundamental change. It was impossible for there to be a difference of more than 10 times. Daoist Wan Yuan did not know that Su Qin's domain was no longer the mastery of the domain of ordinary earth immortals, but the God of War domain that even the strongest could not obtain. With the ability of the god of war domain to evolve the world, how could a mere mastery of the domain compare to it? The Nine Senses Saber Master of the Heavenly Saber Mountain looked at Su Qin and said solemnly, "Sir, have you been waiting for us here?" Not long after they left the Immortal Gate, they met Su Qin. Moreover, Su Qin used a method that they did not know to suppress their strength by 40%. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. That's right. Su Qin did not hide anything and nodded frankly. After avoiding the eye of the demon god, Su Qin knew that many of the holy lands in the Immortal Gate would definitely make other moves. Therefore, he had arrived early to wait outside the Immortal Gate. If the sacred ground sent out a land immortal of the divine ruin realm, Su Qin would turn around and leave without a word. With the war god domain's ability to conceal his aura, as long as Su Qin didn't openly walk past the land immortal of the divine ruin realm, he wouldn't be discovered. And if the Holy Land only sent out earth immortals below the divine ruins realm, Su Qin would reluctantly suppress them. "I'll give you two choices. Surrender or die." Su Qin didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and said directly. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Wind King and the other two immediately became unsightly. No matter what, the three of them were true realm land immortals. If they joined forces, even if they faced a divine ruins powerhouse, they still had hope of escaping. However, Su Qin directly asked them to surrender. The Wind King of the Divine Wind Valley had a cold expression on his face as he looked at Su Qin and said, "It seems that you're the one who killed the disciples of our holy land." As a true realm land immortal, how powerful was the power of his primordial spirit? Almost instantly, he understood the whole story. "How did you avoid the eye of the demon god?" Daoist Wan Yuan of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the eye of the demon god didn't detect Su Qin. "You guys talk too much nonsense." Su Qin took a step forward and stepped into the depths of the void with his right hand. He pulled out the demon god's blade and gently slashed at the three of them. In an instant, heaven and earth turned pitch black. A blade light that looked like a gap in space flashed and disappeared. Wherever it passed, even the air began to distort as if it couldn't withstand the blade chi within it. "You underestimate us too much," the Nine Senses Saber owner of the Heavenly Saber Mountain said softly. Although Su Qin's strength was powerful, they weren't weak either. Moreover, they were all true realm land immortals. Su Qin dared to make the first move when he was fighting against three of them alone. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. Buzz. An extremely dazzling blade light appeared in the Nine Senses Saber owner's hand and then slashed at Su Qin. "My Heavenly Saber Mountain specializes in Saber Dao. You want to compete with me in Saber Dao?" Before the Nine Senses Saber owner could smile, he saw an unbelievable scene. The pitch-black blade light easily broke through everything. The dazzling blade light that the Nine Senses Saber owner had slashed out started to crumble like a thin piece of paper. Then, the pitch-black blade light didn't slow down and silently slashed at the Nine Senses Saber owner and the others. How is this possible? The Nine Senses Saber owner's body shook violently. The Heavenly Saber Mountain was a sacred orthodoxy established by an ultimate expert of the saber technique lineage. However, the Heavenly Saber Mountain's inherited killer move was quickly shattered in front of Su Qin. How was this possible? Could it be that Su Qin's earlier slash also came from an ultimate expert of the saber technique lineage? Just as the Nine Senses Saber owner was dumbfounded, the pitch-black blade light had already approached the three of them. The Nine Senses Saber owner didn't have time to think and quickly slashed out dozens of times. Then, he joined forces with the Wind King and Daoist Wan Yuan to block the pitch-black blade light. This is too terrifying. The Nine Senses Saber owner's heart palpitated. Although they were shrouded in the God of War domain and their strength was suppressed by 40%, the three of them could only block one slash from Su Qin. This wasn't just because their strength was suppressed. Even without the God of War domain, the three of them wouldn't be Su Qin's match even if they were at their peak strength. Could it be that this person is already at the peak of the true realm? Saber Master Jiujue felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Only those who were at the peak of the true realm, and not just any ordinary peak of the true realm, but the kind of earth immortal who could enter the divine ruin realm at any time, could suppress the three of them. Impossible. Why is my primordial spirit killer move useless against you? Compared to the Nine Senses Saber owner's shock, the Taoist Wan Yuan beside him was tongue-tied. When Su Qin and the Nine Senses saber owner were fighting, Taoist Wan Yuan had released more than 10 primordial spirit killer moves consecutively. These killer moves consumed 60% of Taoist Wan Yuan's primordial spirit power, and they all landed on Su Qin. However, what Taoist Wan Yuan couldn't believe was that all his primordial spirit killer moves were like raindrops falling into the ocean when they landed on Su Qin's body. They didn't even cause a ripple. How was this possible? Even if Su Qin's primordial spirit was extremely powerful and far surpassed Taoist Wan Yuan's, it was impossible for him to ignore more than 10 primordial spirit killer moves. He should have at least paused for a moment to deal with them. But what about Su Qin? He didn't even blink. If Taoist Wan Yuan hadn't clearly sensed that his primordial spirit power was greatly consumed, he might have thought that he hadn't used any primordial spirit killer moves. Oh no! Retreat to the immortal sect immediately. Wind God Valley's Wind King saw this and realized the difference in strength. He retreated to the huge ancient stone door without hesitation. Taoist Wan Yuan and the Nine Senses saber owner did the same. They had spent 700 to 800 years to become true realm land immortals. They naturally cherished their lives. After knowing that Su Qin was no match for them, they didn't hesitate to retreat to the immortal sect. The immortal sect had a void tunnel filled with spatial fragments, and the divine lords were there to receive them. As long as they retreated to the immortal sect, they would be safe. Want to leave? Su Qin shook his head with disdain. Since he dared to attack outside the immortal sect, he wasn't afraid that the trio would escape. Battle God Domain. Su Qin willed. In an instant, the Battle God Domain, which had originally encompassed a radius of several tens of li, started to shrink incessantly, forming a small-scale domain that spanned several li. Within this domain, the speed of the Wind King and the other two suddenly plummeted. This is? The Wind King and the other two immediately stopped. They exchanged glances and no longer fled. What kind of technique is this? Wind King growled impatiently. If it wasn't for the suppression of the War God Domain, even if the three of them couldn't defeat Su Qin, they would have no problem retreating. However, because of the War God Domain, the Wind King and the others couldn't even return to the immortal sect. And at this moment, Su Qin took a step forward. This time, Su Qin didn't use the demon god's blade. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and channeled all his chi and blood. He gently punched towards the trio. Rumble. Su Qin's body was extremely powerful. After breaking through to the true realm, Su Qin's primordial spirit once again guided the energy of the essence chi ocean to replenish it. The Great Sun diagram lit up from 500 light spots to 2,000 light spots. This caused the Golden Crow divine body to reach a higher level. His chi and blood were as vast as the ocean. The moment the punch was thrown, the Wind King and the other two true realm earth immortals felt their scalps explode, and a sense of life and death surged into their hearts. Hurry up and use the supreme treasure bestowed by the sacred leader. Saber Master Jiuju's expression changed drastically. Under the suppression of the Battle God Domain, they couldn't dodge this punch at all. There was only one choice if they wanted to survive. Fight head-on. Supreme treasure. Wind King took a deep breath and poured his dermic powers into a pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. Suddenly, buzz. The pagoda-shaped supreme treasure floated up and stopped above the trio. Then, it lowered layers of light screens to protect the trio. This pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was bestowed by the primordial sacred leader of the immortal sect. It was a defensive supreme treasure that allowed the trio to pass through the void passage. Originally, Wind King wasn't willing to use this supreme treasure. After all, the primordial sacred leader only allowed them to pass through the void passage. He didn't say that they could use this supreme treasure. If Wind King used this supreme treasure without permission, it would definitely cause the primordial sacred leader's displeasure when they returned to the immortal sect. However, at this moment, they were about to lose their lives. Why would Wind King care about the primordial sacred leader's displeasure? The next moment, Su Qin punched the layers of light screens of the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. Dong. There were ripples on the light screen, but it quickly returned to normal. Wind King and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Supreme treasure? Suqin retracted his right fist. He had seen supreme treasures before. When he destroyed Raytheon, Suqin had used his physical body to block Raytheon's supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. However, when Suqin blocked the Thunder God Bell, it was because Raytheon's ancestral patriarch hadn't unleashed the true power of the supreme treasure. But now, with the 3 true realm Earth immortals pouring in their dermic powers, the true power of the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was revealed. Ha 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 ha. With the protection of the supreme treasure, you can dream on if you want to kill us. Wind King laughed. Saber Master Jiuju and Daoist Wan Yuan also smiled and looked at Suqin. However, just as the 3 true realm Earth immortals looked at Suqin, they suddenly realized that Suqin's eyes were deep as if there was a vast world within them. It was the primordial spirit killer move that Suqin had obtained from signing in on the 3000 Illusion Island, Abyss of Darkness. In a trance, the minds of Wind King and the other 2 began to gradually dissipate, as if they were being drawn into that vast world. Suqin saw Wind King and the other 2 activating their supreme treasures to protect themselves and used the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness without hesitation. The supreme treasures were very powerful, especially this pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. It was a defensive supreme treasure. Under the full power of the Wind King and the other 2 true realm Earth deities, it would be able to withstand the attack of a pinnacle divine ruins magnate for a while. Although Suqin had many trump cards and methods, he did not think he could match a peak divine ruin realm land immortal. Thus, he did not think of facing this defensive supreme treasure head-on. Buzz. Wind King and the other 2 felt like they had fallen into endless darkness. To them, Suqin's eyes seemed to have a fatal attraction, they could not help but sink into them. Evidently, Suqin's primordial spirit killer move had already started to affect the 3. This was not because Suqin's strength had surpassed peak divine ruin realm, but because primordial spirit killer moves were formless and unpredictable. Unless it was a primordial spirit supreme treasure refined by an expert of the primordial spirit lineage, other supreme treasures could not completely block the penetration of primordial spirit killer moves. This is? Among the 3, Purple Mansion Sacred Lands Daoist Wan Yuan was the first to break free from the influence of the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness. After all, Daoist Wan Yuan was a origin returning realm land immortal of the primordial spirit lineage. His resistance to primordial spirit killer moves was stronger than the other 2. Adding on the protection of the supreme treasure, even if the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness penetrated, its power would be reduced to less than half. What happened? Immediately after, the other 2 also quickly reacted and looked around with a blank expression. Oh no! Daoist Wan Yuan's expression changed as he shouted, "Activate the supreme treasure again." Earlier, when the 3 were affected by the primordial spirit killer move, they lost control of their magic power and did not continue to inject it into the supreme treasure. Without the support of their magic power, the pagoda-shaped defensive supreme treasure above their heads started to weaken rapidly. Wind King and 9 Senses Saber Master's expressions changed as well. If they lost the protection of the supreme treasure, they had no confidence in returning to the sect alive from Suqin's hands. However, just as the Wind King and the other 2 were about to continue pouring their magic power into the treasure, a deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out in their ears. It's too late. Under the shocked gazes of the Wind King and the other 2, Suqin's figure had already appeared before them. To be more precise, he had appeared before the pagoda-shaped defensive treasure. Before the 3 of them could react, Suqin stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then, he slammed it into the pagoda-shaped true treasure. Dong! This pagoda-shaped true treasure was a defensive true treasure. Compared to the Thunder God Clock, which was a sound wave true treasure, it was much stronger in terms of defense. However, Suqin's strength was far from when he had destroyed Raytheon. After entering the Origin Realm, Suqin had used the power of the primordial Qi to light up 2,000 light spots in the Great Sun diagram. His Golden Crow divine body had also reached a new level. Every move he made felt like the world was collapsing. If this pagoda-shaped defensive supreme treasure was still activated by the 3 Origin Realm land immortals, Suqin would not be able to do anything to them. However, at this moment, under the influence of the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness, the Wind King and the other 2 had already let go of their control over the pagoda-shaped true treasure. And without the owner's control, unless it was a life treasure that had already faintly gained sentience. Otherwise, ordinary supreme treasures were just a tortoise shell in Su Qin's eyes. Even if he could not break it, he could kick it far away. Dong. A dull sound could be heard. The pagoda-shaped true treasure floating above the Wind King and the other two was sent flying by Su Qin's punch even though it was not damaged at all. And under the control of Su Qin's war god domain, this pagoda-shaped true treasure was directly stored in the war god temple. This? The Wind King and the other two were dumbfounded. In just a few moments, their most powerful trump card, that pagoda-shaped defensive supreme treasure, had disappeared. Especially the Wind King, that pagoda-shaped true treasure was given to him by the Grand Beginning Divine Lord to pass through the Void Tunnel. Hence, the Wind King had a certain sense of that supreme treasure. But at this moment, the Wind King felt that the pagoda-shaped true treasure was extremely far away from him, as if they were in another world. The War God Temple's expert, Ho Yuan, had specially refined a super-large spatial Dharma treasure to inherit the War God catalog. It was independent of the mortal world. The pagoda-shaped true treasure was stored in the War God Temple. To a certain extent, it was indeed a world away from the Wind King. Fellow Taoist, please spare my life. The Wind King begged without hesitation. Although the Immortal Gate was not far away, it was not even a few miles away. But under the cover of the War God domain, the Wind King knew that this distance was equivalent to a natural moat. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said, "You're trying to stall for time, right? You left an Essence Soul Avatar in the Immortal Gate. You're probably trying to stall for time and report to your Divine Lord so that he can come out and save you." Su Qin opened his eye of truth, and all kinds of auras appeared in his vision. Naturally, the Wind King's aura was among them. And Su Qin noticed that the Wind King had a total of 2 auras. One of them was right in front of him, and the other was hidden deep inside the Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate did not belong to the mortal world. Even the Eye of Truth could not see through the Void Tunnel and observe the Immortal Gate. But with the Wind King's aura in front of him as a coordinate, Su Qin could naturally discover the other aura belonging to the Wind King in the direction of the Immortal Gate. How did you know? The Wind King was shocked. Fellow Taoist. Before the Wind King could continue speaking, he saw a pair of deep eyes that seemed to contain a vast world. At this moment, without the protection of the pagoda-shaped treasure, the Essence Soul Killer move Abyss of Darkness completely landed on the Wind King's body. In an instant, the Wind King's mind fell into darkness again, and his body floated there motionlessly. Swoosh! Su Qin directly slammed his palm and smashed the Wind King's body into meat paste. Next, the pine tree crushed his Essence Soul. This Essence Soul Killer move is really useful. Su Qin was quite satisfied. In fact, although the Essence Soul Killer move Abyss of Darkness was terrifying, it could only be used against martial artists whose cultivation level was far lower than Su Qin's. For example, when Su Qin faced a group of Earth Immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing stage, the Essence Soul Killer move Abyss of Darkness directly collapsed the essence soul of this group of spirit-severing stage Earth Immortals. But against experts of the same cultivation level, such as the Wind King who was a origin-returning stage Earth Immortal, the Essence Soul Killer move Abyss of Darkness could only affect the other party and cause their mind to fall into darkness for a moment. And after a moment, the other party would be able to break free from the influence of the Essence Soul Killer move Abyss of Darkness. But unfortunately, for Su Qin, not to mention a moment, even an instant was enough for him to attack hundreds of times. The Essence Soul Clone is entrusted to the main body. If the main body dies, the Essence Soul Clone will naturally dissipate. Su Qin retracted his right hand and glanced at the Immortal Gate. Indeed, the 2 auras belonging to the Wind King, whether it was the one in front of him or the one inside the Immortal Gate, had both disappeared. The Essence Soul Clone was different from the divine sense that Su Qin had created through the Great Demonic Will Separation Parasitism. The Essence Soul Clone was a method that spirit-severing stage Earth Immortals naturally grasped. The Essence Soul Clone was completely entrusted to the main body, and if the main body died, the Essence Soul Clone would rapidly dissipate. But the Great Demonic Will Separation Parasitism could create a shared but independent divine sense. Although the two were the same life form, their life and death were not affected by each other. This was also the reason why Su Qin had always let the clone that he had created through the great demonic will separation parasitism stay in the cave world. Whether it was the main body or the demonic will separation parasitism, as long as one of them didn't die, Su Qin would have 2 lives. This was the most terrifying part of the great demonic will separation parasitism. The Wind King has fallen. Not far away, when the 9 Senses Saber Master saw this scene, his scalp went numb, and he immediately began to burn his blood essence Shuyuan. Even his primordial spirit began to burn. But the next moment, the 9 Senses Saber Master once again looked at a pair of eyes that were as deep as the vast world. No. The 9 Senses Saber Master clearly knew that all of this was Su Qin's killing move, but he couldn't break free no matter what. He could only watch as his mind sank into darkness, and then, his physical body and primordial spirit were crushed by Su Qin's palm. It's really easy. After Su Qin destroyed the 9 Senses Saber Master's physical body and primordial spirit, he sighed again. If he didn't have the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness, with his various trump cards, he could still kill the other party, but it would also be troublesome, and a trace of the other party's primordial spirit might have escaped. Whether it was the Wind King or the 9 Senses Saber Master, they were both true realm land immortals with peerless talent, and who knew how many fortuitous encounters they had encountered. Even when facing the suppression of a divine ruin realm overlord, they could still escape, let alone Su Qin. But the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness completely cut off this possibility. Under the influence of Abyss of Darkness, the other party's mind would fall into darkness, and they wouldn't even be able to move, let alone escape. Looks like I have to be careful of primordial spirit experts next time. Su Qin thought to himself. Although his primordial aperture had the Buddha golden body suppressing it and ignoring all primordial spirit killer moves, there were some strange primordial spirit killer moves that didn't kill your primordial spirit. This was Su Qin's wishful thinking. Ordinary primordial spirit experts were proficient in primordial spirit killer moves, and their methods were strange and unpredictable, but their physical bodies were abnormally weak. Even if they used primordial spirit killer moves to restrain the enemy for a moment, they would not be able to destroy the other party's physical body. Unlike Su Qin, who had terrifying primordial spirit killer moves and an unparalleled physical body. With the combination of the two, the primordial spirit killer moves would restrain the other party and then directly destroy the other party's physical body. With the combination of the two, it was enough for Su Qin to sweep through most of his peers. Just as Su Qin was killing the Wind King and the 9 Senses Saber Master. Inside the Immortal Sect. Inside the Wind God Valley. The primordial spirit clone that the Wind King had left behind in the valley flew into the sky, ignoring the obstruction of countless formations as it headed towards a certain direction. What happened? The Wind God Valley Lord immediately noticed the Wind King's actions and quickly appeared before him, asking with a frown. Valley Lord, save. A trace of fear appeared on the Wind King's face. He opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, his body rapidly dissipated. When the Wind God Valley Lord saw this, his expression turned extremely ugly. There was only one possibility for the Wind King's primordial spirit clone to suddenly dissipate. The Wind King had died. Who is it? The Wind God Valley Lord's aura suddenly burst out, and the terrifying peak of the Divine Ruin Realm's aura shrouded the heavens and earth, almost beginning to pry open space and affect the world. Even though the Wind God Valley was a sacred ground left behind by an expert and had countless foundations and was one of the 6 sacred grounds of the immortal sects, a true realm land immortal was definitely a pillar of support for the Wind God Valley. There were only slightly more than 10 true realm land immortals in the entire Wind God Valley. Now that one of them had suddenly died, even the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm's Valley Lord felt extremely pained. Heavenly Saber Mountain. The 9 Senses Saber Master's primordial spirit clone also forcibly dissipated before the Mountain Lord. What happened in the human realm? The Heavenly Saber Mountain Lord's expression was solemn as he muttered to himself. Whether it was the Wind King or the 9 Senses Saber Master, they had all died too quickly. It had only been a few moments, and their primordial spirit clones had quickly dissipated before they could say anything useful. When the Divine Lords and the other Divine Lords joined forces and activated the demon god's eye to spy on the human realm, we didn't find any land immortals. The heavenly Saber Mountain Lord's brows were tightly knitted. The supreme treasure bestowed by the primordial Divine Lord and its power passed through the void tunnel without any danger. The heavenly Saber Mountain Lord was perplexed. In his opinion, the Wind King and the other two should have been safe in the human realm. How could they have died? This is troublesome, the heavenly Saber Mountain Lord thought to himself. Primordial Divine Grounds. The primordial Divine Lord did not know that the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had already died. The supreme treasure's aura has weakened by a lot. The primordial Divine Lord rubbed his brows, his heart filled with shock and doubt. He was still the true owner of the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure that he had bestowed upon the Wind King and the others, so he could roughly sense the location of the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. But just now, the primordial Divine Lord suddenly sensed that the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was almost beyond his senses. Even though the primordial Divine Lord could vaguely sense that the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was still there, he could not pinpoint its exact location. What happened? The primordial Divine Lord vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he immediately contacted the heavenly Saber Mountain Lord. As the 6 sacred grounds of the immortal sect, they naturally had a way to quickly contact each other. In front of the immortal sect. After Su Qin killed the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master, he looked at Daoist Wan Yuan. Daoist Wan Yuan was a land immortal from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, and the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground's path was the primordial spirit. That's right. You're the only one who didn't leave behind your primordial spirit clone, Su Qin looked at Daoist Wan Yuan and said casually. Through the eye of truth, Su Qin naturally discovered that Daoist Wan Yuan's aura was only in front of him, and there was no other aura in the immortal sect. This meant that Daoist Wan Yuan did not leave behind his primordial spirit clone. Otherwise, the primordial spirit clone was equivalent to Daoist Wan Yuan, and their auras were completely identical. Under the eye of truth, it would not be able to hide from Su Qin. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin deliberately spared Daoist Wan Yuan's life. After all, Su Qin still wanted to obtain more detailed information about the immortal sect from him. I didn't leave behind my primordial spirit clone. Daoist Wan Yuan smiled bitterly. He vaguely realized that this was probably the reason why he was still alive. Indeed, Daoist Wan Yuan did not leave behind his primordial spirit clone. Splitting the primordial spirit and leaving behind a clone would weaken the primordial spirit power, and this would greatly affect a land immortal of the primordial spirit lineage. Moreover, if the main body died, the primordial spirit clone would also dissipate, so leaving behind a primordial spirit clone was the same result. Fellow Daoist, if you have any questions, please ask. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Daoist Wan Yuan sighed softly and bowed to Su Qin. P.S. I'm ashamed. That's all, you're pretty smart. Su Qin glanced at Daoist Wan Yuan with a smile on his face. He originally thought that Daoist Wan Yuan would struggle a few more times. As a land immortal of the Essence Soul lineage, if Daoist Wan Yuan was willing to give up his body and escape with his Essence Soul, there was a glimmer of hope for him to escape the suppression of the War God domain. But it was only a glimmer of hope. With the War God domain's control and suppression of heaven and earth, Daoist Wan Yuan's chances of escaping were less than 1 in 10,000. Besides, even if Daoist Wan Yuan was lucky enough to escape, what could he do? Without the protection of the pagoda-shaped treasure, Daoist Wan Yuan couldn't pass through the void passage in the immortal sect with his essence soul body. He could only hide in a corner of the human world. With the observation of the aura of the world with the eye of truth, Daoist Wan Yuan couldn't escape from Su Qin's five-finger mountain. Daoist Wan Yuan shook his head and said, Fellow Daoist, your strength is unfathomable. How would I dare to fight against you? Daoist Wan Yuan didn't know that Su Qin had a divine ability like the Eye of Truth that could lock onto one's aura. However, Su Qin had defeated 3 true realm land immortals with just a wave of his hand. Especially his last punch, which directly sent the pagoda-shaped treasure flying. How unbelievable was that? One had to know that this was a treasure, and it was a defensive treasure. Even the spatial fragments that could shatter everything couldn't do anything to it. Although Su Qin had used his essence soul killer move, Abyss of Darkness, to temporarily restrain their minds before he sent the pagoda-shaped treasure flying with a punch, they didn't have the energy to continue controlling the pagoda-shaped treasure. Even so, the pagoda-shaped treasure wasn't something that a true realm land immortal could shake. Okay. Don't resist. With a thought, Su Qin turned a wisp of essence soul power into a seed and gently planted it into Daoist Wan Yuan's forehead. It was the great Dao Heart Demon seed art that Su Qin had obtained from signing in. This was an essence soul secret technique that was specially used to enslave others. Apart from enslavement, Su Qin could also clearly sense the other party's emotional fluctuations through this essence soul secret technique and determine if they were lying. This. Daoist Wan Yuan sensed that his ancestral aperture was being invaded. He hesitated for a moment but did not stop it. Instead, he opened his ancestral aperture and allowed the other party to invade. With Daoist Wan Yuan's attainments in his essence soul, there was naturally no problem Daoist Wan Yuan's will. However, Daoist Wan Yuan didn't dare. Su Qin was right in front of him. If he dared to make any move, he would be crushed by Su Qin just like Wind King and Nine Senses Saber Master. Daoist, 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 Daoist Wan, Daoist, 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 Daoist. Wan Yuan's, Daoist S back to Daoist, Daoist, Daoist's Purple Mansion Sacred Grounds? Su Qin touched his chin, as if he had expected this. Tying Fairy had long told him about the 6 sacred lands in the immortal sect. Among them, the Purple Mansion was the only sacred land with the Essence Soul lineage. Su Qin naturally guessed Daoist Wan Yuan's origin from the Essence Soul technique he displayed in the battle just now. How many peak Divine Ruins experts are there in your Purple Mansion sacred land? Su Qin asked bluntly. With Su Qin's current strength, even if he encountered an Earth Immortal of the Divine Ruins realm, he could still escape unscathed. Only those peak experts of the Divine Ruins realm who had already begun to come into contact with the power of space could pose some danger to Su Qin. One had to know that the power grasped by the peak of the Divine Ruins realm was known as the limit of the world. The next step was to break through the void and become a supreme expert. Especially when a peak Divine Ruins expert held the supreme expert's life treasure, he could probably exert 1% of the supreme expert's power with just a raise of his hand. The Purple Mansion Sacred Land now has 3 peak Divine Ruins experts. Daoist Wan Yuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, 2 of them are the Grand Elders who live in seclusion in the depths of the Sacred Land, and the Sacred Lord. Other than that, the Purple Mansion Sacred Land also has a direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert, but I'm not sure who it is exactly. Daoist Wan Yuan did not hesitate to reveal the biggest secret of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. The direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert. It must be known that although there were many descendants who possessed the bloodline of Supreme Experts in the various holy lands of the immortal sects, the number of disciples who could truly awaken their bloodline and inherit a certain ability of the Supreme Expert and become a direct descendant was 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, and 1 in a million. Any direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert who had awakened their bloodline had unlimited potential. As long as they continued to grow smoothly, they would be able to surpass the peak of the Divine Ruins realm sooner or later and dominate the immortal sect world. However, the 6 sacred lands of the immortal sect were not monolithic. Ordinary genius disciples could not enter the eyes of the sacred lands, but the direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert. This was a power that could control the entire immortal sect world. If a bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert had completely matured, naturally, no sacred lands would dare to provoke them. However, if a bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert who had not yet matured was exposed to the various sacred lands in advance and could not be taken in for their own use, they would probably attract all kinds of assassination attempts. After all, no matter how strong the potential of a bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert was, it was only potential. Once they died prematurely, they would be nothing. Hence, the 6 sacred lands of the immortal sect naturally protected the direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert extremely tightly. Before their strength had completely matured, they would definitely not let others know about it. Daoist Wan Yuan only knew that the current generation of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land had awakened a direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert because he was a disciple of one of the Grand Elders in the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. However, that was all. As for who exactly it was not something that Daoist Wan Yuan could know. In the entire Purple Mansion Sacred Land, only the Sacred Lord and the 2 Grand Elders knew about the direct bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert. A direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. According to Tying Fairy, before the supreme experts of the 6 sacred lands of the immortal sect died of old age, they would spread part of their bloodline to all the disciples in their respective sacred lands. Most of these bloodlines would completely die out, but there was a slight possibility that after dozens of generations of inheritance, the bloodline would suddenly awaken. This was the direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. The so-called direct bloodline descendant was not the descendant of the supreme expert. In fact, the higher the realm, the lower the possibility of having a descendant. This was especially true for the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm, who had almost cut off the possibility of having a descendant. However, even if they could not have a descendant, it did not mean that they could not continue the bloodline. Taoist Wan Yuan saw that Su Qin did not speak and immediately said in fear, "Sir, I am not sure who the direct bloodline descendant is." "I know," Su Qin said lightly. Through the great Tao heart demonic seed art, Su Qin could sense Taoist Wan Yuan's true emotions. Naturally, he was sure that Taoist Wan Yuan was not deliberately hiding anything. This is the supreme expert of the void-shattering realm. Su Qin's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with emotions. In martial arts cultivation, even the powerful earth immortals could only show off their power for a lifetime. When the 1,000-year limit came, everything would turn to ashes. Nothing would remain. However, the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm, even if they died of old age, could still use the power of their bloodline to bless their descendants. Their methods were simply incredible. In a way, a sacred ground that had given birth to a supreme expert could easily be passed down for generations as long as they did not seek death. After all, with the bloodline descendants of the supreme experts, a direct bloodline descendant would awaken every few hundred or 1,000 years. The sacred ground would only become stronger and stronger. Not long ago, how did your sect spy on the mortal world? Su Qin pondered for a while and continued to ask. Sir. Taoist Wan Yuan smiled bitterly. A few divine lords used the eye of the demon god to spy on the mortal world. It was precisely because the eye of the demon god found no threat in the mortal world that Taoist Wan Yuan volunteered to go to the mortal world. After all, Taoist Wan Yuan was a disciple of one of the Purple Mansion's sacred grounds. If Taoist Wan Yuan did not want to, even the Purple Mansion's sacred lord would not force him. Thinking of this, Taoist Wan Yuan's expression became even more bitter. If he had known that there was a freak like Su Qin in the mortal world, he would not have come to the mortal world even if he was beaten to death. Eye of the demon god? Su Qin narrowed his eyes. He observed the gate of immortality with the eye of truth and indeed found a huge eye with a pitch-black pupil. The eye of the demon god is a treasure jointly refined by the supreme experts 10,000 years ago, imitating the demon god of the cave world. It can easily spy on the entire mortal world. Taoist Wan Yuan hurriedly told him everything he knew. I see. Su Qin's thoughts were in turmoil. I still don't know how far away it is from the real demon god opening its eyes. Su Qin shook his head slightly and commented. Su Qin was probably the human who understood the demon god of the cave world the best apart from the supreme experts. There were even dozens of drops of demon god blood in Su Qin's system space. Even if Su Qin could not touch or sense these dozens of drops of demon god blood, just by observing with his eyes, he realized how terrifying the demon god of the cave world was. The supreme experts were said to have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years. But the demon gods in the depths of the cave world had set off several wars that invaded the mortal world. They had existed for more than tens of thousands of years. Su Qin even suspected that these demon gods had existed since the birth of the cave world, like eternal and indestructible gods. But now it seems that the reason why I can't touch the demon god blood and can only see it with my eyes is probably because the demon god blood did not come from this layer of space at all? Su Qin thought silently. Or, if it weren't for the system sign-in, I wouldn't even be able to see the demon god blood? Su Qin guessed. Forget it. There's no need to think about the demon god now. No matter how powerful the demon god is, there should be great restrictions and they can't intervene in the mortal world. Otherwise, if the demon god chose to descend in person 10,000 years ago, even if there were 10 times more supreme experts, they wouldn't be able to win. Su Qin shook his head and thought. When will the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sect enter the mortal world? Su Qin calmed down, looked at Daoist Wan Yuan, and asked. Before Daoist Wan Yuan and the other two entered the mortal world, Su Qin had been here for a long time and had been observing the huge ancient stone gate not far away. According to Su Qin's observation, this huge ancient stone gate should be in the sealing stage. The reason why Daoist Wan Yuan and the other two could enter the mortal world was entirely because of the gap in the seal. And this gap in the seal could only accommodate a few people at a time, and it was extremely difficult. Therefore, if the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sect wanted to enter the mortal world en masse, the first thing they had to do was to open the immortal gate. The seal left by the supreme experts cut off the connection between the mortal world and the immortal gate. But as long as the mortal world's vitality tide passes the 6th critical point, the vitality spiritual vigor on both sides will form a balance. At that time, the immortal gate will naturally be completely opened. Daoist Wan Yuan said immediately. This was what the Divine Lord told him before he left. The 6th critical point of the recovery of the vitality tide? Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly, and he relaxed slightly. The recovery of the vitality tide was only approaching the 2nd critical point, and there were still decades or centuries to go before the 6th critical point. Su Qin had enough time to cultivate. Sir. Just as Daoist Wan Yuan was about to speak carefully, Su Qin's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the huge ancient stone gate not far away with a serious expression. Buzz. A huge eye with an unfathomable pitch-black pupil slowly opened. Its terrifying gaze pierced through layers of the void, and it seemed that even the immortal gate could not block it as it slowly looked toward the mortal world. The eye of the demon god? Su Qin muttered to himself. At this moment, Su Qin felt like he was being watched again. It was exactly the same feeling he felt when he was in seclusion in the Black Palace under Chang'an City not long ago. Because Su Qin was now close to the stone gate, Su Qin felt even more intense. The eye of the demon god? Daoist Wan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Although he did not feel the eye of the demon god spying on him, he could roughly guess from Su Qin's expression. Did the Divine Lords activate the eye of the demon god again? Daoist Wan Yuan was both happy and worried. It was obvious that the death of the Wind King and the 9 Senses Saber Master, 2 true realm earth immortals, had infuriated the Wind God Valley and the Heavenly Sword Mountain. They immediately joined forces with the other Divine Lords to activate the eye of the demon god again, trying to figure out what had happened in the mortal world. Hee hee. Su Qin chuckled. With a thought, the god of war domain covered a 10-meter radius around him. The void within the 10-meter radius was slightly distorted. Su Qin's figure suddenly became illusory, as if he did not exist in the mortal world. Even Daoist Wan Yuan's figure was faintly discernible. Buzz. A majestic wave spread out from the immortal gate. It instantly passed through Su Qin and Daoist Wan Yuan and swept toward the distance. What? Daoist Wan Yuan was shocked. He did not feel the wave of the eye of the demon god spying on the mortal world. However, when Su Qin used the god of war domain to cover him, Daoist Wan Yuan immediately felt as if he had left the mortal world, or rather, he was independent of the mortal world. Sir, did you use this method to avoid the eye of the demon god? Daoist Wan Yuan's mind raced. His heart was suddenly in turmoil. He had originally guessed that Su Qin had used some kind of treasure to avoid the eye of the demon god. However, Su Qin had used his own strength to deceive the eye of the demon god. Using external forces to avoid the prying eyes of the demon god and relying on one's own strength to prevent the demon god's eye from detecting, were 2 completely different concepts. For example, a land immortal of the Divine Ruin Realm with a life treasure of the strongest was enough to sweep through a group of Divine Ruin Realm experts, but could this land immortal of the Divine Ruin Realm be said to be strong? No. It could only be said that the life treasure of the strongest was strong. Even if it was another land immortal holding this life treasure, the result would still be the same. At this moment, Daoist Wan Yuan was shrouded in the war god domain. He didn't feel the aura of any life treasure, but he could easily deceive the demon god's eye. It was simply incredible. The eye of the demon god was a precious treasure created by the combined efforts of many supreme powerhouses. It had the function of monitoring the mortal world. Although the one using the eye of the demon god was not a supreme powerhouse, the power of the treasure itself was enough to see through everything. Buzz. The gaze of the demon gods I kept sweeping out of the immortal gate. Compared to the previous time when several holy lords jointly activated the demon god's eye to spy on the world, this time it was obviously more serious. The terrifying gaze lingered in the world for more than half an hour before it finally slowly returned to the immortal gate. Too rigid. Suqing's figure was illusory, shrouded in the war god domain. He quietly watched the demon god's eyes aura gradually disappear and shook his head slightly. If it was the gaze of a demon god from the cave world, not to mention Suqing hiding in the war god domain, even if he used the war god temple to go deep into the void, he would be discovered. After all, Suqing's current war god domain couldn't even be considered a prototype. At most, it could only be a world shadow. How could it escape the gaze of a demon god? Although the demon god's eye was far inferior to the gaze of a real demon god, it was still refined by several strongest experts. Logically speaking, even if it couldn't find Suqing, it could still capture some clues. However, the holy lords who activated the demon god's eye in the immortal gate couldn't exert the true power of the demon god's eye at all. Daoist Wan Yuan stared at the huge ancient stone gate not far away, and his expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, "Lord, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, once the holy lords arrive." Although Daoist Wan Yuan was unwilling, he knew that his life was now in Suqing's hands. With just a thought, Suqing could make his ancestral aperture collapse and his primordial spirit extinguish. He couldn't even possess his body. Therefore, Daoist Wan Yuan was sincerely thinking for Suqing's sake. He wanted to prevent Suqing from clashing head-on with the sacred masters. In Daoist Wan Yuan's opinion, although Suqing was powerful and could even escape the detection of the eye of the demon god, there was still a gap between him and the sacred lords who stood at the peak of the small world of immortals. The various divine lords were in charge of the Holy Land and had their own natal cardinal treasures. Unless they encountered a direct descendant of a supreme expert who also had a natal cardinal treasure, they would be able to suppress them. As for the others, they were no match for them at all. The arrival of the Holy Lord? Suqing smiled and shook his head. They won't come. Won't descend? Daoist Wan Yuan was slightly taken aback. If the Holy Lords were willing to descend, it wouldn't be you true realm cultivators who came to the mortal world this time, Suqing said lightly. For example, Suqing wouldn't easily enter the immortal gate at this moment. Before figuring out what was going on in the mortal world, the Holy Lords in the immortal gate wouldn't easily enter the mortal world either. To be able to become a Holy Lord, one had to be at least at the peak of the godly ruins. Such an expert had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Unless it was absolutely necessary, who would let him personally take the risk? If the Holy Lords in the immortal gate hadn't activated the eye of the demon god, Suqing would have guessed that the Nine Senses Saber Master and the Wind King had sent information back to the immortal gate before they died. But in the end, the eye of the demon god peeped into the mortal world again. The only possibility for the Holy Lords to activate the eye of the demon god again was that they still didn't know what was going on in the mortal world and why the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had died. Inside the immortal gate. In the palace that floated under the sky. The Saint Sovereigns gathered together again, their expressions solemn. The Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had died one after another, which raised the Holy Lord's alertness to the highest. They activated the eye of the demon god again without hesitation to spy on the mortal world. However, the result this time was no different from the previous time. Even though they had used up several times more energy than the previous time and used the eye of the demon god to spy on the mortal world for an hour, they still didn't find anything. Who did it? The primeval Holy Lord said in a low voice. Although the three people who had entered the mortal world this time weren't from the primeval Holy Ground, the primeval Holy Ground had given them a supreme treasure. The Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had died, which meant that the supreme treasure had fallen into the hands of others. How could the primeval Holy Lord bear such a loss? For thousands of years, it had always been the primeval Holy Ground that took the treasures of others. When had the supreme treasure of the primeval Holy Ground been taken away by others? Don't panic. Although it's a little troublesome now, it's actually very easy to solve, the Tying Holy Lord said slowly as he looked at the others. Oh? Very easy to solve? How do you think we should solve it? The eyes of the primeval Holy Lord, the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley, and the others lit up as they looked at the Tying Holy Lord. It's very simple. The Tying Holy Lord didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, any one of us just needs to go to the mortal world personally. The moment he said that, the expressions of the sacred lords changed. The Tying Holy Lord was right. The sacred lords present were all at the peak of the godly ruins and had mastered countless inheritances left behind by supreme experts. How could they be compared to the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master? Although they didn't know who had done it in the mortal world, being able to easily kill the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master didn't mean that they could do anything to the sacred lords. However, although the Tying Holy Lord's method was very effective, none of the sacred lords present were willing to try it. They were very confident in their own abilities. Unless a supreme expert was born in the mortal world, the sacred lords would be able to escape unscathed even if they couldn't defeat him. But what if? What if they really died in the mortal world like the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master? Although this possibility was very small, which sacred lord present wasn't a sly old fox? Naturally, they didn't want to take this risk. Although the death of a true realm earth god would make the sacred lord's hearts ache, they could still accept it. However, if a sacred lord at the peak of the godly ruins died, it would be a great loss to the entire sacred ground. Since the Tying Holy Lord has said so, why don't you come to the mortal world yourself? Don't worry. If anything happens in the mortal world, we'll work together to save you. The sect master of the Sky Blade Mountain immediately said. If that's the case, pretend that I didn't say anything, the Tying Holy Lord said as he shook his head. Purple Mansion Sacred Lord, is Wan Yuan from your sacred ground still alive? At this moment, the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley turned to look at the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord, who hadn't said a word. No. The Purple Mansion Sacred Lord closed his eyes and sensed for a while before saying, Wan Yuan is the disciple of Fuyao Grand Supreme. He should have used a trump card to barely survive. That's true. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley nodded slightly. The Purple Mansion Sacred Ground was the sacred ground of the Primordial Soul sect. Their methods were strange and unpredictable. Wan Yuan Daoist was the disciple of the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground's Grand Supreme. It was very likely that a trace of his primordial soul had escaped and was hiding somewhere. However, without the protection of the Supreme Treasure, even if Wan Yuan Daoist survived, he would be at death's door. He wouldn't be able to return to the gate of heaven and tell them what had happened in the mortal world. It's a pity that other than the legendary Primordial Soul Supreme Treasures, the other Supreme Treasures can only be activated with dermic powers. Otherwise, I would want to split a Primordial Soul avatar and go to the mortal world to take a look. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley sighed softly. To enter the mortal world, one had to pass through the Void Tunnel. However, the Void Tunnel was filled with space fragments. Only supreme treasures and precious treasures that contained the power of space could pass through. Regardless of whether it was supreme treasures or precious treasures, they all required dermic powers to activate. As for the Primordial Soul avatar, it was completely formed from the Primordial Soul and naturally didn't have dermic powers. Therefore, it couldn't activate the supreme treasures and pass through the Void Tunnel. It was said that the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground had the legendary Primordial Soul Supreme Treasures. However, Primordial Soul Supreme Treasures were extremely rare. In terms of value, they were almost as valuable as Natal Supreme Treasures. Of course, the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground wouldn't be willing to hand them over. We sacred lords are the pillars of the sacred ground. We need to guard the gate of heaven and can't leave. However, other than us, you can send your disciples to the mortal world again. Before leaving, let them leave behind a Primordial Soul avatar. If anything happens, immediately inform us through the Primordial Soul avatar. The Mountain Master of the Heavenly Blade Mountain's expression changed. Before the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master died, they had rushed out with their Primordial Soul avatars. However, before they could say what had happened, their true bodies died and their Primordial Soul avatars dissipated. Therefore, the Mountain Master of the Heavenly Blade Mountain suggested this method. If there were sacred lords guarding the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master before their Primordial Soul avatars dissipated, even if they couldn't save them, they could at least find out what had happened to the Nine Senses Saber Master in the mortal world and who had killed them. However, this method also had a flaw. That was, the disciples who were sent out to the human world would have no chance of surviving. However, it was better to let the disciples die than to let the sacred lords personally take the risk. Actually, there's no need to exhaust the disciples of the sacred grounds. In the world of heaven, other than the 6 sacred grounds, there are also countless ordinary living beings. Over the past 10,000 years, many of these ordinary living beings have embarked on the path of martial arts. Now, there are quite a few sects that are quite powerful. The Grandine Sacred Lord said slowly. Before the end of the previous vital chi tide, the various supreme experts had broken through the void and opened up the small world of heaven. Not only did they bring their own inheritances into the small world of heaven, but they also brought in countless living beings. After all, even the 6 sacred grounds needed new blood. After 10,000 years of reproduction, the living beings living in the small world of heaven numbered in the billions. Moreover, some of the living beings with good talent were unwilling to join the 6 sacred grounds and were restricted. Thus, they set up their own sects and lived freely. The 6 sacred grounds naturally turned a blind eye to this. A batch of these sects would disappear every few hundred years. Without the heritage of the sacred grounds, how could they survive for so long? That's right. I've heard that there's a sect called the Myriad Transformation sect that was founded by the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master. This Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master is already an earth immortal at the peak of the origin returning realm. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley said slowly. He had once cherished talent and wanted to accept this Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master as his disciple. After all, to be able to cultivate to the peak of the origin returning realm without relying on any sacred grounds resources, one could imagine his talent. Unfortunately, the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master was arrogant by nature and thought that he could enter the ruins of God by himself. Thus, he naturally ignored the Wind God Valley's recruitment. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley was somewhat annoyed by this, so he chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. He wanted to see how the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master would enter the ruins of God. One must know that to enter the ruins of God from the origin returning realm, one must not only rely on oneself, but also have to come into contact with the power of space. In the entire small world of heaven, only the 6 sacred grounds had mastered the power of space. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley thought that the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master wanted to enter the ruins of God with his own strength. Then let this Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master take a trip to the human world on our behalf. The Great Beginning Sacred Lord nodded slightly and said softly. But be careful not to force this Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master too much. We have to give him some benefits so that he is willing. The Great Beginning Sacred Lord said thoughtfully. With the power of their Sacred Lord, they could indeed force the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master to take the initiative to go to the human world. But this way, the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master's heart would be filled with resentment. If the other party betrayed them after entering the human world, wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Therefore, they couldn't force him. They had to give him some benefits so that he would be willing. Outside the Immortal Gate, Xianxia waited for a while and realized that there was no movement from the huge ancient stone door. He realized that his guess was right. The sacred lords of the Immortal Gate really didn't dare to come out. In fact, this was human nature. Who would easily put themselves in danger when they didn't know the depth of the situation? Of course, there were a small number of people who were straightforward and impulsive and didn't care about life and death. But to be able to cultivate to the peak of the ruins of God and become the sacred lord, they were obviously old foxes who weighed the pros and cons of the stone door. Xianxia slowly walked through the stone door and looked up. The stone door was dark yellow, but vaguely, it revealed a kind of aura that could tear the world apart. Obviously, there was a method left behind by a supreme expert on the stone door. What a pity. Xianxia shook his head slightly and gave up the idea of destroying the stone door. If he could destroy the stone door, it would be equivalent to completely severing the connection between the world of the Immortal Gate and the human world. In this way, the 6 sacred lands of the Immortal Gate would be completely trapped in the world of the Immortal Gate and would never be able to return to the human world. Then, when he was strong enough, he could recommunicate with the Immortal Gate and go in to sign in. But this huge ancient stone door was obviously not simple. Even if Su Qin hadn't made a move, he could see that the aura flowing above it was not something that an Earth Immortal level expert could shake. Therefore, he didn't even bother to make a move. But if I step into the peak of the ruins of God, I might be able to destroy the stone door with the first move of the Buddha's palm, the unique and righteous? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Even if I can't destroy it, I can use the second move, pure land in the palm, to seal it forever. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 moves. There was no difference in quality between the 9 moves, but they focused on different aspects. For example, the first move, the unique and righteous, was a pure offensive divine palm. As for the second move, pure land in the palm, it was a sealing divine palm. Unfortunately, the huge ancient stone door in front of Su Qin was too extraordinary. Although it was just standing there, it exuded an aura that could tear heaven and earth. If Su Qin attacked it, he would definitely suffer a backlash. "My lord, are you okay?" Daoist Wan Yuan saw Su Qin staring at the stone door and thought that Su Qin was worried about something. He couldn't help but comfort him. "Your lord's strength is enough to dominate a region even in the Immortal Gate. Even if the sacred lords really come, they might not be able to do anything to you." Although the sacred lords were all at the peak of the divine ruins and had their own natal supreme treasures, if Su Qin wanted to hide, just this unknown domain that could hide from the eye of the demon god was enough to give the sacred lords a headache. Daoist Wan Yuan naturally didn't know that Su Qin's thoughts at this moment were to destroy or seal this stone door. If Daoist Wan Yuan knew Su Qin's thoughts, he would definitely be dumbfounded. This stone door was built by the supreme experts and was specially used to lock the coordinates between the mortal world and the Immortal Gate world. For thousands of years, countless spatial storms had crashed into this stone door, but it didn't shake at all. In terms of sturdiness, this stone door had probably surpassed the natal supreme treasures. Even if the supreme experts attacked, they might not be able to destroy this stone door. Su Qin ignored Daoist Wan Yuan's worries. At this moment, most of his attention was focused on this huge ancient stone door. This stone door. Su Qin looked at the huge ancient stone door not far away and suddenly thought of something. This stone door itself has experienced at least 10,000 years, and its material is rare. Maybe it contains a lot of Dao connotation? Thinking of this, Su Qin circled around the huge ancient stone door. After confirming that he didn't miss anything, he said in his heart, "System, sign in for me." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the World Tree Seed. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Qin's ears. World Tree Seed? Su Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he didn't know what the World Tree Seed was, just the word world was enough to tell him that the treasure he got this time was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Su Qin's mind quickly sank into the system space. Soon, he found a fist-sized seed in the corner. This seed was chaotic and slowly rotated. It was as bright and deep as the void. Su Qin merely looked at it and he felt as if he could see a world being nurtured within the seed. Once the seed of the world tree takes root and sprouts, it will grow into a world tree and open up a real big world, Su Qin thought to himself. Before seeing the world tree seed, the system had already transmitted everything about the seed to Su Qin's mind. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin realized just how terrifying this world tree seed was. It could open up a real big world. Even tens of thousands of years ago, when the various supreme powerhouses joined forces to break through the void, what they opened up was only an incomplete small world. They relied on plundering endless vitality, spiritual vigor, and nomological Tao fragments from the mortal world to survive until now. But this world tree seed was said to be able to truly open up a big world? How incredible was this? Although Su Qin cultivated the War God catalog and condensed the War God domain, he could also evolve a world when cultivated to the extreme. But even Su Qin himself didn't know if he could reach that step. The so-called evolving world was just the theoretical limit of the War God catalog. But even so, the Battle God catalog was something that even the supreme expert Ho Yuan could not obtain. And now, this world tree seed was said to be able to grow into a world tree sooner or later as long as there was enough time, creating a true great world. This was simply astonishing. If there were still supreme powerhouses in the current world who knew that Su Qin had such a world tree seed in his hands, they would probably risk their lives to snatch it. But why do I feel that this world tree seed is so familiar? Su Qin looked at the slowly rotating world tree seed in the system space and suddenly felt a little surprised. Su Qin was very sure that before today, he had never seen any treasures related to the world tree seed, but now he felt that it was strangely familiar. Is this the cave world? Images flashed through Su Qin's mind one after another. As a true realm land immortal, how powerful was his memory? Almost in an instant, Su Qin had recalled everything that had happened since he stepped into the martial Dao, and finally stopped at the cave world. To be precise, it was the branches of the ancient demon tree in the Demon Cloud City, Cathode City, and several other large cities in the cave world. The cave world was not like the mortal world, where there were many holy lands and great sections. The cave world was divided according to domains, and within each large domain, there were hundreds and thousands of large cities. And in each large city, there was a branch of the ancient demon tree. At this moment, the feeling that this world tree seed gave Su Qin was that it was very similar to a branch of the ancient demon tree. In fact, this similarity was not in terms of aura. A branch of the ancient demon tree could gather monstrous demonic energy, while this world tree seed was chaotic and pure. Not to mention the similarity, the two were completely different. But instinctively, Su Qin believed that the world tree seed and the ancient demon tree's branches were essentially similar. Could it be that the ancient demon tree in the depths of the cave world is a world tree? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. One of Su Qin's incarnations stayed in the cave world all year round, so naturally, he had heard a lot of rumors about the ancient demon tree. It was said that this ancient demon tree was as tall as heaven and earth. There was a saying that the entire cave world was supported by the ancient demon tree. If it weren't for the ancient demon tree, the cave world would have collapsed long ago. Even the high and mighty demon gods, who were above everything, lived on a branch of the ancient demon tree all year round. From this, one could see how incredible the ancient demon tree was. Originally, Su Qin thought that the ancient demon tree should be a demonic treasure refined by the demon gods, but now it seems that if the ancient demon tree in the cave world was a world tree, then the relationship between the so-called demon gods and the ancient demon tree was probably not what Su Qin had imagined. Forget it. It's too early for me to think about this. Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly, and finally, he slowly calmed down. Whether the ancient demon tree in the depths of the cave world was a world tree or not, it had nothing to do with Su Qin. Now, the most important thing for Su Qin to consider was how to make this world tree seed take root and grow as much as possible. Next, Su Qin waited until the next day to confirm that this huge ancient stone gate could no longer sign in before preparing to return to Chang'an City. What a pity. Su Qin was slightly regretful. Originally, Su Qin was prepared to get some treasures from the stone gate. Even if they were not as good as the world tree seed, he could still get some supreme treasures. But it seemed that the sign-in for the world tree seed had exhausted all the Dao accumulation on the stone gate, causing Su Qin's idea of continuing to sign in to become empty talk. However, just this world tree seed alone is better than countless life treasures. Although Su Qin was regretful, he was already satisfied. One must know that the world tree seed was nurturing a complete world. How could a mere life treasure compare to it? Leave with me. Su Qin glanced at Daoist Wan Yuan and hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't have the intention to kill him. This wasn't because Su Qin was a saint, but because Daoist Wan Yuan was in the true realm of the Essence Soul realm. The Essence Soul realm was rare to begin with, let alone the true realm. If he kept Daoist Wan Yuan, he might have a use for him in the future. In addition, Su Qin had already planted a wisp of Essence Soul power in the depths of Daoist Wan Yuan's ancestral aperture. Through the great Dao Heart demonic seed art, Su Qin could decide Daoist Wan Yuan's life and death with a thought. Yes. Daoist Wan Yuan didn't know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. He followed Su Qin cautiously and headed towards Chang'an City. Several hours later, Su Qin and Daoist Wan Yuan arrived at the palace. Senior Wan Yuan. Tying Fairy was stunned when she saw Daoist Wan Yuan. She couldn't believe it. Although Tying Fairy was the saintest to be of the Tying Holy Land, Daoist Wan Yuan's status wasn't low either. He was the disciple of the Purple Mansion Holy Land's Supreme Fuyao and was in the true realm of the Essence Soul realm. In terms of status, he wasn't inferior to Tying Fairy at all. It's me. Daoist Wan Yuan's expression was slightly complicated. It's good that you know each other. Now, let's catch up. Su Qin glanced at Daoist Wan Yuan and Tying Fairy. He didn't stop them from talking. Instead, he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Whether it was Daoist Wan Yuan or Tying Fairy, their lives were in Su Qin's hands. Even their thoughts could be vaguely sensed by the great Dao Heart demonic seed art. Su Qin was naturally relieved. In the majestic underground palace of Chang'an City. Now that I've just stepped into the true realm, it'll be difficult for me to take another step forward in a short period of time, Su Qin thought to himself as he sat cross-legged. As for the Buddha's palm, I can continue to study it. But unless I become an ultimate expert and master the third move, it'll be difficult for me to make a qualitative change. As for the War God catalog and the Great Sun portrait, if I continue to cultivate, I'll need a lot of resources. I don't have any space crystals, fire element divine pills, and so on. Su Qin suddenly realized that he had fallen into a bottleneck and couldn't make any progress. Sigh. In the end, every step of the martial path is difficult. I don't know how those supreme experts cultivate. Su Qin sighed. He had long expected the difficulty of the Earth God Immortal Realm. Although there were only 3 levels in the Earth God Immortal Realm, the Spirit Severing Stage, the True Realm, and the Final Divine Ruins, compared to the 9 levels of the Myth Realm, it seemed much simpler. But in terms of difficulty, the former was much more difficult than the latter. The cultivation of the Myth Realm was gradual. As long as one took it slowly, with enough talent and opportunities, one would sooner or later enter the peak of the Myth Realm. But the Earth God Immortal Realm, not to mention the Spirit Severing Stage and the True Realm, just the spatial power that one needed to comprehend in the Divine Ruins realm was illusory. Although the spatial power was everywhere, and even mortal ants could come into contact with it, who knew how to comprehend it and how to break it? Let's look at the World Tree Seed. Su Qin calmed himself down. With a thought, a chaotic seed appeared in front of him. In addition to this World Tree Seed, Su Qin also obtained a pagoda-shaped supreme treasure from signing in at the Immortal Sect. However, that pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was the supreme treasure of the Great Beginning Holy Land. There was a mark left behind by the Great Beginning Sacred Lord in it. If Su Qin wanted to use it, he would have to consume a lot of worlds to erase the mark inside. How should this seed germinate? Su Qin looked at the slowly spinning World Tree Seed in front of him and suddenly felt a headache. If an ordinary seed wanted to germinate, it would naturally be planted in the ground and absorb the nutrients of the earth. However, the World Tree Seed was a seed that could open up a great world. How could it need to absorb the nutrients of the earth like an ordinary seed? Let's try the Vitality Spiritual Vigor. With a thought, Su Qin instantly gathered the Vitality Spiritual Vigor within 100 miles and floated in Su Qin's palm. Then, under Su Qin's control, it all surged into the World Tree Seed. Unfortunately, no matter how rich the Vitality Spiritual Vigor was, it would automatically evaporate when it was 3 feet away from the World Tree Seed. The Vitality Spiritual Vigor is useless. Su Qin had already expected this. Next, Su Qin tried various methods, but they were all useless. In the end, Su Qin directly forced out a drop of blood essence from his arm and landed on the World Tree Seed. This time, the World Tree Seed clearly reacted. This chaotic seed spun and devoured Su Qin's drop of blood essence. However, there was nothing. Even if Su Qin released some more blood essence, it was useless. However, Su Qin's only gain was that he seemed to vaguely sense the World Tree Seed. He could feel the surging vitality in the seed. If I had this vitality, I would probably be able to live for 100,000 years. Su Qin exclaimed in his heart. Just as Su Qin was cultivating and thinking about how to make the World Tree Seed take root and germinate. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, the recovery of the vitality tide of heaven and earth became more and more turbulent. In a trance, the vast and endless vitality sea was rolling, leading the vitality tide of heaven and earth to rise continuously. Finally, it suddenly reached a critical point. Buzz. The entire world was shaking. If someone stood above the 9 heavens, they would find that the entire battlefield was like a prehistoric beast, swallowing and spitting out endless vitality chi and spiritual vigor. This is? In the palace, in front of the East Palace's right spring square, Tyene Fairy looked at the sky and whispered to herself, "Is the second critical point of the recovery of the vitality tide coming?" At the same time, in the black majestic palace under Chang'an City, Suqin, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. "It's finally here. The second critical point of the recovery of the vitality tide?" Suqin sat cross-legged in the majestic black hall under Chang'an City. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. The vitality chi of heaven and earth was like a tide, rising and falling at times. In the past 10,000 years, the vitality tide had been constantly falling. It was not until a few decades ago that the fall gradually eased, and the vitality tide began to reverse and become a recovery. The recovery of the vitality tide was not achieved overnight, but gradually. According to the information that Suqin obtained from the overseas major sects and immortal sects, the recovery of the vitality tide was divided into 9 critical points. Once the 9 critical points of the recovery of the vitality tide were passed, one could enter the heyday of the recovery of the vitality tide. That was the true golden age of cultivation. In the previous era of the vitality tide, most of the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm were born during the heyday of the recovery of the vitality tide. The recovery of the vitality tide was not only the recovery of the vitality chi, but also the change of the environment of heaven and earth, as well as the activation of the laws of Great Tao. Why did the 6 great holy lands in the immortal sects want to return to the mortal world? For the vitality chi? For the vitality chi? None of them. There were several measures left behind by the supreme experts in the immortal sects, and there was no lack of vitality chi at all. However, the laws of Great Tao were something that the supreme experts could not affect. If the many experts in the immortal sects were content with the status quo and did not intend to break through that step, it would naturally not affect them whether they returned to the mortal world or not. However, who could cultivate to the peak of the divine ruins realm did not desire to break through the void? Who did not desire to become a supreme expert? There are a total of 9 critical points from the recovery of the vitality tide to the heyday. And these 9 critical points all contain great opportunities, or treasures condensed by heaven and earth, or related to the previous vitality tide. As the number of critical points advances, the great opportunities represented will become more and more precious. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought quickly in his heart. This was also the reason why he deliberately went to the Immortal Gate to block the entrance. If the 6 great sacred grounds in the Immortal Gate successfully sent people into the mortal world, Suqin would not be afraid of ordinary true realm experts. However, if a land immortal of the divine ruins realm came, Suqin would have a headache. Decades ago, during the first vitality tide's critical point, the heaven and earth naturally formed a fire elemental source. Suqin thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of great opportunities will appear during this critical point." The source of fire element was one of the sources of the 5 elements. It could help a myth realm warrior enter the divine immortal realm more smoothly. It could be said that it was a rare treasure. However, even if it was the source of fire element, it was only a product of the first critical point of the recovery of the vitality tide. It was nothing compared to the opportunities that appeared at the later critical points. After all, regardless of whether it was the fire elemental source or the other 5 elemental sources, they were only useful to those in the myth realm at most. Perhaps they would also have some effect on some earth immortals. After that, they would face the opportunity that would appear at the boundary point. It was very likely that it would be related to how to break through and become an omnipotent master. Why were there so many supreme experts during the peak of the previous vitality tide? It was not because of the great opportunities that appeared at the previous 9 critical points. It has just begun to cross the critical point. There's no need to rush for the time being. Suqin carefully sensed for a while and shook his head. However, the seed of the world tree, which had been motionless for the past year, has changed a little now. Suqin's heart stirred, and a chaotic seed suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the seed of the world tree that Suqin had obtained from signing in outside the Immortal Gate. It was said that when it grew to a certain extent, it could open up a great world. Ever since Suqin's drop of blood essence was swallowed by it, Suqin could vaguely feel the aura inside the seed. At this moment, as the vitality tide in the outside world reached a certain critical point, the huge vitality inside the seed had clearly become a little more active. Could it be that the seed of the world tree needs the vitality tide to recover to a certain extent if it wants to take root and germinate? Su Qin's face was thoughtful. Just as Su Qin was pondering over the seed of the world tree, the outside world was already in an uproar. Even if the vast majority of people did not know that the vitality tide was about to reach the second critical point, they could faintly feel that the world had begun to change. The vitality spirit gradually became richer, and many martial artists who had been trapped in the bottleneck for decades and whose vitality had long declined and had no hope of breaking through, felt their aura being pulled and naturally stepped into that step. Ha 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 ha. I actually became a legend? This is a legend who can fight against 1,000,000 people. An old man with disheveled hair rushed out of a street in Chang'an City crazily and flew into the air with a powerful aura. This old man with disheveled hair was originally a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who had transformed 3 times, but he was unable to grasp the wisp of vitality in the dark. He originally thought that he could only wait until he died of old age, so he lived in seclusion on a street in Chang'an City. But to the old man's surprise, after sleeping for a while, he naturally grasped the wisp of vitality in the dark and smoothly stepped into the myth realm. I don't have to die. The myth realm has 500 years of Shouyuan. Before the old man with disheveled hair could rejoice, he was directly detained by the Forbidden Army who rushed over. You disrupted the order and were imprisoned for 10 years. The captain of the Forbidden Army coldly glanced at the old man and directly suppressed him, then sent him back to the prison. This scene made the other martial artists who had just broken through but had not yet rejoiced feel as if cold water had been poured over their heads, and they quickly calmed down. They suddenly remembered that this was Chang'an City, the capital of the Empire of Tang. Over the years, there were no less than hundreds and thousands of myth realm martial artists who had joined them, and there was no lack of peak myth realm martial artists. A martial artist who had just entered the myth realm dared to fly into the air. It was tantamount to courting death. Ignorant. A young man in white sitting by the window of a restaurant shook his head and said as he looked at the old man who was being escorted away. The Celestial of the Empire of Tang is overseeing the palace. A mere myth realm martial artist dares to release his aura. How foolish, the young man in white said disdainfully. Young master, is the Tang Wutian really that strong? A beautiful woman sitting opposite the young man in white asked curiously. He's more than strong. The young man in white was silent for a while. He looked in the direction of the palace and said softly, the Tang Wutian might have reached the end of the Earth Immortal Realm by now. The end of the Earth Immortal Realm. The beautiful woman's eyes widened. She was not even in the myth realm, let alone the Earth Immortal Realm. As for the so-called end of the Earth Immortal Realm, to the beautiful woman, it was like a book from heaven. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In these few months, nearly 1,000 myth realm martial artists were born in the Empire of Tang. It should be known that a few decades ago, it was rare for a myth realm martial artist to appear in hundreds of years. But now, nearly 1,000 myth realm martial artists were born in just a few months, and the speed was still accelerating. However, although so many experts were born suddenly, it did not have much impact on the Empire of Tang. The Emperor of Tang had already ordered hundreds of myth realm martial artists to patrol all over the country. Once they found a new myth realm martial artist, they would be invited back to Chang'an City and asked if they were willing to join the Empire of Tang. If they were willing, everything would be fine. If they were unwilling, they would set up all kinds of rules and then be released. After these martial artists who had just entered the myth realm saw the strength of the Empire of Tang, especially when several patriarchs of the overseas sects showed up in person in order to curry favor with Su Qin, they naturally did not dare to have any other thoughts. Heroes broke the rules with martial arts. That was built on the premise that the dynasty was declining. But now, the Empire of Tang had Su Qin in charge. Even if a group of Earth Immortals appeared, they would have to abide by his rules, let alone some myth realm martial artists. On a certain day, in the black towering hall under Chang'an City, Su Qin opened his eyes again and disappeared from where he was. When Su Qin appeared again, he was on a hill. This hill was hundreds of miles away from Chang'an City. Because a large amount of spiritual vigor was drawn away by the formation of Chang'an City, there were no martial artists living in seclusion here. This is? Su Qin looked in a direction not far away, and his face was slightly solemn. Where Su Qing's gaze fell, the space was faintly distorted and rotated, as if it was connected to an unknown place. Void passage, a void passage is forming here. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and there was shock in the voice. Void passage? Su Qing looked at Tying Fairy and Daoist Wan Yuan, who hurried over and asked with a frown. Master. Tying Fairy bowed slightly to Su Qing and said in a low voice, if I'm not wrong, the critical point of this vitality tide will form a void passage that leads to other small worlds. A void passage that leads to other small worlds? Su Qing repeated in a low voice, and he was deep in thought. So far, the only small world that Su Qing knew of was the small world of the Celestial Gate, and the small world of the Celestial Gate was created by the joint efforts of several supreme experts 10,000 years ago. Other than that, strictly speaking, the War God Temple was also a small world. The space inside was vast, and it was almost comparable to half of the Empire of Tang. Master, in the previous Vitality Tide era, many supreme experts were born. These supreme experts roamed the universe, and many of them went to the extraterritorial void. And before these supreme experts went to the extraterritorial void, they would leave behind some treasures to bless their descendants, Daoist Wan Yuan immediately explained. In the eyes of the supreme experts who could break through space, the so-called human world could no longer restrain them. The supreme experts completely had the strength to roam the extraterritorial void. And to the supreme experts, their relatives in the same generation were basically all dead. Perhaps there were some bloodline descendants, but after so many generations, their feelings would definitely have faded. Therefore, most of the supreme experts would choose to leave the human world and travel to the extraterritorial void. But no matter what, the supreme experts were born in the human world and grew up in the human world. Even if their relatives were all dead, they still had some thoughts about the human world. Therefore, before they left, the supreme experts would often leave behind some treasures. And the supreme experts' methods naturally wouldn't just leave the treasures in a certain place. Instead, they would break through the void and create a new small world. They would place the treasures inside and wait for the fated person in the future. Of course, these small worlds created by the supreme experts naturally couldn't be compared to the small world created by the joint efforts of several supreme experts like the Celestial Gate. But they were still considered vast, and at least the size of the Empire of Tang. Generally speaking, these small worlds would be hidden somewhere in the depths of the void. Even if it were other utmost powerful beings, it would be hard for them to find them. After all, the void was layered. Even if it were an utmost powerful being, there was still the possibility of getting lost. I see. Hearing this, Su Qing nodded slightly. If one day, he became a supreme expert and chose to leave this world, he would probably leave behind some things to prove that he had once existed. It's just a pity that the small worlds created by the supreme experts of the past gradually wandered in the depths of the void as the world passed. Daoist Wan Yuan said slowly. It was easy to open up a small world, but it was difficult to completely fix this small world in the vicinity of the human world. After all, the void was not static and was constantly fluctuating. If the supreme masters were still around, they would naturally be able to resist these fluctuations. However, if the supreme masters were to leave, the so-called small world would also gradually drift away as the spatial fluctuations attacked again and again. The Celestial Gate was able to maintain the passage to the human world because of the huge ancient stone gate created by the joint efforts of several supreme experts. It was used as a coordinate to connect the two worlds. In the previous era of the Vitality Tide, a small world like this is definitely an unprecedented opportunity. It contains the treasures left behind by a supreme expert, including the supreme expert's inheritance and supreme treasures. There might even be 1 or 2 life supreme treasures. Daoist Wan Yuan's tone became heated. For the supreme experts who were about to leave the human world and explore the void, they would basically choose to leave their inheritance behind. After all, inheritance wasn't a treasure. It could be copied, and there was no loss. Other than inheritance, the supreme experts would also leave behind some supreme treasures. As for life supreme treasures, it depended on whether the supreme expert was rich or not. The inheritance of a supreme expert. Daoist Wan Yuan looked at the gradually distorting void not far away and muttered to himself. The inheritance of a supreme expert was an immeasurable treasure in the eyes of any expert, because it contained the process of how to break through the void. Even for other supreme experts, it was extremely valuable. Although the paths of the supreme experts were different, they could learn from each other, and there might be qualitative changes. Not bad. Su Qin's eyes lit up as he listened to Taoist Wan Yuan. He wasn't very interested in the inheritance of a supreme expert, but a small world that had existed for at least 10,000 years. The Tao connotation accumulated in it was at least not inferior to that stone gate, right? If Su Qin signed in there, he would definitely gain a lot. Taoist Wan Yuan looked carefully and said in a low voice, "This void passage hasn't completely formed yet. Judging from the fluctuations, it will take a few months. If you want to enter, it's best to wait a few months. P.S. I've been a little tired recently. Try to write more. Let's take a look before entering the Nine Swords world." Su Qin carefully looked at the void passage, then opened the Eye of Truth and used the celestial divination technique to look at the end of the void passage. Previously, Su Qin used the Eye of Truth to observe the Nine Swords world, but because the void passage had yet to form, he could only roughly know the information of the Nine Swords world itself, which was the information left behind by the Nine Swords paragon. As for the specific information of the Nine Swords world, he was not clear. But it was different now. Now that the void passage had completely stabilized, if Su Qin used the Eye of Truth to observe, he would naturally get more information than last time. This was like looking at the same thing from 10,000 meters away and 100 meters away. The latter would definitely be clearer than the former. A world emitting green light appeared, and at the same time all kinds of qi gushed out. There are living creatures in the Nine Swords world? Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. The qi that he observed with the Eye of Truth could only be emitted by living creatures, which meant that there were a large number of living creatures in the Nine Swords world. Not only that, Su Qin also found that the living creatures in the Nine Swords world were not weak, and the strongest had reached the peak of the true realm. Interesting. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. If there were living creatures in the Divine Ruins realm in the Nine Swords world, Su Qin might consider whether to enter or not, but the true realm. Even if it was at the peak of the true realm, how could it compare to Su Qin? Next. Su Qin looked carefully a few more times, and after confirming the approximate level of the Nine Swords world, he summoned the Battle Temple. A majestic palace appeared in front of Su Qin, and under the fluctuation of the palace's aura, even the void passage began to solidify. There were only two ways to pass through the void tunnel. One was to reach the realm of an omnipotent and master the power of space. Passing through the void tunnel would be a piece of cake. The other was to rely on treasures that contained the power of space to resist the spatial fragments during the process of passing through. For example, when Taiyin Fairy and the others came to the mortal realm, they used the Taiyin token to pass through the void passage, while Wan Yuan Daoist and the others used the pagoda-shaped defensive treasure to pass through. Other than that, there was no other way. Even the direct descendants of those supreme powerhouses who had awakened their bloodlines could not pass through the void passage on their own. The power of space was unbreakable for those below the level of utmost powerful beings. This was an iron law. Of course, other living beings would not be able to break this iron law. Su Qin, on the other hand, had dozens of methods that could allow him to pass through the void passageway while being below the level of an ultimate expert. For example, if one cultivated the picture of the great sun to great completion, one could transform into the three-legged golden crow, the most powerful divine beast of the fire element. Although the three-legged golden crow was not the most powerful mythical beast of space, its body was extremely strong. Even if it was just a baby, it was not something that space fragments could do to it. Also, Su Qin had cultivated his war god domain to the extreme and created a world, which allowed him to easily pass through the void passageway. Or Su Qin could use the second move of the Buddha's palm, the pure land in the palm, to seal himself and then use the power of the seal to pass through the void passageway and so on. Su Qin had chosen the simplest method, which was to take the War God Temple and pass through the void passageway. The War God Temple was a super-large spatial treasure. Its value was even higher than the life treasure of an ultimate expert. Taking the War God Temple to pass through the void passageway was an insult to the War God Temple. Su Qin took a step forward and entered the War God Temple. Then, the entire war god temple turned into a stream of light and entered the void passageway. Is this the void? An area outside the mortal realm? Su Qin stood in the war god temple, but images appeared in front of him. This was a vast space. Even the majestic war god temple was like a speck of dust in this space. Extremely far away, there were faint specks of light. Apart from these specks of light, there was nothing else in this vast space. No wonder a small number of ultimate experts didn't choose to leave the mortal realm and head to the outer realm. So this is what the void is like? Su Qin was slightly shocked. Even though there was a war god temple between them, Su Qin could still feel the endless loneliness and coldness. Although ultimate experts could survive in the void, compared to the colorful world of the mortal realm, the void was not even a desert. If they lived in such an environment for hundreds or thousands of years, even ultimate experts would probably go crazy. However, according to the ancient records, the distance in the void is different from the distance in the mortal realm. If ultimate experts want to go to a place, they only need to break through space and enter the void. Then, they can take a few steps in this direction. When they return to the mortal realm, they have already traveled tens or hundreds of thousands of miles. Su Qin thought to himself. In the void, there was no up, down, left, and right. Similarly, in terms of distance, there was a huge difference from the mortal realm. However, my goal this time isn't the depths of the void, but there. Su Qin turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the void passage. He saw a faint green spot of light flickering slowly. It was the Nine Swords world that the void passage was connected to. Speed up. Su Qin immediately controlled the war god temple and headed toward the Nine Swords world. At the same time. Nine Swords world. There were 3 streaks of light, 1 in front and 2 behind. The streak of light in front was fleeing frantically, while the 2 streaks of light behind were chasing after it. Why? The fleeing streak of light realized that it could not escape, so it suddenly stopped and stared at the 2 streaks of light that were chasing after it. Your 9 Swords sacred ground has cut off the world's fate for 50,000 years. You are already invincible in the world. Why don't you give us a way out? After this pause, the figure of an extremely wretched old man appeared. The Nine Swords world was created by the Nine Swords Paragon. 50,000 years ago, the Nine Swords Paragon did not leave immediately after he created the Nine Swords world. Instead, he cultivated in seclusion in this world for hundreds of years. During those hundreds of years, the Nine Swords Paragon felt that this world was lonely, so he used his ability to move some of the living beings in the mortal realm to the Nine Swords world. After the Nine Swords Paragon left, some of these living beings used a move that the Nine Swords Paragon left behind to occupy the Nine Swords Paragon's place of seclusion. They also grasped some of the moves that the Nine Swords Paragon left behind. They were known as the Nine Swords Sacred Ground, overlooking the entire Nine Swords world. However, although the Nine Swords Sacred Ground was high and mighty, they were not the only people in this world. There were still rogue cultivators outside the sacred ground. Rogue cultivators were either unwilling to join the sacred ground or could not meet the requirements to join the sacred ground. They could only live independently outside the sacred ground. As a result, the disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground did not treat rogue cultivators as humans. Under the suppression of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground, ordinary rogue cultivators had no chance of resisting. Daoist Xianxia. The 2 streaks of light also stopped and looked indifferently at the miserable-looking old man. Hand over the spirit herb and become my sacred ground slave for 200 years, and we'll let you live. To these 2 disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground, making Daoist Xianxia a slave was already a great gift. Hand over the spirit herb? Become a slave for 200 years? Daoist Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he laughed crazily. You're forcing Lao Dao to die. The spirit herb was discovered by Lao Dao first. It has nothing to do with your Nine Swords Sacred Ground. Natural treasures belong to those who are virtuous. What right do you have to demand Lao Dao to hand it over? Daoist Xianxia questioned word by word. This spirit herb was discovered 80 years ago by Daoist Xianxia. At that time, the spirit herb had yet to mature. In order to wait for it to mature, Daoist Xianxia had to wait for 80 years, expending a great deal of effort during this period. Finally, after 80 years, the spirit herb had matured. However, just as Daoist Xianxia's face was filled with joy, news of it leaked out and he encountered two disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground who happened to pass by. These two disciples demanded that Daoist Xianxia hand over the spirit herb. Of course, Daoist Xianxia wasn't willing. He had already spent 80 years, and his lifespan was already running out. He was waiting for this spirit herb to break through and extend his lifespan, so how could he possibly hand it over? Even if the other party was a high and mighty disciple of a sacred ground. Natural treasures belong to those who are virtuous? The two disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground sneered. Daoist Xianxia, didn't your master tell you that in this world, our Nine Swords Sacred Ground is virtuous? If it weren't for your merit in cultivating the spirit herb, you wouldn't even have the chance to become a slave of our sacred ground. But now, since you've refused, you can die. The two disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground's expression turned cold. Suddenly, a dense sword light appeared and slashed at Daoist Xianxia. Not good. Daoist Xianxia's heart tightened. His figure split into 9 and shot out in all directions. It was because of this secret escape technique that Daoist Xianxia was able to escape from the two disciples of the sacred ground so many times. Without this secret technique, Daoist Xianxia would have died under the immortal sword long ago. Daoist Xianxia. If this is all you've got, then obediently die. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of one of the disciples. In an instant, the sword light slashing at Daoist Xianxia also split into 9. The 9 sword lights were majestic and exuded monstrous killing intent as they enveloped Daoist Xianxia. It's over. Daoist Xianxia's heart turned cold. He didn't expect that these two disciples of the sacred ground would come up with a method to restrain his secret technique so quickly. Even if I, Daoist Xianxia, die, I'll drag you down with me. Daoist Xianxia's face turned sinister. However, at this moment, Wang, Wang, Wang. A ripple of nothingness suddenly spread out like a calm water surface. One ripple after another appeared above Daoist Xianxia and the two disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground. Under the ripple, space was sealed, and the sword light slashing at Daoist Xianxia collapsed and turned into nothingness. This is. The two disciples of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground looked up at the sky with great shock in their eyes. When Daoist Xianxia saw this, he subconsciously followed the gaze of the two disciples and looked up at the sky. With just a glance, Daoist Xianxia saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. One ripple after another appeared in the sky that was like a calm water surface. The endless ripples continued to fuse and condense. Space gradually distorted, and suddenly, a passage appeared. The passage was deep and unfathomable. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, a majestic palace slowly squeezed through the passage. What is that? Daoist Pure Sun was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the majestic palace that was slowly squeezing through the passage, his mind completely blank. This majestic palace gave Daoist Pure Sun a terrifying feeling. Even the master of the Nine-Sword Holy Land was as weak as an ant in front of this majestic palace. In the entire Nine-Sword world, perhaps only the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain at the center could compare to this palace. However, the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain was left behind by a supreme powerhouse from 50,000 years ago. It was precisely because the Nine-Sword Holy Land occupied the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain that they were able to dominate the Nine-Sword world. In Daoist Pure Sun's view, there shouldn't be anything in the world that could compare to the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain. But now, Daoist Pure Sun felt that his view was collapsing. In contrast to Daoist Pure Sun's shock, the other two disciples of the Nine-Sword Holy Land were terrified. As disciples of the Holy Land, their knowledge and experience far exceeded Daoist Pure Sun's. They were even more aware of what this majestic palace meant. A void passage? This is a void passage? The disciple on the left had an extremely solemn expression. The ancient books passed down in the Nine-Sword Holy Land had records of void passages. These two disciples had never thought that they would be able to see something like this with their own eyes. Could this be a great treasure that came from outside the Nine-Sword world? The disciple on the right suddenly thought of something and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Although the Nine-Sword world was only a small world and wasn't as vast as the small worlds of immortal sects, It was still comparable to dozens of times the size of the Empire of Tang. Even the powerful Nine-Sword Holy Land couldn't control all of it. Therefore, strange treasures would appear from time to time, such as the spirit herb that Taoist Pure Sun was guarding. In the eyes of the two Saint Lan's disciples, the void tunnel before their eyes and the majestic palace that was slowly squeezing out of the void tunnel were precious treasures. Moreover, they were far more important than the so-called spirit medicine. After all, while the spirit herb was precious, it was something that was born in the Nine-Sword world. On the other hand, the majestic palace in front of them was suspected to be a great treasure from beyond the heavens. How could the two be compared? This is definitely the most precious treasure in the history of our Nine-Sword world. It's comparable to the sacred mountain. Another Holy Land disciple calmed himself down and stared intently at the palace, his voice burning with passion. 50,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Nine-Sword Holy Ground had occupied the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain. That was how the Nine-Sword Holy Ground came to dominate the world for the next 50,000 years. Now, the majestic palace in front of him was not much weaker than the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain. If I can take control of this palace, I'll definitely be able to soar into the sky. I might even be able to break free from the shackles of the Holy Land and establish another Holy Land. The disciple on the right muttered to himself. Although the Nine-Sword Holy Land suppressed the Nine-Sword world, the Nine-Sword world was still a minor world with limited resources. Even the disciples of the Nine-Sword Holy Land had to fight for it. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have chased Taoist Pure Sun for such a long time over a single spirit herb. One had to know that although spiritual herbs were precious, there were a large number of them growing in the Holy Land's herb garden. To the Holy Land, spiritual herbs were nothing. However, for the disciples of the Holy Land, any stock of spiritual medicine had the potential to increase their strength by another level, allowing them to be nurtured by the Holy Land. But now, this extraterrestrial palace in front of them had given the two disciples a new hope. A hope that they could rise without relying on the Holy Land. In a flash, the two disciples' thoughts spun rapidly. They naturally knew that this extraterrestrial palace might contain great risks, but so what? 50,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Nine-Sword Holy Land had also gone through fierce battles and dozens of life-threatening situations before occupying the Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain and establishing the Nine-Sword Holy Land. The two of us will work together. If we encounter any danger that we can't resist, we'll immediately retreat and report this matter to the Holy Land, the disciple on the left said in a deep voice. If things didn't work out, they would naturally choose to report it to the Holy Land. This way, the Holy Land would definitely reward them for discovering this extraterrestrial palace. Be quick. Otherwise, if we delay too long and the elders of the Holy Land arrive, we won't have anything to do. The disciple on the right nodded. The spatial ripples caused by the appearance of the void passage had probably already spread throughout the Nine-Sword world. After a while, the Nine-Sword Holy Land would be alerted. By the time the Nine-Sword Holy Land discovered that something was wrong and personally investigated, their contribution would be reduced by more than half. Taking the initiative to report and the Holy Land knowing about it were two completely different matters. After saying this, the two disciples cautiously flew toward the majestic palace that squeezed into the Nine-Sword world. At this time, not far away, Taoist Pure Sun was left to the side. Compared to the extraterrestrial palace in front of them, the spirit herb Taoist Pure Sun was guarding was nothing. The two disciples naturally couldn't be bothered with Taoist Pure Sun. Forget it. This matter is not something I can participate in. It's better to leave first. At least we'll be able to protect that spirit herb. Taoist Pure Sun raised his head to look at the majestic palace and made a decision in his heart. Although he vaguely realized the value of this palace, it was obvious that the two disciples had already arrived before him. Taoist Pure Sun no longer had any greed. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the two disciples were free, it wouldn't be so easy to leave. With this thought, Taoist Pure Sun finally glanced at the two disciples. At this time, the two disciples were extremely close to the majestic palace and had even stepped on the steps of the palace, preparing to enter. However, at this time, Taoist Pure Sun's eyes suddenly widened. Under Taoist Pure Sun's shocked gaze, a slender and tall figure slowly walked out from the depths of the palace. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps sounded, as if they were stepping on Taoist Pure Sun's heartbeat. This? Taoist Pure Sun looked at the two disciples who had already stepped on the steps. At this time, the two disciples' eyes were filled with fear. They seemed to have sensed something and wanted to escape, but in the next moment, their bodies began to collapse, and even their yuan spirits were rapidly dispersing. The Nine-Sword Holy Land won't let you go. One of the disciples left these words before his entire body completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared in this world. This is the Nine-Sword World? Suqin ignored the two disciples and turned to look at the sky. The yuan qi and spiritual vigor are so dense. What method did the Nine-Sword Paragon use to maintain the yuan qi and spiritual vigor of this small world without dissipating for tens of thousands of years? Whether it was the Nine-Sword World created by the Nine-Sword Paragon or the Immortal Gate World created by several Paragon Masters, they weren't strictly considered worlds in a certain sense. They couldn't form an internal cycle and naturally produce yuan qi and spiritual vigor. Take the world of immortals for example. After more than 10,000 years, the vital qi, spiritual vigor, and the imprints of the great Tao had all dissipated to a certain extent. If the passageway was not opened again, it would naturally degrade in a few thousand years. By then, the existence of Earth immortals would probably be extinct. But the Nine-Sword World was different. Suqin could clearly sense the yuan qi and spiritual vigor that permeated every inch of the space in the Nine-Sword World. Just as Suqin was carefully sensing the Nine-Sword World. Not far away, Taoist Pure Sun felt his scalp tingle, especially when Suqin walked out of the War God Temple. An inexplicable aura enveloped a radius of 100 li, making it extremely difficult for Taoist Pure Sun to even move an inch, let alone run. It's over, it's over. Something big has happened, something big has happened. Taoist Pure Sun was drenched in cold sweat, his heart trembling uneasily. Even if he didn't know Suqin's background, two disciples of the Nine-Sword Holy Land had indeed fallen in Suqin's hands. If the Nine-Sword Holy Land were to find out about this, it would be a great disaster. One must know that the Nine-Sword Holy Land had always been domineering. How could the Holy Land let the matter rest after learning that their disciples had fallen in the hands of others? Two disciples of the Holy Land wanted to take away the elixir that Taoist Pure Sun had guarded for 80 years. The reason why Taoist Pure Sun would rather flee for hundreds of thousands of li than resist was because he didn't dare. In the Nine-Sword World, the words Nine-Sword Holy Land carried too much weight. Even in the end, Taoist Pure Sun knew that he had no way out, which was why he had decided to take them down with him. Of course, no matter how furious the Nine-Sword Holy Land was, it had nothing to do with Taoist Pure Sun. After all, he didn't know Suqin. But when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. Even if Taoist Pure Sun wanted to escape unscathed, how could he avoid the Nine-Sword Holy Land's revenge? While Taoist Pure Sun stood there in a daze, Suqin's gaze turned slightly to the pale-faced Taoist Pure Sun. Come here. Suqin beckoned to Taoist Pure Sun. *buzz. Taoist Pure Sun only felt his vision darken, and when he recovered, he was already in front of Suqin. Junior. Junior Taoist Pure Sun greets Senior. Taoist Pure Sun was shocked and immediately bowed deeply to Suqin. Taoist Pure Sun didn't know Suqin's name, but in his mind, Suqin was at least an elder of the Nine-Sword Holy Land, a lofty existence that looked down on all living beings. Taoist Pure Sun? Suqin glanced at Taoist Pure Sun. With Suqin's eyesight, he could naturally tell that Taoist Pure Sun was only a sixth heavenly layer legend. The two disciples who tried to approach the War God Temple were also at the same level. Who is the strongest expert in this world? Suqin asked bluntly after some thought. Although Suqin already knew through the Eye of Truth and the Celestial Seer art that the strongest person in the Nine-Sword World was only at the peak of the Origin Realm, that was all. As for the specific situation of the Nine-Sword World, which force ruled it, and whether there were any methods left behind by the strongest expert of the Nine-Sword World, he didn't know. After all, whether it was the Eye of Truth or the Celestial Seer art, they could only see the myriad of auras in the world, unlike the Buddha's heavenly eye that could see the entire world. Of course, this didn't mean that the Eye of Truth was inferior to the heavenly eye, but the focus of the two was different and couldn't be compared. The strongest expert? Taoist Pure Sun was slightly stunned and didn't react. In the Nine-Sword world, who didn't know that the Nine-Sword Holy Land was the absolute ruler? The strongest expert in the world could only come from the Nine-Sword Holy Land. However, then, Taoist Pure Sun suddenly remembered that Su Qin had called the Nine-Sword world this world in his question just now. Being able to say this world meant that Su Qin was very likely not a living being of the Nine-Sword world. Otherwise, why would he use such a transcendent tone to call it this world? At the thought of this, Taoist Pure Sun, who had just calmed down, was shaken again. An existence outside the world. Although Taoist Pure Sun couldn't read the scriptures of the Holy Land like the disciples of the Holy Land, he knew what it meant. According to legend, the Nine-Sword Paragon, the creator of the Nine-Sword world, came from outside the world. Su Qin frowned slightly when Taoist Pure Sun didn't speak. The reason he spared Taoist Pure Sun's life was because he wanted to find out more information about the Nine-Sword world through him. The Nine-Sword world was a world created by the Nine-Sword Paragon, who was ranked in the top 3 of all the Paragon that Su Qin had come into contact with. He was second only to the white-robed, white-haired Paragon of the nascent spirit lineage who had left behind the 3,000 illusory islands and the first master of the War God Temple, Ho Yuan. Senior. Taoist Pure Sun seemed to have sensed Su Qin's dissatisfaction and cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he immediately replied, "The strongest expert in the world right now should be the Nine-Sword Holy Land's lord." Nine-Sword Holy Land? Su Qin repeated in a low voice, then asked, "The legacy left behind by the Nine-Sword Paragon?" Su Qin's expression turned solemn. If the Nine-Sword Paragon had truly left behind a legacy in the Nine-Sword world, then Su Qin would have to be very careful. Although Su Qin had confirmed with the eye of truth that the strongest being in the Nine-Sword world was only at the origin returning realm, this didn't include the Paragon's trump cards. If the Nine-Sword Paragon left behind many trump cards in the Nine-Sword Holy Land in order to preserve his legacy, Su Qin might suffer a great loss. Although tens of thousands of years had passed and even the power left by the Nine-Sword supremacy was almost gone, he was still a supremacy in the void-breaking realm. The legacy left behind by the Nine-Sword Paragon? Taoist Pure Sun hurriedly shook his head and said, "Senior, the Nine-Sword Holy Land only occupied the sacred mountain where the Nine-Sword Paragon had once secluded himself. It's not the legacy left behind by the Nine-Sword Paragon." Although the Nine-Sword Holy Land had once wanted to completely cover up this matter and claimed to be the orthodox legacy of the Nine-Sword Paragon, the truth was that even the Nine-Sword Holy Land had never been able to reach the peak of the sacred mountain. As such, no matter how the Nine-Sword Holy Land tried to cover it up, it would only be a joke. If the Nine-Sword Holy Land was really the Nine-Sword Paragon's legacy, how could they not even reach the peak of the sacred mountain? I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. Meanwhile, just as Su Qin was riding the War God Temple into the Nine-Sword world. At the center of the world, on a sacred mountain that was several thousand feet tall. Somewhere near the peak of the mountain, in a majestic hall, a tall figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the trembling divine sword in front of him in shock. The divine sword has a spirit. This is the aura outside the Nine-Sword world? P.S. Requesting monthly votes world. Aura from outside the world? The tall figure sitting cross-legged muttered to himself in a low voice. His eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if he had sensed something extremely inconceivable. Sacred Lord? What did you discover? Below the tall figure, several Nine-Sword Sacred Grounds Grand Elders narrowed their eyes and asked immediately. Although the Nine-Sword world was a small world created by the Nine-Sword Paragon, Jiuli, when Jiuli went to the void outside, he didn't leave behind a way to leave the Nine-Sword world. Hence, the living beings in the Nine-Sword world had been trapped in the Nine-Sword world for tens of thousands of years. To ordinary living beings, even those pinnacle legends, the Nine-Sword world wasn't much different from the mortal realm. Due to the small world, the Nine-Sword world wouldn't have a vitality tide. However, in the eyes of a true Earth immortal, the Nine-Sword world was no different from a cage. It was unknown what method the Nine-Swords Paragon expert, Jiuli, had used to maintain the vitality spiritual vigor in the Nine-Swords world in an abundant state. However, the vitality spiritual vigor alone was far from enough for the land immortals to cultivate. The land immortals needed more comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth, especially when the land immortals of the true realm were entering the divine ruins realm. The nine-sword world was just a small world created by a paragon. It wasn't a true large world like the mortal realm. Hence, it naturally didn't have any great Tao of heaven and earth. Hence, even if they had countless resources in the nine-sword world and even started to touch on the inheritance left behind by the nine-sword paragon, Jiuli, due to the limitations of the world, the strongest person in the nine-sword sacred ground was only a true realm earth immortal. It had been like this for tens of thousands of years and had never changed. Hence, all the earth immortals in the nine-sword sacred ground wanted to leave the nine-sword world and head to the legendary large world in the mortal realm. Although the vitality tide would fluctuate in the mortal realm, at least it wouldn't be as hopeless as the nine-sword world. When the nine-sword paragon, Jiuli, led countless living beings into the nine-sword world 50,000 years ago, he never thought of letting them leave. In the eyes of the nine-sword paragon, these living beings were just some random actions he did when he was lonely. It was fine for them to fend for themselves. Through the divine sword, I sensed an outer aura. The nine-sword Saint Master had a tall figure. He stared at the trembling divine sword in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. 50,000 years ago, the reason why the nine-sword holy ground's ancestors occupied the outer perimeter of the holy mountain and established the nine-sword holy ground was because of this divine sword. Through this divine sword, the successive holy masters of the nine-sword holy land could faintly radiate their perception to the entire nine-sword world. Although they couldn't see everything, they could still clearly sense auras that were different from the world itself. Outer world aura. The several nine-sword holy lands grand elders shuddered, their faces filled with shock. Could it be that the nine-swords paragon has returned? One of the grand elders asked in a trembling voice with an ugly expression. The nine-sword world was created by the nine-sword paragon and was hidden in the depths of the void. Other than the nine-sword paragon, other existences, even paragons, would have a hard time discovering it. Even though the ultimate experts could shatter the void and survive in the depths of the void was vast and boundless. To find the nine swords world with such precision was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It was precisely because of this that the Grand Elder doubted whether the nine swords supremacy had returned. Only a supreme expert of the nine swords could find the location of the nine swords world so easily and enter it. The nine swords supremacy. A trace of fear appeared on another Grand Elder's face. The nine-sword Holy Land occupied the Holy Mountain and was known as the Holy Land of the nine-sword supremacy's inheritance. But in reality, the nine-sword Holy Land only occupied the Holy Mountain by force after the nine-sword supremacy left. If the nine-sword supremacy really returned, the first thing he would do would be to settle the score with the nine-sword Holy Land. It's over. The third Grand Elder's face turned ashen. They were only true realm earth immortals, not even divine ruins realm. How could they defeat the nine swords supremacy? It's not the nine swords paragon. The nine-sword Holy Master took a deep breath, glanced at the other pale-faced Grand Elders, and shook his head. Even a void-shattering realm paragon could only live for 5,000 years Shuyuan. Once 5,000 years passed, even if the body didn't decay, the primordial spirit would also deteriorate. Perhaps the legendary primordial spirit paragon could exceed the limit of 5,000 years, but it was impossible for them to live for 50,000 years. Moreover, if the nine-sword supremacy really returned, the entire Holy Mountain should have risen and returned to the nine-sword supremacy's palm. According to the ancient records of the nine-sword Holy Land's countless ancestors, the nine-sword supremacy had refined the entire Holy Mountain into a supreme treasure. Even if the nine-sword Holy Land refined it continuously for 50,000 years, they had only refined less than 1/10,000th of the Holy Mountain's periphery. Even so, the nine-sword Holy Land relied on this to dominate the world for 50,000 years. It's not the nine-sword supremacy? The few Grand Elders looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the nine-sword supremacy, they could still salvage the situation. Could it be that some supreme expert coincidentally discovered the nine swords realm? Another Grand Elder of the Holy Land guessed. The nine-sword Holy Master hesitated for a while and said slowly, "It shouldn't be the paragon. Take a look for yourselves." The nine-sword Holy Land's gaze shifted slightly and looked at the divine sword before them again. At this moment, the nine-sword Holy Master raised his right hand and tapped on the sword solemnly. Suddenly, the entire divine sword suddenly let out a sword chime. Immediately after, rays of light appeared on the sword and gradually, images appeared before everyone's eyes. These images started from the front to the back and rapidly expanded in a certain direction. It was as though a scene that was extremely far away was being reflected on it. Soon, a huge and majestic palace appeared on the image. Behind the palace, there was a dark void passage. Void passage. It's a void passage. It's indeed the aura of the outer realm. When the few grand elders saw this, their hearts started to beat faster. Since the void passage had appeared, it meant that if they followed the void passage, they would be able to leave the Nine Swords world. This was an unprecedented hope for the land immortals who were stuck at the true realm. And this huge and majestic palace. It should be a supreme treasure? It's not a supreme treasure. The aura of a supreme treasure can shake the heavens and earth. This should be a large-scale or even super-large-scale spatial Dharma treasure. The Grand Elder from the sacred land who spoke first said solemnly. Generally speaking, large-scale spatial Dharma treasures were comparable to supreme treasures. As for super-large-scale spatial Dharma treasures, they were not even comparable to the life treasures of supreme experts. So what if it's a super-large-scale spatial Dharma treasure? Can it block the observation of the divine sword? A white-browed Grand Elder from the sacred land snorted coldly and said. After discovering the void passage, the Grand Elders from the sacred land also realized that the person who had sneaked into the Nine Swords world was not an supreme expert. And supreme expert could shatter the void with a wave of his hand. There was no need for a void passage, let alone the protection of a super-large-scale spatial Dharma treasure to pass through the void passage. I think we've been overthinking. If it's really an supreme expert, the entire Nine Swords world would have already submitted to him. Under his vast aura, why would he let us discuss it here? The more the Grand Elders from the sacred land talked, the more confident they became. In their opinion, it should be some lucky person who had discovered the void passage and entered the Nine Swords world through the void passage. With the foundation of the Nine Swords world, even if they encountered a land immortal in the divine ruin realm, they would still be able to withstand a few blows. As for those below the divine ruin realm, they did not even care about them. Let's see which lucky one has brought us the void tunnel. The Grand Elders from the sacred land continued to watch the images. At this moment, images kept appearing. Finally, two figures appeared in the images. Of the two figures, one was tall and slender, while the other was standing there respectfully as though he was answering a question. It's him. Even the Nine Swords Sacred Master's eyes were focused on the tall and slender figure. Just as the Nine Swords Sacred Master and the Grand Elders from the sacred land were looking at the tall and slender figure, the tall and slender figure seemed to have sensed something. The tall and slender figure seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes were deep as he looked towards them. Instantly, the Nine Swords Sacred Master and the Grand Elders from the sacred land felt as though they were looking at a pair of eyes that were as vast as the world. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, everyone's mind, including the Nine Swords Sacred Master, quickly fell into darkness. Wang! In an instant, the divine sword started to vibrate violently again. Scene after scene continued to collapse and shatter into pieces. When the images completely collapsed, the Nine Swords Sacred Master and the others suddenly regained their senses. Their faces turned pale as shock filled their faces. P.S. I'm back. I'll slowly recover today. I should be able to update more tomorrow. Nine Swords Sacred Mountain. The divine sword, which had been constantly releasing layers of light screens and displaying the scenes from hundreds of thousands or even millions of miles away, suddenly began to shake violently. Then, countless images rapidly collapsed and dissipated. In an instant, everyone was dead silent. From Nine Swords Sacred Master to the Grand Elders of the sacred grounds, everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. This divine sword was passed down by the Nine Swords Sacred Master, Jiuli. The reason why the Nine Swords Sacred Ground could dominate the world and even start to refine the outer area of the sacred mountain was because of the power of this divine sword. The divine sword had a spirit. If it used the sacred mountain, it could see every corner of the Nine Swords Sacred Ground instantly. Of course, doing so would consume a lot of energy for Nine Swords Sacred Master, but since there was an aura from the outside world, Nine-Sword Sacred Master naturally didn't care about that. However, no one expected the divine sword to collapse just as it was about to reveal the appearance of the person who came. How was that possible? The Grand Elders of the sacred grounds were puzzled. However, Nine-Sword Sacred Master looked solemn as if he had guessed something. It's a nascent soul secret technique. This person used a nascent soul secret technique to stop the divine sword from observing. Nine-Sword Sacred Master paused for a moment and continued, if the divine sword didn't stop moving by itself, I'm afraid we would be in big trouble. After hearing that, the other Grand Elders of the sacred grounds turned pale again. The Nine-Sword Saint Master was right. If the image hadn't suddenly collapsed, their minds would have already sunk into that pair of deep and serene eyes. How could they still be talking? That's terrifying. Is this the nascent soul secret technique that the Nine-Sword Sacred Master mentioned? The Grand Elder with white eyebrows broke out in cold sweat. Compared to domains and dermic powers, nascent soul secret techniques were invisible and impossible to guard against. They could even kill someone from 1,000 miles away just by using a medium. Although Suqin's gaze wasn't that exaggerated, it was obvious that even Nine-Sword Sacred Master was terrified, let alone the other Grand Elders. The second Grand Elder said slowly, however, we should be able to confirm that this person is only an Earth Immortal. At most, he's a special Earth Immortal of the nascent soul lineage. If the person who came was really an Earth Immortal, he should have already torn the void and arrived at Nine-Sword Sacred Mountain the moment he was seen. Not bad. Although Earth Immortals of the primordial soul lineage are terrifying, they are not unstoppable. Another Supreme Elder spoke up. If one didn't know beforehand and encountered an Earth Immortal of the primordial soul division, even the Nine-Sword Saint Master would be at a disadvantage. However, now that he knew that the opponent was an expert of the primordial soul division, he should be more relaxed after making preparations. Although Essence Spirit secret skills were said to be unfathomable, they were not invincible. There were even some primordial spirit killer moves that could kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of oneself. For example, the Essence Soul Killer move Suqin obtained from signing in at Myriad Sword Island, the Heart Sword technique. It transformed the power of the Essence Soul into a Heart Sword and controlled it to kill the enemy. If he could successfully slay his opponent's soul, then everything would be fine. However, if he failed and the sword was damaged, then Suqin's soul would suffer a backlash as well. In the best-case scenario, his soul would wither, and in the worst-case scenario, his soul would collapse. Of course, the Essence Soul Killer move Abyss of Darkness did not have such a flaw. Abyss of Darkness did not condense the power of one's essence soul into an object. Instead, it formed an illusory world of the essence soul in one sea of consciousness and used this illusory world to guide the minds of others. As an ultimate technique of the primordial soul lineage, even if it failed, it would not affect Suqin much. The sacred mountain was left behind by an expert. Once we hide in a high place, no matter how powerful the essence soul secret skill is, it should be useless against us. Nine-Sword Saint Master nodded slightly. The sacred mountain under their feet was thousands of meters tall. It was refined by the Nine Swords omnipotent master, Jiuli, at a great cost 50,000 years ago. Even though it was not as good as the 9 swords behind Jiuli, it was still stronger than ordinary natal true treasures. It might not be able to completely block Essence Soul Killer moves, but it could at least weaken the power of Essence Soul Killer moves by 99%. What do we do now? The Void Tunnel is there. Should we go over? Another Supreme Elder said in a deep voice. The people present were all true Realm Land Immortals. The temptation of the Void Tunnel was too great for them. It was equivalent to the hope of advancing further. No hurry. Paragon 9 Sword did not leave behind any primordial soul cardinal treasure. If we go out rashly, which one of you has the confidence to block his primordial soul secret skill? Saint Master 9 Sword glanced at the few Grand Elders and asked nonchalantly. When the several Supreme Elders heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Even if they knew that the other party was proficient in Essence Soul secret skills, so what? There were only 2 ways to block Essence Soul secret skills. One was to rely on the protection of the true treasures. The other was to resist it head-on. If they resisted, they would survive. If they could not, they would die. The supreme elders present did not have the confidence to block that pair of eyes that were as deep as the world. As for the true treasures, the entire nine-sword sacred ground did not have many true treasures. If they lost one, they would have one less. How could they allow a supreme elder to bring a true treasure out? Then what do we do? The supreme elder with white eyebrows said unwillingly. The other supreme elders also frowned slightly. It was obvious that they were unwilling as well. If the void tunnel had never appeared, they would not have any other emotions. After all, countless geniuses from the sacred grounds and immortal sects had died in the origin-returning realm in the past 50,000 years. But now that the void tunnel had truly appeared in front of them, who could resist the temptation? Don't worry. This person will probably take the initiative to come to our nine-sword sacred ground. When that happens, we will rely on the power of the sacred mountain to meet this essence soul true world expert. Nine-sword Saint Master's eyes flickered as he spoke. The nine-sword sacred mountain was the absolute core of the entire nine-sword sacred ground. It even had the inheritance of a supreme expert. Nine-sword Saint Master did not believe that the other party would not be interested at all. Outside the void tunnel, Su Qin was listening to Taoist Xianxia's words. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and looked in a certain direction. Interesting. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. With his strength, he naturally sensed the feeling of being spied on at the first moment. Compared to the demon god's eyes and the immortal sects, this feeling of being spied on was extremely weak. Because of this, Su Qin directly followed this feeling of being spied on and used his essence soul killer move, Abyss of Darkness, to retaliate. Compared to other essence soul killer moves, Abyss of Darkness was even more bizarre. It could kill with one's gaze and was extremely unbelievable. What a pity. It was blocked by other forces in the end. Su Qin shook his head slightly as he thought to himself. In fact, Su Qin was not disappointed. The essence soul killer move, Abyss of Darkness, was powerful, but it could not kill several experts of the same level from hundreds of thousands of li away. In Su Qin's opinion, even if there were no other forces blocking it, Abyss of Darkness would not be able to do anything to the other party. At most, it could make the other party immerse themselves in it for a moment. Senior, did something happen? Taoist Xianxia saw a strange smile on Su Qin's face and immediately asked uneasily. Nothing. Su Qin shook his head and said casually, follow me to the sacred mountain. P.S. Ashamed, I did not recover. Sacred mountain. It was the absolute core of the Nine Swords world. 50,000 years ago, when the Nine Swords Paragon Overlord Jiuli established the Nine Swords world, he had cultivated in seclusion on the sacred mountain for a few hundred years before leaving and never appearing again. After the disappearance of the Nine Swords Paragon Overlord, the ancestral masters of the Nine Swords sacred ground forcibly occupied the periphery of the sacred mountain and established the Nine Swords sacred ground. They claimed to be the inheritance of the Nine Swords Paragon Overlord and dominated the entire Nine Swords world for 50,000 years. It wasn't that no one had ever thought of rebelling against the Nine Swords Sacred Ground's rule, but they all failed. Even though the Nine Swords Sacred Ground only had a few tricks of the Nine Swords Paragon Overlord, it wasn't something the living beings of the Nine Swords world could resist. Senior, you want to go to the sacred mountain? Pure Sun's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. In Taoist Pure Sun's eyes, Su Qin was indeed very strong. With just a wave of his hand, he had turned the two disciples of the Nine Swords sacred ground into nothingness like ants. But if Su Qin looked down on the entire Nine Swords sacred ground and the holy mountain because of this, then it was really inappropriate. What kind of place was the sacred mountain? It was where the Nine Swords Paragon Overlord used to cultivate in seclusion. Not to mention the many tricks left in the depths of the sacred mountain, the power of the Nine Swords sacred ground alone was enough to defeat a group of true realm earth deities. Only the sacred mountain interests me in the entire Nine Swords world. Su Qin looked calmly in a certain direction and said softly. Su Qin used the war god temple to go through the passage and came to the Nine Swords world. His most important goal was to sign in there. The Nine Swords world had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Even if it wasn't in the mortal world, the Taoist connotation accumulated over the years was much more than the Chang'an Palace. According to Su Qin's guess, only the Gate of Heaven and a few other places could compare. However, even if the Nine Swords world was only created by the Nine Swords Paragon Overlord, it was still extremely vast. It was the size of dozens of the Empire of Tang. If Su Qin were to search inch by inch, it would take at least a few months or years. Therefore, Su Qin didn't bother searching and planned to go to the sacred mountain directly. Given the location of the holy mountain, most of the Dao accumulations of the entire Nine Swords realm would be gathered there. If one were to sign in there, they would definitely reap great rewards. As for the other locations of the Nine Swords world, when Su Qin had enough time in the future, he would find them one by one. After all, the void passage between the Nine Swords world and the human world had already been formed. At least in this Vitality Tide era, Su Qin had plenty of time to digest the harvest of the Nine Swords world. Senior, the holy mountain isn't an ownerless place. Daoist Pure Sun hesitated. He was not worried about Su Qin's safety, but rather, once Su Qin fell to the sacred mountain, as a guide, he would not have a good ending. The Nine-Sword Holy Land would immediately deal with him. It's all right. I know what to do, Su Qin said indifferently. The Nine Swords world was not like the immortal world. The world of immortals was created by the supreme experts as a place to store their holy land of inheritance. Under the influence of the supreme experts, not only were there earth immortals at the divine ruin realm, but the supreme experts had also spread out their bloodlines before they passed away, creating one direct bloodline descendant after another who was invincible in the divine ruin realm. The Nine Swords world was different. When the Nine Swords world was created by the omnipotent expert Jiao Li to his heart's content, he did not specially draw in the great Dao Law fragments. Furthermore, even if the omnipotent expert Jiao Li had really drawn in the great Dao Law fragments, after 50,000 years, they would have disappeared. Only 10,000 years had passed in the immortal world, but the great path law had almost disappeared, let alone 50,000 years in the Nine Swords world. Under the premise that they could not comprehend the great path law, the cultivation of an earth immortal would stop at the true realm at most. In other words, the strongest person in the Nine Swords world was only an earth immortal of the true realm. In fact, this was the same as the result of Su Qin using the Eye of Truth to observe the Nine Swords world. Under the premise that there were no divine ruins realm land immortals, Su Qin was naturally fearless. With the many trump cards and methods he had now, even if he encountered a real divine ruins realm land immortal, he could still fight for a while, let alone the Nine Swords world, which did not even have a divine ruins realm land immortal. Of course, although Su Qin was confident, he would not ignore the Nine Swords world. After all, this was a world created by the supreme expert of the Nine Swords world. If the other party left behind a backup plan, Su Qin would probably be at a disadvantage. However, Su Qin knew that no matter how strong the supreme expert of the Nine Swords world was, as long as he did not exceed the void-shattering realm, even if he left behind a real killing move after 50,000 years, its power would probably be less than 10%. Even if it was a threat to Su Qin, it would not be fatal. Let's go. Su Qin glanced at Daoist Pure Sun and directly headed in a certain direction. The sudden feeling of being spied on made Su Qin directly lock onto the location of the Nine Swords Sacred Mountain. Yes. Seeing this, Daoist Pure Sun immediately gritted his teeth and followed. At this moment, Daoist Pure Sun had no other choice. After seeing Su Qin's methods, he did not even have the thought of running away. What kind of joke was this? The aura that Su Qin had just displayed, that feeling of looking down on everything in this world, in Daoist Pure Sun's eyes, perhaps only the Nine Swords Sacred Lord and the Supreme Elders could compare. Running away in front of such an existence was simply courting death. As for what would happen after going to the sacred mountain, Daoist Pure Sun no longer had any scruples. Even if Su Qin was suppressed by the Nine Swords Sacred Ground and he would be punished by the Nine Swords Sacred Ground, that was something that would happen in the future. Right now, what Daoist Pure Sun needed to do the most was not to anger Su Qin. The supreme expert of the Nine Swords world is truly amazing. Su Qin carefully sensed it, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. In Su Qin's perception, the entire Nine Swords world faintly revealed a sword intent. Although this sword intent was extremely faint, as if it had been there for 50,000 years, it did not dissipate and instead filled the void. Su Qin understood that this was the aura left behind by the supreme expert of the Nine Swords world when he established it. Only an existence like the supreme expert of the Nine Swords world who could shatter the void with the sword Dao could extend his aura for 50,000 years. From a certain perspective, Su Qin observing and comprehending the entire Nine Swords world was equivalent to experiencing the path taken by the supreme expert of the Nine Swords world 50,000 years ago. For other earthly immortals, especially those of the Sword Dao lineage, it would be like obtaining a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, Su Qin's path was not the Sword Dao, so the Nine Swords world created by the supreme expert of the Nine Swords world only slightly touched him. Senior. The sacred mountain is up ahead. While Su Qin was immersed in his comprehension, Daoist Pure Sun's voice cautiously sounded. The sacred mountain? Su Qin calmed his mind and slightly raised his head to look at the vast sacred mountain that had stood there for 50,000 years like a divine sword. The holy mountain was majestic, vaguely resembling a world-shaking divine sword. Even someone as strong as Su Qin had a solemn expression, not daring to underestimate it. Even after a long time, Su Qin could still feel an extremely sharp aura flowing in the depths of the holy mountain. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Nine Li was in existence from 50,000 years ago, the Shouyuan should have been exhausted long ago, and Su Qin wouldn't have been able to enter the Nine Sword world so easily. So this is the holy mountain, the place where the supreme powerhouse of the Nine Sword world went into seclusion. Compared to Su Qin's calm expression, Daoist Pure Sun beside him was filled with emotion. As the only core of the Nine Sword world, the Nine Sword Holy Land had relied on the holy mountain to suppress the world for 50,000 years. Countless beings wanted to see the holy mountain with their own eyes. Unfortunately, ever since the Nine Sword Holy Land occupied the holy mountain, they prohibited anyone from entering within 10,000 miles of the holy mountain. If it weren't for Su Qin, how could Daoist Pure Sun have come here? He would have probably been suppressed by the patrolling disciples of the holy mountain. At this moment, countless disciples of the Nine Sword Holy Land appeared on the holy mountain and looked at Su Qin. The news of the two disciples of the Nine Sword world falling and the appearance of an outsider had long spread throughout the Nine Sword Holy Land. The Holy Master and the Grand Elders had no intention of hiding it from the disciples. After all, the Nine Sword Holy Land was determined to obtain the Void Passage. Coupled with the degree of control they had over the Nine Sword world, there was no need to hide it. Is he the outer realm being that the Sacred Master mentioned? An outsider. I didn't expect there to be another world besides our Nine Sword world. It seems that this outsider is no different from us. Why are the Holy Master and Grand Elders so serious? Countless disciples of the Holy Land discussed secretly. Even if the Nine Sword Holy Land had records of the outside world, to the disciples of the Nine Sword world who had lived there for generations, it was no different from myths and legends. When they saw it with their own eyes, it was easy to imagine the disbelief in their hearts. What do you think this outsider has? Can he block our Nine Sword Holy Land's divine sword sky? Some disciples of the Holy Land asked with interest. Since Su Qin had come to the Holy Mountain in such a grandiose manner, coupled with the orders of the Holy Master and the various Grand Elders, the countless Holy Land disciples present naturally realized that there would be a battle between Su Qin and the Nine Swords Holy Land. This battle was related to the biggest change in the Nine Sword Holy Ground's history in the last 50,000 years. If they won, the Nine Sword Holy Ground might be able to break free from the shackles of the Nine Sword world. Who knows? However, my Nine Sword Holy Land has the foundation left behind by a supreme powerhouse. We are not afraid of anyone. Although the other disciple had a worried look on his face, he quickly recovered and said confidently. The 9999 Sword worlds is holy land. The Nine Sword Holy Land was the 99 Holy Land 9 world. Of the 9 to the 9999 Sword 9 world to the 999 world. What should we do now? Do you need us to suppress them? To fight. Don't be hasty. We'll have to wait for the Holy Master's orders. A woman with a veil on her face said softly. Holy Master. The Holy Land disciple fell silent for a while. He suppressed his boiling battle intent and did not continue speaking. The Nine Sword Holy Master was in charge of the Nine Sword Holy Land. Before the Nine Sword Holy Master made a decision, how could these disciples dare to act rashly? At the same time, deep in the Nine Sword Holy Land, The nine-sword Holy Master and the Grand Elders sat cross-legged and looked at Su Qin at the same time. Sacred Master, he's the existence that crossed the spatial tunnel and entered our nine swords world? A Supreme Elder's face flashed with shock as he muttered to himself. The other Grand Elders were the same. When Su Qin first entered the nine-sword world, the nine-sword Holy Master and the other Grand Elders had already noticed him. However, the nine-sword Holy Master tried to spy on Su Qin with the power of the divine sword but failed in the end. Therefore, this was the first time the Grand Elders saw Su Qin with their own eyes. He's very strong. A divine sword vaguely appeared in the nine-sword Holy Master's hand. He stared at Su Qin for a while before muttering to himself. He's very strong? The other Grand Elders' faces changed at the same time. They knew how prideful the nine-sword Holy Master was. Even among the past Holy Masters, the current nine-sword Holy Master could be ranked in the top 3 or even first. If it wasn't for the restriction of heaven and earth, the nine-sword Holy Master would have broken through the shackles of the true realm and entered the legendary ruins of God. Now that the nine-sword Holy Master took the initiative to say he's very strong, one could imagine how highly he thought of Su Qin. Don't worry. The nine-sword Holy Master glanced at the Grand Elders and shook his head. Although he's very strong, he hasn't entered the ruins of God. The land immortals were divided into 3 levels: Spirit Severing, True Realm, and Ruins of God. The land immortals and the ruins of God had already started to touch the power of space. Even those at the pinnacle of the ruins of God had started to comprehend the power of space. Although they were still far from being able to break through the void, the aura that connected with the vast void was extremely eye-catching. Therefore, the nine-sword Holy Master was sure that Su Qin hadn't entered the ruins of God yet because he didn't feel the power of space from Su Qin. He hasn't entered the ruins of God. The Grand Elders looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although the ruins of God was the last realm of the land immortals, there was a huge gap in this realm. Especially those who were invincible in the ruins of God. From a certain perspective, they had already grasped the means of an ultimate expert. It was unbelievable. For example, some direct descendants who had awakened the bloodline of an ultimate expert could sweep through all the ruins of God with their natal cardinal treasure. A mere true realm cultivator dares to come to our nine-sword Holy Master. He's simply courting death. Another Grand Elder of the Holy Land said with a cold expression. Enough. There's no need to say anything else. The nine-sword Holy Master didn't underestimate Su Qin. He raised his right hand and tapped lightly. In an instant, a divine sword that was as bright as heaven and earth appeared. This divine sword was majestic, and its terrifying sword intent instantly filled every corner of the holy mountain. Divine sword. The Holy Master is going to use the divine sword? The other Grand Elders were shocked. This divine sword was one of the few treasures left behind by the ultimate expert of the nine-sword Holy Master. The nine-sword Holy Master had used this divine sword to control the periphery of the holy mountain and monitor the world. When Su Qin first entered the nine-sword world, he was detected by this divine sword. Although Su Qin used his essence spirit killer move, Abyss of Darkness, to block the divine sword's detection, one had to know that this divine sword's main purpose wasn't to detect but to attack. Logically speaking, as one of the trump cards of the nine-sword Holy Master, it should be used at the last moment. However, the nine-sword Holy Master had activated the divine sword's power at the first moment. Buzz. As the divine sword's power continued to recover, a layer of unimaginable terror suddenly pressed down on the cloudless sky. The surrounding 10,000 miles turned into a boundless sword domain. Just as the divine sword's aura continued to rise. Outside the holy mountain, Su Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He's using the method left behind by the ultimate expert, Ninely, so quickly? End of chapter 360. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.